Começar a
Ah.
falar. Quem está ligado?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 6th edition of the New Space Atlantic Summit, the annual conference of the Portuguese Space Agency, which will focus on a global effort for space sustainability. My name, for those who don't know it, is Irminia Saraiva, and I will be your host for today. Let us kickstart our conference by calling to the stage Ricardo Conde, President of the Portuguese Space Agency, and Pedro Lourenço, Head of Unit Surveillance at EMSA, to whom we must thank for hosting today's event. Ricardo, Pedro Lourenço, please welcome to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by welcoming you to EMSA. It's a pleasure to host this important event, which I have to say it's important, very relevant, and very close to my heart. I've been working in the space sector for 20 years, and it's great to see such an event taking place. Now, to talk a bit on how space contributes to the maritime domain, which is the area I'm working in, it's impressive to see and how this evolution took place in such a short amount of time. And the evolution is still increasing in speed, in my view. I think space is already key in most maritime activities, and it will become fundamental in terms of managing maritime security, maritime safety, and maritime sustainability. If you see space-based applications, the ones that we use, already cover a wide range of functions: environmental monitoring, pollution monitoring, support to search and rescue, monitoring of ship traffic, surveillance against unlawful acts. And every day we see new applications and how space technologies can impact positively. And that's why at EMSA we started very early using Earth observation and satellites in our activities. Our oldest Earth observation service, called CleanSeaNet, it's now 16 years old. It monitors every day European waters to try to detect pollution and possible polluters. And it's still very widely used by hundreds of organizations in Europe. We also implement the Copernicus Maritime Surveillance Service on behalf of the European Commission. So this is a much broader service supporting a wide range of maritime activities at sea, from fisheries control to maritime safety, maritime security, customs, law enforcement. So it's a broad range of activities that is supported with Earth observation information. Of course, we also manage an important application, which is satellite AIS. So AIS is the automatic identification system of ships. And with satellites, we can now detect this information globally and provide it to hundreds of organizations in Europe. This changed completely the maritime traffic information picture in Europe and in the world. And this is an extremely important service for EMSA. And for instance, every single day, the agency receives, processes, and distributes around 40 million vessel positions to its users. And of course, currently in the forefront of space applications is the concern with the maritime environment and sustainability. And the question is, how can space-based services provide additional added value, deliver additional data, information, and knowledge on air emissions, on water pollution caused by ships, and now to help estimate the impact of these emissions. So that's why, in my view, innovation is key, and that's why we constantly keep an eye on interesting technologies, innovative technologies that we can bring forth and integrate into our operations. And I think for the medium term, there's a few technologies that I would like to highlight. HAPS, high altitude pseudo satellites, I think they will really change the picture on how we monitor certain areas of interest by enabling, let's say, significant payloads, very diverse payloads, to monitor a certain area over weeks or even months. I think VDES, the VHF data exchange system, will create a significant improvement over AIS, providing more bandwidth, more secure and reliable transmission of vessel information, and also enabling additional applications. And of course, sometimes seen as a parallel service is secure and affordable satellite communications. They are used everywhere in the maritime domain. We use them for command and control of our drones, and also for relaying the data to the ground and then to transmit it to the users. Of course, this is all very interesting. It's all going very fast, I think, in the right direction. But there are a few challenges still that I think we need to tackle. Big challenge for the space and more for the surveillance side of things. We still need in the maritime domain a bigger ability to cover more area, to monitor the area more frequently, so we can track the wide range of activities that take place in the maritime domain, not only for the detection, but also for the tracking and for the characterization of different targets. Of course, everybody asks for more satellites, more data, more information, but then we need to be able to manage these high volumes of data, extract what is actionable information in real time, and deliver this information to the correct users in the correct format. So the more satellites we have, the more difficult this task is. Okay, there are very clever algorithms now that help us do this, but it's still challenging. And of course, if you look strictly on the space segment, you have more satellites, more constellations, but still limited interoperability between these different assets. It's fundamental that we are able to combine these assets, to orchestrate these assets, to focus them on a common goal. And this really requires significant investments in interoperability between the different let's say, space players. And that's it. My intervention is very short. I have to say that in what concerns space, we've come a long way in a very short period of time. And in my view, really the best is yet to come. So I thank you for your attention, and then let me wish you a very constructive and happy and successful conference. Thank you very much.
This is working, yes. Indeed, EMSA, Pedro, thank you for hosting us. EMSA is pushing all these years for the technology, for space technology, and thank you for that, Pedro. I think we have, you will see this today, we have some good news to share with you, to bring more capabilities to space, and also to what you just mentioned about the interoperability of the systems. It is really quite important. So welcome to this 6th edition of the New Space Atlantic Summit. This is a journey. We just have this conversation in a coffee break. We start in 2019. When it was created, the Portuguese Space Agency. So this is the 6th edition of this conference. And each year we want to bring to you the discussions about technologies, trends, also actors, markets, investors. And that's the reason we somehow built this conference in several panels to address these topics. Last year, we had our main topic, it was the sustainability, a sustainable space for a sustainable Earth. And this year somehow is also related with sustainability, but in the context of a global effort. And this is particularly important because we are, let's say, nowadays, working with some kind of words like resilience, autonomy, which is somehow a deglobalization. And That is the reason that is important that space can be in the right part of the diplomacy. It's a tool for diplomacy, economic, and also for scientific diplomacy. And let me share what is my feelings about what we live. I'm 17 years old, and I already saw something in this my path in space. And during this my life, I saw some milestones, important milestones, and particularly I will address some of them. One is, of course, the end of the Soviet Union. I was a young kid, but I observed that, I lived that. Also, the space race on the 60. You remember, land of the moon. It was one of the main milestones. And of course, the creation of the European Union, which is one of the main marks or milestones in our history: freedom, democracy. And of course, we also, all of us, we face one of the big challenges, the pandemic. It's something. It's quite a really important moment that requires global cooperation. And you saw that it was so simple. All the countries be aligned to fight with this against the same, let's say, cause. And of course, we have, all of us, we have this feeling about that somehow we are committing some kind of suicide because we are part of this crisis of climate change. And this is something that concerns us. And this is the reason that diplomacy and the global cooperation, the global efforts is also important. And another point is related the triggers that we are touching, particularly the biodiversity, that at the end putting in cause our own existence. And look what, for example, what we did to our oceans. We created oceans of plastics, and we are doing the same to the outer space. So, in this perspective, we really need to look how to face the global coordination in the probably borders. This is the reason we thought that a global effort for cooperation in the outer space, for the sustainability of the outer space, is one of the topics that we really need to address in our discussion today. And for that, we invite some panel, some keynote speakers and some panelists, and I will mention some of them. Nuno, our physicist, Peter is not, Peter is there, Peter Martini from the Security World Foundation, Caio, from the International Institute of Space Law, Rajev Suri, that will, from EMSA, will join us remotely, Leonard, that is replaced by Pedro here, Maria, thank you for coming, Maria, Claudio Melo from ISO, is not here now, and Ludwig, that from the European Space Policy Institute, will join us later. And also so many other persons that will join us in the several panels, and we will have panels with the space education, management and sustainability of outer space, Earth observations, resource management, and of course, one of the topics which is important is how to put space in agenda for the Portuguese language or speaking language countries, CPLP, which is important, Africa to become one of the partners in this agenda for space, and also South America. And of course, the space economy and investments. Thank you for coming, Portugal Ventures also, and new opportunities with the national recovery plans. what Portugal is doing in several dimensions, particularly not only in the sustainability, but all the dimensions of space. And we are also here with a panel that to present to you what will be our reality in the next 3 years. So I really hope that we enjoy this sixth edition of the New Space Atlantic Summit. And thank you again for coming, and take advantage for our presence here to make some kind of networking, interact with the persons, because I think it's really a nice opportunity. Thank you very much, and pass to you, Herminia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo, and thank you, Pedro Lourenço, for your nice words. We will now move to our first keynote speaker of the day. He has a long and prominent record in space science. Nuno Santos is currently the coordinating researcher at the Department of Physics and Astronomy of the Faculty of Science of the University of Porto, and is also a researcher at the Institute for Astrophysics and Space Science. Author of more than 500 scientific articles in high-impact international journals, he has been part of the list of the top 2% most cited scientists of the world. Nuno Santos is here today to talk about science, technology, and industry, the virtuous circle of space sciences. Nuno, you can take the stage.
Okay, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank very much Portugal Space for the invitation to be here and to share with you my thoughts about the subject. I don't know if this is moving. No, the slides. No slides. There they. Oh, too fast. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the link between science, technology, and industry, or I'm going to try to speak about it. And especially about what I call the virtuous circle of space sciences, which I think is a very important aspect of the link between research and economy in the end of the day. So basically, what I'm going to try to discuss around is about this circle that is in this diagram. In particular in the context of our participation in ESO and ESA. And basically this circle connects, I would say, three important pillars of space sciences, which is science to start with, and in particular astrophysics in what concerns me, and astrophysical motivated research. And then the development of astronomical instrumentation, which is fundamental for the success of research. And finally, the link with industry. That, of course, is also very important because industry, in the end of the day, are the ones that build the instruments or the components of the instruments. Let me just make a small note to say that I'm going to focus on what I know. And what I know is the area of knowledge or where I work, which is planetary systems. And so I will give you basically in the following minutes a few examples to illustrate how this circle is working, how sustainable it is, and how important it is to connect these three pillars. And I'm going to do it only concerning projects and missions, space missions that are related with planetary systems research. I could switch this to another field of astrophysics, and the circle would be there with different names and different projects. So what else better than an example to illustrate how this works? So typically, everything starts with a science question. And in this case, the question that we were asking, and we are still asking, but we were asking a few years ago was, are there other Earths in the universe? Are there other planets like our own, orbiting other stars? Is there life elsewhere in the universe? This is a bold question of mankind, and we really need to try to answer this from a scientific, but also even societal point of view. Now, to answer this question, we need to develop the correct instrumentation. And so this is where the Espresso project started. Back in 2008, the European Southern Observatory issued a call to the community and said to the community, look, propose to us the construction of a spectrograph that allows us to detect planets orbiting other stars and to characterize them, and particularly planets similar to our Earth. So the instrument Espresso, a spectrograph, was to be installed in the VLT telescopes that are in the Paranal mountain in the Chilean Andes. There's a picture of the one of the 4 big telescopes that are there here. And the Espresso, so everything started here. So the science community was challenged to propose an instrument able to carry out this research. And there was a consortium that was actually formed out of institutes from 4 countries. Portugal was there, and we discussed with the consortium that we could become responsible to design and build what we call the CUDE train, which is a big optomechanical component, also with electronics, that allows to bring the light from the telescope down to the place, to the room, very stable room where the spectrograph is. So it's a very long optical path that requires very high precision optics and mechanics. So we became responsible for this, and our team that was responsible for the development started designing this thing. And then, of course, when you finish designing, you have to build things. And building means we have to go to industry. And in particular, we could find in our national industry, especially in the precision mechanics, all the expertise to build the components that we were designing. Of course, all this is done in collaboration. I mean, the scientists place the requirements for the instrument. The people that are designing the instrument have to obey to these requirements, and then they have to pass this along to the industry to build. Okay, so all this circle is working, and then of course, we start to do these things. We are involved in the international consortia, and then at some point we are on the map. And when we are on the map, we start to be invited to be members of other consortia, and then we went to space. And the one good example was the Cheops mission. And the Cheops mission was very interesting because actually, from the beginning, there was a partnership between academia and industry to participate and to foster our participation in the mission. So this was done as a, let's say, a follow-up from the Espresso project. It was our participation in Cheops came from the Espresso project, and then has boosted us into space, into other opportunities as well. Of course, in the end of the day, what we want is to do science, right? And with both Espresso and Cheops, we ended up doing some very, very important and relevant discoveries. I show you here 3 examples that were actually that resulted in press releases issued by both the European Southern Observatory and by the European Space Agency. Very briefly, this is science made in Portugal, so they were results led by Portuguese scientists in Portuguese institutions. I show you just 3 examples. The first one is the detection of chemical species in the atmospheres of planets orbiting other stars. For instance, we detected that there's one planet that is so hot that it has iron raining on its atmosphere, so it's not a pleasant place to go for vacations, but it's still interesting from a scientific point of view. Another discovery was of the smallest planet ever measured up to now. So the smallest planet that was detected, and it orbits just a star that is closer to our sun, which is quite amazing as well. So our neighbor star has a planet that is actually smaller than the Earth. And finally, with Cheops, we revealed that there's a planet that is so close to the star that the tidal forces make it like a rugby ball. So it's not a round planet as we usually think about planets, but it's really elongated. And this was also the first time such a measurement was done. And this gives us important information about many things, including about the planet interiors, which is quite impressive how we can assess that by studying a planet that is so far away. Anyway, so this was the science, some of the science results that came out. But of course, we also communicate with the public, and there's a bunch of activities that we do related with all these projects and missions that allow us to communicate, bring back to the society all the results that we obtain. I'm showing here two examples. There was an exhibition and a book that was actually also supported by the Portuguese Space Agency about espresso and our adventure in building and exploiting this fantastic instrument. But there are other things like there's a planetarium session that is now can be seen in the Porto Planetarium about the Cheops mission. And the Porto Planetarium just alone has about 50,000 visitors every year. So this gives you a feeling about the impact of this outreach activities. Anyway, so espresso and Cheops are just one example in all this circle in planetary system sciences. There are other examples I'm just going to briefly mention. In the Plato mission, also there's a strong collaboration between the academia and the industry. The main science goals of Plato that will be launched in 2026, if everything goes fine, is to detect and characterize Earth-like planets, so somehow in complementarity with espresso and Cheops. Then there's the Ariel space mission as well, where there's also a strong collaboration with the industry. And also here we want to detect and characterize the atmospheres of the planets, not just detect planets, but actually characterize the atmospheres in detail. And finally, there's the Andes project, which is a kind of an espresso 2.0, so it's a very high resolution and stable spectrograph for the what will be the biggest telescope on Earth in a few years from now. It's a 39-meter mirror telescope, which is absolutely amazing. This is just an artistic view because the telescope is still being built. And here we want to go further. We want to detect actually the signatures of life in alien worlds. So maybe in a decade from now, we'll be able to say if the nearby stars have planets that have life or not. And this is all projects that are, feeding and resulting from this circle that I've been discussing. Actually, all this is part of a roadmap that we have in the Institute to develop this area and to have leading participation in this field of research. There are other projects that I didn't mention. They all flow, a roadmap, and there's interconnection between them. So everything is there from the scientific point of view, but also the opportunities that is open to the industry. And it's very important, I think, to put some numbers here because, scientists, they can speak very well or not, but, they can try to sell their things, but it's important to quantify somehow how this circle is providing. And I compiled some number just for the research that I've been mentioning. And so only based on these projects, there was already an input to the industry that was directly justified by our scientific participation in these projects that amounts to about 6 million euro over the last 10 years. Okay. Then just for science, we were able, because we are, and only because we are in these projects and missions, we were able to justify about 4 million euro of investment from European sources. And finally, the direct national funding for this was about 5 million euro. So this means that this is a very sustainable and even profitable business. And I hope this gives you the feeling about how this circle can work and give a very important and interesting input for the academia, for science, but also for the economy and for the industry. And I will finish here. Just thank you again for the time and on behalf of all the Planetary Systems group in the Institute. Thank you.
I don't know if you have any question from the audience, but I guess Nuno is more than welcome to answer. Don't be shy. Okay, Nuno will be around during the day, so anyone who wants can talk to him. Thank you, Nuno. It was very inspiring, and it's great to see how academia is pushing the industry and contributing to build space capabilities in Portugal. Thank you very much. Now that Nuno has told us about science, outreach, and communication, and the development of industrial capabilities in Portugal, it's time to talk about the crucial role education plays in space by providing the foundation for technological advancements and scientific understanding and preparing the next generation of space talents. To moderate the panel and introduce our next guest, I will call Tiago Roque Pérez, Satellite Communication and Navigation Officer at the Portuguese Space Agency. Tiago.
Hi, good morning. Okay, it's working. So good morning all. Thank you for joining us for the first panel of today of the New Space Atlantic Summit. We've just heard to Nuno Santos and this inspiring presentation of these very different missions that are fascinating. And this takes us to this panel indeed, because there is a common link, there is a common foundation among what we heard today so far and among what we are going to listen in the next sessions with the next speakers. And this common link, this common foundation is education. Space is a cutting-edge domain and has ambition, goals, and challenging goals. And to achieve those goals, we really need to have education. Goals as to have a global effort for space sustainability. We really need to attract talent to space. We need to push technology development. We need to generate new knowledge. We need to inspire. We need to create new ideas. And using this slide from Nuno Santos, where we have this loop, where we have science, development, in industry, education plays a key role. And this takes us to this panel where we are going to talk how education can unlock the potential of space. So I will start to invite the speakers of this panel: Marta Gonçalves from the Portuguese Space Agency, Mónica Talevi from the European Space Agency, Professor Rogério Colasso, the President of Instituto Superior Técnico, and André Oliveira, the Chief Technology Officer of Colab Mais Atlântico. Thank you for joining us on this panel. I would like to challenge each one of you to talk about the educated related activities that you have. And how do you think that these activities impact the next generation of talent, and how they can help us unlock the potential of space? So first, I suggest that I will do a roundtable about this subject, and then we'll try to have some time for some Q&A and discussion. So Marta, I will start with you. You are the Science and Education Officer at the Portuguese Space Agency. One of the goals of the Portuguese Space Agency is to promote space and promote the growth of the space ecosystem in Portugal. What activities does the agency have, and how do you think that these activities will support us to unlock the potential of space?
So, hello everyone. I have a couple of slides just to show you, rather than just talk about it, the initiatives that the Portuguese Space Agency promotes. While the slides are coming up, I can start by telling you that education is a very important pillar. It's a cornerstone of the Portuguese space strategy. As we strive to develop a sustainable space ecosystem, we believe this cannot happen without reaching out to the younger generations to promote space with them, amongst them. And so we have 3 initiatives, 2 of them already launched, and one of them that we are preparing to launch, that are specially for younger generation, for the younger students. And we can start with Zero G Portugal. This is an activity for secondary school students. We do have activities for university students, but these have different goals. So the goal with Astronaut for a Day is to bring space closer to the younger generation. You can skip to the next slide, which shows a short video. But the goal here is, we know that as children, space is very fascinating. But I think as we grow older, the complexity of space creates some distance between ourselves and space. And what we wish to do with Zero G Portugal, is to show teenagers, in this case, these activities for children between 14 years old and 18 years old, that space is much closer than we sometimes believe. So the goal here is to offer them the opportunity to enter a adapted astronaut selection process in which they have 4 phases. The first one is to submit a video and all their data, and telling us why they would like to be astronaut for a day. The second one is a online test. The third one is a physical aptitude test, and finally a final interview, from which the 30 selected students then are invited to embark in this parabolic flight. The parabolic flight is operated by Novespace, and this is an opportunity for them to experience microgravity. I think not only that, because obviously this is already a very amazing prize, let's say like this, but I think the whole process, it's a challenge. It allows them to do things they have never done before. It allows them to explore space, to understand more about it, to explore more about it. But not only that, it also allows them to connect with other students, with other youngsters that have the exact same interest as they have. So they can explore space together or also by themselves. Nuno, if you can put sound, please. This is the second year that we are making Zero G Portugal happen. Last year we had around 400 applications in the first phase. This year we had around 600 applications, so more students are getting interested as well. And I think these are the students that help, let's say, promote space the most, because these students are the ones who are going back to their schools, talking to their colleagues, and I think the initiative in their own school, in their own school districts, and within their teachers, and so on, the school community. And we saw a lot of laughter, a lot of tears as well. And it's something that's very impactful, I think, in their lives. We were able to do this because we also have valuable partnerships with Ciência Viva, Faculty of Porto, University of Porto, University of Lisbon, Portuguese Air Force, and Beja Municipality as well. Going to the next initiative, I will talk to you a little bit about the European Rocketry Challenge. Maybe you already know a little bit about it. This year, 2023, it will be its 4th edition. And because the European Rocketry Challenge is for higher education students, the goals are a bit different. So I believe that for higher education students, it's it's more important to give them the experience of at least a semi-professional environment for them to understand what it is like to work in the space, to work in the space sector, to gain skills that then will be valuable. If you can go to the next slides, to the video, please. The goal here is to encourage students to study subjects related to the STEM areas as well, but not only. These, the European Rocketry Challenge allows students to come to Portugal every October and launch a rocket that they that they designed and built themselves for a year, maybe longer, in a multidisciplinary environment. This experience allows them to understand that you cannot build a rocket, whether it's small, whether it's big, whether it's small or big, with only engineers. So they will have to build teams that obviously have the engineers, but also communication students, management students, economics, and so on. Rockets go up to 10 kilometers high. Sometimes it goes wrong, sometimes it goes right. So there's a lot of emotions as well. And I think if obviously you're all invited to come, and you would be able to see the feelings and the emotions that students go through this whole process, because it's a lot of work they put into it. This initiative allows them to understand what it's like to work in such a project, to interact with industry, to interact with academia. We have valuable sponsors that have supported us also from day one. Actually, last year we welcomed EMSA as well as our sponsor. And this is not only an opportunity for students to interact with the industry and academia, as I said before, but also to interact with each other. So different teams come from all over Europe, understand what has been done by students that have been doing this for much longer, what challenges they have, and they understand each other and they help each other strive. Finally, I would like to talk about an initiative that we have not yet launched, but we are working hard on it. It's called CubeSat Portugal. Because for EUROC, we fostered multidisciplinarity. This is still the goal with CubeSat Portugal, but this is a bit more prolonged in time, let's say like this. So this is a challenge we are preparing for higher education students that focus on both upstream with satellite infrastructure development, understanding what subsystems are important, how they can be developed, but also downstream, understanding how data from the satellites can be useful to contribute to societal challenges and its solutions. We are working hard on it, as I said, and more information is to come very soon. So I think if you follow us on our social media, you'll know more about it, to be launched still this year. To close my presentation, I would just like to tell you that naturally all these initiatives are based on space. They have space in common, but our goal goes beyond it, beyond bringing students to the space sector. Our ultimate goal is to try to contribute and foster a younger generation, a future generation that is informed, that has skills, that has knowledge, and that can contribute to the solutions of our societal challenges that we are facing and that we will increasingly face in a valuable manner. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Marta, for the presentation. I think the videos speak for themselves. We can almost feel the enthusiasm of the participants on this competition. So now let's move forward. Let's move from the Portuguese Space Agency to the European Space Agency. Monica, you are the head of STEM and the Inspiration Unit of the ESA Education Officer. So you coordinate the ESA Education activities at ESA. What activities do you have, and how do you think that the ESA activities can help us unlock the potential of space?
we also have an education program, which is, how do I... Okay, does it work? So, very quickly. Also, at the European Space Agency, we have an education program, which is a mandatory activity, so quite important and recognized in the convention. There is a convention. But lately, in the past year, let's say that we have a very nice alignment of planets by which, I mean, we all know societal challenges, the space sector is evolving, everything is changing at the speed of light. And in particular, in the space context, you all know, of course, Agenda 2025, let's say the manifesto of the agency in this moment with a couple of pillars, very important pillars, amongst which the green and digital development of things, and education has been recognized for the first time in a very explicit way in this program as an enabler. And that actually helped us to pull together the resources to exploit the maximum potential, at least try to exploit the maximum potential of the education program at ESA. This is the statement, the mission statement of our long-term vision for education, which is called Space for Education 2030. And not only this vision, I mean, the ambition is that of helping the European space sector reach its own ambitions and the ambitions of ESA, but also, as Marta said, not only so to support the evolving space sector, but also sustainable society. So this is, we really believe, and I keep repeating that education is really the primary engine of sustainable planet, not only a sustainable space sector. So echoing what Marta just said, education is also very important, and STEM education, science and technology education, very important to really grow a generation of future citizens, future decision makers, which know, are very well informed and can take the right decision at the right time. And also quoting a sentence from an OECD report of 2018, everything is changing so fast, so rapidly, that we need to prepare our young generations with skills also for the unexpected. So not only subject knowledge, but also the so-called 21st century skills, creativity, innovation, adaptability, the basic set of skills that will allow them to, face the unexpected, because we do not know exactly the size, the dimension, the nature of the challenges that will be ahead of us. So it's very important that they are equipped with this kind of skills. So the new education program, actually, with the new resources made available for us, really allow us to position us even more strongly in the education continuum, which is starting from inspiration with the education as we formally and traditionally mean it, upfront of talent acquisition and lifelong learning. So the elements of our program, of our new program, are really trying to connect the dots in this continuum. And here you see, for instance, what are the major, I'm not going to go through the words here, but the major changes in the education for the younger target groups from 3 to 18 years old, in the sense that not only we are keeping didactics, innovation of science technology at the core of what we do, but we are also expanding and going outside, also outside the formal school education system, also to non-formal education venues. So we are opening to early age education, because research is showing that the earlier you start, the better it is, even if, of course, we have urgent needs today to fulfill the needs of the space sector, but education is a long-term process. It's a long-term vision, and we need to prepare now, start preparing now, also from the youngest. But also, incredibly enough, in terms of subject knowledge for this age group, especially from the upper primary and secondary, there are a lot of disciplines and subject knowledge unexpectedly that are very much suitable for them and for their ability to process this, like entrepreneurship
and the most complicated subjects like artificial intelligence beyond the basic digital skills, just to give an example. So this is just a couple of elements of evolution for our program. And when we look at the older age group, traditionally we've been focusing on university students, and especially university students who are already attracted to sciences and technologies, especially to the space sector. But now we are going to expand, because of the incredible development of downstream space application, also to non-STEM students, for instance, but also addressing, for instance, vocational students, because also we need specialized technicians. And also here, we are finally having the resources to focus much more on the downstream application of things, of space, and paying a lot of attention to interdisciplinarity. In order to build this program of ours, Space for Education 2030, we have run almost 2-year consultations with space industry, with stakeholders, with education communities, with literature, with the European Commission, and so on and so forth. So all of this is really trying to encompass the different needs that we have intercepted in the sector, both in the space sector, in the science and technology sector, and in the education sector. In a nutshell, so this is quite populated diagram of activities. I'm not going to spend time on them, otherwise would be here for a couple of hours. But just to say that the STEM learning and inspiration for the young ones is going to be really learning and being inspired at the same time. And for the oldest one, projects, a huge portfolio of projects, from satellites, payload experimentations, but also training on every potential subject, including not only space-related subjects, but also project management, entrepreneurship, etc., etc. And also, and this is the pillar called engagement, that I would like really to draw your attention to, and perhaps we will have the chance to talk about that during the debate. It's really the engagement with the sector, with the space industry, with academia, and with the stakeholders in order to leverage education. But we'll discuss it in a moment. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much. So we cannot talk of education without talking of schools. And in Portugal, we are fortunate to have excellent higher education schools, such as Instituto Superior Técnico. Professor Rogério Colasso, the point of view of Técnico is particularly interesting here for space. Técnico was the first university in Portugal to create the aerospace engineering degree. There are many other degrees in Técnico which contribute to a multidisciplinary domain as space is. So I will ask you the same question. What is the role? What can be the role of universities to contribute to unlock the potential of space? And what can you tell us about activities that Técnico has? Monica didn't speak about an initiative called Fly Your Satellite, but I'm aware that. But I'll give the word to Rogério. But I know that Técnico has EST Nanosat, which explores this program of Visa Fly Your Satellite to give the opportunity of students to work in space. So, what can you tell us more?
Okay, thank you. Is it working? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the question. Good morning to you all. Thank you for the invitation, for being here. So, sorry, I have no presentation. I have. Sorry for that. I just have words. So, starting by your first question, indeed, Técnico was the first school that has prepared aerospace engineering degree 31 years ago. So just this morning, I have the joy of finding here one of our first students and one of our first Portuguese aerospace engineers, which is Nuno Ávila, which is over there. Nuno, by the way, was my student by that time. We were quite younger that long ago. But more important than that, the situation of the country changed a lot in these 30 years. So if we discuss the topic of discussion by that time, when aerospace engineering was created at Technical was, what is this for? Why do we need aerospace engineers? Fortunately, there was some people that have the vision that that was absolutely necessary for the country. And I will tell you why just in a couple of seconds from my point of view. But we have started with an enrollment of 35 students per year, and now we have 130 students per year. And there are now many other good offers in this area, in Porto, in Aveiro, in Minho, in Évora. Probably I'm forgetting something, but now we have 30 years after a large offer and an adequate offer for aerospace engineering graduation. So why is this important, and why have changed, what have changed in these 30 years? So if you want to play the game in a certain technological area, the first thing that you need is talent, and talent prepared for that. And so the vision that some people in Technical had 30 years ago is that Portugal, it is important for the country to play in this game, in the game of space, aircraft industry, and so we need talent. And for those who do not believe in that, now 30 years after, the answer is given. That was absolutely it was the first step, because in the value chain of a certain technological area, the first step is talent and people prepared to play with that game. So now that is only the first step. So the step that we are in which we are now, so is we have now the second part of the step. We have a quite interesting and dynamic industry and research centers, and also we are gaining now some capacity of investment in that area. And we have now to find a purpose for that. I think the government have a clear, and we should give some value in where that value is, but the government has a clear strategy for space. And I think that is an opportunity to look to that strategy and to grow the potential which is in this particular area. In pretty soon, the Portuguese part of the Atlantic Ocean will be larger than India. Maybe we are not aware of that. It will be more than 100 times larger than the continental part of Portugal. How can we monitorize that? How can we value the resources that are in that area of the planet? How can we sustain the fact that Portugal has the largest part of an ocean in the world? I think the space strategy, the aircraft strategy will be a chain point for Portugal in that area and in other areas. I have maybe I'm mentoring in my colleague's part, but so this is my first and initial intervention. So the first step in the value chain of any technological area is talent and preparation. And I think not only technical, but the academia in Portugal now, in what concerns to space and to aircraft industry, has that pretty well gathered and is making its part of the effort to prepare the country to answer to these new challenges. So this is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So one takeaway is that indeed we need to have a vision and we need to prepare in the mid and the long term so that we have the talent when we need. So going around the speakers, I will move from space agency and then academy to the link with industry. So because in the end, the knowledge and the expertise that are developed, they need to be put into use to generate value. So, Andrea, you have an extensive background on the aerospace industry. Currently, you are splitting time between Mais Atlantic Collab and SEA, and you dedicate your time to space projects. What can you share with us about how we can use education to unlock the potential of space? And picking the words of Professor Rogério Colasso, how can you use space, for instance, to explore the Atlantic? What are we doing, for instance, on this aspect? What can you tell us?
Sorry. So, don't know if the slides are coming or not, but anyway, my idea for today was to speak a little bit about the challenges and how, in my view, only an integrated approach to education, running from the younger generations up to seasoned professionals, is the best way to ensure that we have talent for the coming years and for the coming challenges. And indeed, we live a very interesting time in space. So while the slides are coming, I would like to cover first the challenges. In my view, we have one point which is a very important point, which is in the past, space might be seen as a multidisciplinary field, mostly in the engineering and sciences domains. But it has been clear over the years that it is indeed an interdisciplinary field where you can involve, where you need to involve a large number of disciplines, including not only sciences, not only engineering, all of the engineering fields, but also economics, law, social sciences, etc. As commercial space becomes more prominent in society, these fields start to be absorbed and start to become more important. One of the other challenges is forecasting the actual skills that we need today and that we will need in 20 years. With the discussions ongoing on future space stations and production of proteins in space and on-orbit servicing and the return to the moon, we will definitely need different skills than we need today to perform all of the space-related activities. Not only forecasting the skills for the future, but also how do we reskill and upskill existing space professionals. And this is part of an ongoing discussion in Europe with the EU Pact for Skills, which is being implemented. Another topic very relevant is demographics, economics, and geopolitics. And I'll give you just one example. We just heard that we have an extraordinary set of higher education entities here in Portugal. But if we educate Portuguese engineers in public universities for them to move to other European countries or out of Europe to perform their professional careers, aren't we just subsidizing European industry and non-European industry? So that kind of gives you a sense of what we're trying to deal with, what we need to deal with in the coming years. And of course, raising interest in attractiveness. And this is not just playing to the aspirations of the younger generations, but also ensuring that we're able to provide a meaningful and rewarding career paths for both young professionals and the people who are already in the sector. So what can we do about it? And I'll speak a little bit about the instruments that we've been using, in particular the ones I know best at the Collab Plus Atlantic and in SAIA. Through, as I mentioned earlier, I think we need an integrated approach covering everyone from young age to existing professionals on the market. And so outreach and literacy programs are especially important. And in particular in Plus Atlantic, we have Massarico project, which targets elementary and middle school children, looking mostly at the ocean and how space as well as in situ data can be used to predict and to monitor coastal phenomena. And we're also part of the Copernicus Relays as a Copernicus champion that promotes and organizes training events related to the use of Copernicus data. Also advanced training, and in particular here at, I'll speak about two programs that we have at SAIA. One is Steamers. It's an immersive experience for 8th graders and 9th graders, where we embed them in the SAIA working environment for a full week. We give them a challenge, usually related to sustainability. We explain them how, for example, Earth observation can be used to improve quality of life. And we try to get them involved and try to create ideas that they can bring back to the school community to work on as a project. And then another initiative is Sustainable Living Innovators, SLI, where we target high school seniors as well as university freshmen. And here we involve also already a leadership component, and we try to provide them with a specific challenge that they have to come up with a solution already at the prototype stage. Today, this year's edition will start in July, and the topic is precisely space. So it's a very interesting program that we're trying to run this year. On-the-job training, thesis, internships. We do all of these at both Plus Atlantic and SAIA, always trying to support our ongoing activities in the domain of space, as well as capacity building projects, where I can give a few examples. Magal and Aeros, these are projects that involve both Plus Atlantic, SAIA, and other academic and industrial entities here in Portugal. One is funded through the UT Austin Portuguese program, the other one through the MIT Portuguese program. They're both focused on design of CubeSat missions for ocean applications. One is altimetry, Magal. The other, Aeros, is focusing on multispectral and hyperspectral analysis of the ocean. And we're currently going through the AIV stage of the CubeSat, which will be launched hopefully by the end of this year, and we'll have a period of operations next year. And of course, New Space Portugal, the agenda, which is, I think, the largest space program ever in Portugal, and I believe people will give more details afterwards. And to close, so what does the future hold? And I think here is important to ensure that we give the right messages to young professionals in industry. Space is impactful. It is both a means and an end. A means when we use Earth observation, positioning to provide, or communications to support decision making, but also an end when we look at space exploration and going beyond our planet. It enables us to understand the past, monitor the present, and forecast the future. It influences the lives of everyone daily and directly, and it is fundamental for the future of the planet. And there is a sense of urgency, as I believe someone mentioned already, that the planet is not okay and we need to do something about it, and space can play a crucial role in this. Space is also challenging, and this has to be transmitted to especially young generations, but in a positive way. It is interdisciplinary. It has something for everyone, regardless of your background. There is always some challenge, some problem that needs to be addressed. So regardless of whether we have a scientific background, an engineering background, economics, law, social sciences, there's always work to do in the field of space. And regardless of your personality, you always can find something that provides you some rewards, whether it's the end result or the process to get to the solutions that will answer the questions we have in space. It requires intuition, purpose, and pragmatism. And so now is a superb opportunity to get involved, whether people are young professionals thinking what to do with their future, whether they're seasoned professionals already on the field or professionals that have worked in the past and are thinking of coming back to space. If we look at the current context, space stations, constellations, decreasing launch costs, the largest space program in Portugal, the increasing interest from investors and VC, this is a perfect timing to get into space. And we have a duty to keep this momentum rolling, because we also have to provide the outlet for the talent that we're developing to continue working in the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. I remember then when preparing this presentation, you mentioned that the time probably will be short to discuss all the subjects, and you are right, we are almost running out of time. So I'll just put one question to all of you, and I will ask you to try to be as brief as possible. So we are two space agencies which have the target to promote space, to inspire, to attract people that will in the future will be the new pool of talent. We are about universities that in the end need to teach this talent, to build expertise. And then we see the other aspect, let's say on the industry side, that requires this pool of talent to implement in the end, the ambition programs that are defined in space. So the question is, how can we link all these initiatives? How can we leverage all of them? What are your thoughts? And I have a combo question for Isa. In Portugal, there are two initiatives that have, let's say, a higher visibility here. One is Build Your Satellite, and the other one is ScanSat. If you can tell us something about the future of ScanSat, it will be also be interesting. So perhaps I will ask you, Monica, to go first.
I would like to say something first. Okay, so before I didn't enter into leveraging, I mean, I a little bit showed the context in which we operate, and there is really very large portfolio projects, including CANSAT, including CubeSat for different age groups, and we believe very much in all these things. I just would like to address first the question of leveraging. I mean, what can we do to leverage? Of course, I mean, this is an action that is really multifaceted. There are many axes along which we need to operate. There is not one single answer. It has to really be the convergence of many actions towards the same objective. One aspect that I would like to mention is, for our sector to be attractive, I think we need not to forget that we need to provide a vision for this generation. This generation requires a vision. And this vision has to be a sustainable vision. This is really something that the new generation is asking very much. So we have to be dreaming, provide a strong vision, and think about a sustainable future. So, and this is the responsibility really of the sector. Now, the responsibility of education to help this process, to bring this talent, to attract these talents. There are, again, several ways. There is the education community that we are supporting that has to do innovative education. Okay, so I'm not entering into the details of this. So there is a role for the education of community that we support. There is also a very important role, and that's what I would like to stress today, given the audience of today, of the space sector itself. So not only the space sector stakeholders, but also industry and academia, because the role modeling, the mentorship, the transfer of the knowledge from directly where the knowledge is generated, the sector, the real practice, the real application of science into the young generation which is learning with a direct link is extremely important. So we are in every project we do, including CubeSat and CanSat. Now that you are mentioning, we try to bring really the contact between the students, the learners, and the professionals to bridge this gap, to close this gap. And space industry, space academia can really help us in many ways. We are now devising a little bit more structured mechanism for industry to be involved through mentorship, through transfer of knowledge, through sponsorship, through internships. We know it's not an easy thing to solve, but we really need to work much more on that, because every time we saw a direct link between the professionals and the learners, that's the maximum effect we can have. So that's, let's say, to answer the question about leveraging. As far as CubeSat and CanSat, so these projects are not only remaining, but they are expanding. As far as CubeSat, which in our case is targeted to university students, between the traditional scheme, we are now adding also new schemes of courses, summer schools, testing campaigns, also for those students who are not ready to design and launch and operate a satellite, which was the traditional audience that we had targeted until now, but now we are injecting many intermediate steps. And as far as CanSat is concerned, the CanSat project is certainly remaining, and it's a flagship project of ours at national level, and now we are devising the future at international level. So we are rethinking if there is a scheme perhaps more successful or not. We need to see to run CanSat at international level.
Okay, thank you, Monica. I don't know if Professor Rogério can you try to be very brief, Marta.
I will not repeat with what Monica said, which with obviously I agree, but I would just say that I think it is a joint effort, right? And everyone has its role. I think on our side, and especially talking on a national level, what we try to do is to use initiatives such as Zero G and EUROC as a hook. And this is an easy hook, right? Talking about astronauts, talking about launching rockets. So I think usually people are attracted to it. And what we do is to try and attract them with it, and then motivate them to explore space, show them what opportunities it can offer. In these initiatives, we always try to promote the link between industry, academia, and the students and the younger generation. Obviously, many of them, especially about Europe, they already come from universities, and I think on a national level, it's been very successful. In 2020, we had 0 Portuguese teams applying and participating. In 2021, we had the first Portuguese team participating. Last year, we had 2 teams accepted, only 1 launched, and actually the team from Technic won second place overall in the competition. And this year, we had more Portuguese teams applying, 2 participating. So if we give the students the opportunity, they will accept the challenge, and they will try their best to participate. And they will use this opportunity to interact with as many entities as possible. And then I think on the other side, on the industry side, we need more companies willing to accept students, to give them opportunities for theses, for on-the-job training, and to allow them to give their first steps within these companies. I think this is very important.
Just very briefly, let me just try to give another point of view. I think the question of attracting talent for aerospace engineering is not the most important one. And why am I saying that? Because aerospace engineering here in Portugal and in Technico, which was the first, but now we have more offers in that field. And I think this scenario is similar, has no problem of attracting young people, talented. Because just to see in the last 4 years in Technico, the minimum GPA of access to aerospace engineering was higher than 19. That means that a student with 19 to enroll to the aerospace engineering technique did not enter. So we have the aerospace engineering has this ability to, by a number of factors, I don't have time to give it to you now, but it has this enormous capacity of attracting the best young talent in STEM areas. So a different question is that, at least in Portugal, because we are a small open economy, the only thing that we cannot do is waste talent. And this is the biggest challenge. So we have now, each year, we are making, I would say, more than 200 aerospace engineerings, gifted, talented, and well prepared. So we have, all of us have the responsibility to give the purpose to that people, because they can contribute to the economy of the country, to the development of the country, and so on. So if we waste talent, we are not fulfilling our role and our duty. So this is the retain, and do not waste, because by waste, I don't mean to go to another countries. I think that sometimes it can be useful. That is just wasting, because if I have a well-turned aerospace engineering specialized in space and he is working in, I don't know, in the electronics industry, maybe I'm wasting his talent. So it's a different way of seeing that. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
So I'd like just to reinforce the previous comments. I think it's an effort that everybody has to do together: agencies, academia, industry, and I think it's kind of a chicken and egg problem. We need talent, but talent has to have a purpose, a vision, and an outlet. And so while we need to train the professionals of tomorrow, we also need to ensure that we still have the programs, projects, and the work for them to do when they get to the market. So I think it's a joint effort, integrated effort from everyone.
Thank you very much. So the takeaway is we require vision and a joint effort, and education, of course, is an important link on this loop. So we are very late of time. Thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you for the audience, and sorry for delaying the coffee break. So we'll finish here. Thank you very much.
I had a very pretty phrase prepared to end up this panel, but I think that's what Andrea said summates it very well. So I just want you now to invite to have a coffee break, something to eat, and we'll be back here at 11. Welcome back, everyone. I will kindly ask you to sit so we can go ahead. Once we have already 10 minutes of delay. So I will start to apologize to our next keynote speaker for the delay, and proceed to introduce him. He will present a multifaceted approach to space sustainability. With an extensive experience in multilateral space diplomacy, space policy formulation, and space regulation, Peter Martinez also has a vast experience in capacity building in space science and technology. The executive director of the Secure World Foundation, which promotes cooperative solutions for space sustainability and the peaceful uses of outer space. And it's my great privilege to call to the stand Dr. Martinez. Welcome.
Thank you for the kind introduction. It's a great pleasure for me to be here at this event, the 6th Atlantic Space Summit. I've been following this series of conferences with great interest and delighted to be able to join you today. So I was asked to speak about space sustainability and the multifaceted approach towards this. And I would like to begin by saying that the term space sustainability has only recently come into general use within the last 10 years or so. I remember in the first days when I started chairing the LTS process in UN Corpus, that was still not a very widely used term. And indeed, the genesis of the concept of space sustainability parallels the development of the environmental movement of the 1960s and 1970s that began with concerns over environmental pollution, which gradually gave rise to a much broader concept of sustainable development that is now encapsulated in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In a similar manner, what is now broadly understood to encompass space sustainability began largely with a concern about the degradation of the Earth's orbital environment through the proliferation of orbital debris. Deeper reflection subsequently revealed that space debris is really symptomatic of a broader set of issues that we now collectively describe as space sustainability. So space sustainability really is a multifaceted challenge that touches on technical, operational, governance, diplomatic, security, finance, and insurance aspects of space activities. And therefore, we need to have a multifaceted approach that addresses all of these dimensions. So the theme of this 6th New Atlantic Space Summit is a global effort for space sustainability. And this emphasis on global is both important and timely. And I think that we can all appreciate that there are now many nations with sovereign interests in space and that we have to accommodate these interests in an equitable and sustainable fashion, both from a geopolitical as well as an operational perspective in orbit. So there are three principal trends that one can identify. Firstly, it is the increasing congestion of outer space by active satellites. There are currently almost 8,000 active satellites, and this number is increasing exponentially. We expect to see tens of thousands of more satellites within the coming decade. The second trend is the worrying proliferation of space debris, which continues to rise. And if I may quote some numbers from the European Space Agency's debris website, there are currently some 36,500 objects larger than about the size of a coffee cup, which are large enough to be consistently tracked and cataloged, but a far larger number in the hundreds of thousands of objects smaller than that from less than 10 centimeters down to 1 centimeter and even smaller. And these objects pose a collision risk to operational spacecraft and human spaceflight. And because they're not cataloged, their orbits cannot be predicted, and so therefore there are statistical collision risk. The third trend is the the contestation of orbital and other space resources by both state and non-state actors alike. As we know, there are now many new state actors and non-state actors, and they all come with very diverse capabilities and motivations. Many of these new space actors come from other domains, for example, IT, and they may not be aware that they're entering a strategic and fragile domain. And of course, also we see an increasing military presence in space, and with this, militaries taking steps to protect their assets in space and developing counter-space capabilities that can disrupt, degrade, or deny the space capabilities of an adversary. Among these military developments, the testing of anti-satellite capabilities, and I mean specifically kinetic testing, can generate very large amounts of long-lived debris, and I will have more to say about this later. So what do we have in place to deal with these trends? Well, we have the existing international treaty framework that was developed in the 1960s when states were the dominant actors, and the treaty obligations under that framework are domesticated by national space laws. This framework is supplemented by a number of non-binding UN General Assembly resolutions, principles, guidelines, etc. But the situation is evolving rapidly, and this body of hard law and soft law needs to be augmented to address new contexts and situations in space. And so we see a lot of work in the UN system on developing norms and guidelines for sustainability, norms for responsible behavior, and so on. And outside of the UN bodies, we also see the development of standards, which are largely led by the private sector. So what are the measures that should be adopted to support space sustainability? Well, firstly, I think we should begin by universalizing and implementing the existing treaties and principles. There are countries that are launching objects into space that have not yet ratified the Outer Space Treaty or the Registration or Liability Conventions. And so we should aim to universalize the ratification and implementation of these treaties. Likewise, we should work towards implementing the consensus instruments that are the result of years of very hard work and consensus building in the United Nations system. Particularly here, I'm referring to the guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, of which I had the pleasure to be the chairperson of that process. And I should say that Portugal had an important role in the development of these guidelines as being a co-chair of one of the 4 expert groups which focused on sustainable space utilization supporting sustainable development on Earth. And this was chaired by Professor Filipe Duarte Santos from 2011 to 2013. And so the Portuguese contribution is really embedded in those 21 guidelines. Those guidelines comprise a collection of internationally agreed measures for ensuring the long-term sustainability of outer space activities and for enhancing the safety of space operations. They address the policy, regulatory, operational, scientific, technical, and international cooperation aspects of space activities. They're relevant to both governmental and non-governmental entities and to all kinds of space activities and all phases of space activities. But let me be clear, these guidelines are, if you like, minimum standards for the responsible conduct of space activities. But if all countries were to implement these standards, then I think that would be a huge step forward in the right direction. Secondly, we should consider the near-Earth orbits and spectrum as limited natural resources that have to be used efficiently and equitably and rationally. And there has been for a long time a recognition of this when it comes to frequencies, but with the use of orbits, that has taken a longer time for people to realize that. And we have gotten into a kind of first come, first served mode of use. But this mode of using orbits encourages a kind of a rush to grab available orbital resources, and secondly, it creates a dangerous asymmetry where those who are excluded may consider that they have nothing to lose by disrupting the space systems and activities of others. So, under this general rubric of rational and efficient use of orbits, we should include the need to develop a system for space traffic management. Now, there have been many discussions about this, and they're still ongoing, and I certainly don't have the time to review all of those here, but I just want to make 2 points. Firstly, is to remember the numbers I mentioned earlier on in my talk about the debris population in space. And so when we talk about space traffic management, we can only actively manage the trajectories of a very small fraction of the total number of objects up there. Secondly, the second point I want to make is that space traffic management we will need to improve operator-to-operator coordination, because with the growing congestion in outer space, more satellites will start to use autonomous collision avoidance systems. And this means that at any given moment in the future, hundreds, if not thousands, of satellites may be changing their orbits, and we will need to improve our data sharing and develop common traffic rules that are known and followed by all operators alike, so that we avoid disconnects between different autonomous collision avoidance systems. Third, we should assess the impact of space systems over their entire life cycle. So from launch through operations through post-mission disposal. With launch, of course, we have to consider that with the increased pace of launch, there may be effects on the atmosphere due to all particulates released into the upper atmosphere. People are beginning to do studies about this that I think that in the past the conclusion has been that yes, in principle there was an effect, but it was negligible. We may be moving out of that regime now. In the operations side of things, especially in LEO, we can expect to see an increased risk of collision due to the greater congestion. And also remember that the mass and size of objects being put into orbit are increasing, and so that means potentially greater debris mass and also greater collisional cross-sections. Then, of course, we have the light pollution and radio frequency interference issues. For example, the astronomers have been, the astronomical observations have been interfered but with the bright trails of many of the satellites launched into space recently. And then, of course, finally, there are risks associated with atmospheric re-entry as well. Pretty soon, we will be depositing more metals into the atmosphere than the natural flux from outer space if we continue launching satellites at the pace envisaged by some of these very large constellations. Fourth, we need to move away from a disposable culture in space towards a circular space economy. Right now on space, as on Earth, we deal with waste after it's been created, and we're literally throwing away resources that, such as precious metals, minerals, and other materials that have been put up into space. And according to ESA estimates, there are more than 10,000 tons of material up there. And we need to start thinking of this orbital debris as perhaps a resource that can be utilized for a circular space economy. Fifth, we should design space systems for resiliency from natural space weather and meteors, as well as from anthropogenic hazards. And here I mean, of course, debris, but also things such as cyber attacks. Then I think we also need to use market access rules to shape behavior. Regulations should have an underlying role of promoting safety, security, and sustainability of orbital activities. And we should develop regulations that constrain risk and ensure continued access to space for all. There should also be regulatory and insurance incentives that encourage all actors to play their part. And this can be done in the context of these free market access rules, because what we want to do is to avoid the so-called free rider problem, where those who have the technical and operational means to avoid things like collisions find themselves carrying the burden of doing that, while other actors stand back and are happy to let others bear that burden. We also need to figure out how to allocate how to quantify and allocate orbital capacity rationally and equitably. This means that we need to find ways of quantifying the total aggregate capacity and how much of it is being used. And we need to become super efficient at using that capacity and releasing that capacity when it is no longer used. We also need to think of ways of strengthening and harmonizing space governance so that we can avoid problems such as fragmented or divergent governance, which leads to regulation shopping and chain of custody issues. One particular challenge for coordination relates to the need for better coordination between the spectrum regulators and the launch and operations regulators. The issuing of radio licenses for space systems comprising thousands of satellites has implications for space operations. And traditionally, and I'm speaking with knowledge of having been a former regulator myself, the radio regulation side of the house and the operations and launch regulators have not really coordinated very well with each other. And I think it's time that we start doing a much better job of that. Another aspect that will have to be addressed is the Article 6 obligations for continuing supervision. By this, of course, I'm referring to Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty, which refers to states being responsible for the authorization and continuing supervision of the space activities under their jurisdiction. And traditionally, regulators have placed a lot of emphasis on the pre-launch licensing and approvals, but rather less emphasis on the post-launch operational and post-mission demise or post-mission disposal. And I think that in future, with a much higher rate of launch into space, this will become significant, and that regulators will have to build national capacity for this. We also have to promote responsible investment in space activities. As we all know, there is a lot of money being invested in commercial space activities, which is great because it's helping to expand the sector. But the investment decisions that are being made by investment analysts in places like Wall Street are not necessarily informed by a deep knowledge of space as a fragile and strategic domain. And to underscore this point, I picked up this morning a book that was just recently released on the new space economy, and it does not mention the word space sustainability even once in this book of over 200 pages. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done to raise awareness of this. The traditional venture capital approach of funding 10 companies knowing that 9 will fail, but the one that succeeds makes up for the others. This may be very profitable in Silicon Valley, but from a space sustainability point of view, I believe it's a very dangerous approach. And I'm pleased to see that we have a session on space economy and investment in space later in this, in this afternoon's program. Lastly, we should refrain from deliberate actions that degrade the space environment for all. One such entirely avoidable action is the conduct of debris-generating anti-satellite weapons tests in orbit. Last year, the UN General Assembly adopted Resolution 7741, which calls for states to commit themselves not to conduct such tests in orbit. This resolution was passed by a very large majority of 155 states who voted in favor of it. To date, 13 countries have made the commitment envisaged in this resolution. And of these, I should add that only one state actually has that capability. The other 12 do not have and do not plan to ever acquire this capability, but they believe that this is an important international norm that they should support. In this regard, we were pleased to note that Portugal was among the countries that voted in favor of Resolution 7741, and we believe that Portugal could play a special leadership role among the Lusophone countries to promote this emerging international norm by making the commitments envisaged in that General Assembly resolution. In closing, I would like to mention that Secure World Foundation will be holding our Summit for Space Sustainability in New York on the 13th and 14th of June. The summit will bring together the UN diplomatic community in New York, the commercial space sector, the finance and insurance sectors to discuss the different facets of space sustainability. And we're delighted that Mr. Hugo Costa, executive board member of the Portuguese Space Agency, will participate in the discussion on why space sustainability matters and the impact on our global future. Portugal has a prominent and celebrated place in the history of global exploration. Several of the iconic voyages of discovery in the 15th and 16th century left not far from where we are gathered here today. And today we're now in a new golden age of space exploration that is bringing the benefits of space to people on Earth. But we have to do this in a manner that is sustainable because we understand that the Earth's near space environment is a limited natural resource that must be used rationally and equitably for the benefit of all nations. Portugal, I'm pleased to note, is in the top 20 countries in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and it's becoming a strong voice globally for space sustainability, and this conference is a demonstration of that commitment. We look forward to working with the Portugal Space Agency and the government of Portugal to take the ideals and principles of sustainable development in space forward as we collectively explore and open up the space frontier for the benefit of all humanity. Once again, thank you for the invitation to participate in this summit, and I wish you all very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez. Unfortunately, as we are slightly delayed, we won't have time for question. And we'll proceed to our next panel, Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities, to which will be moderated by Hugo André Costa, Director of the Portuguese Space Agency. Welcome.
So good morning, everyone. And thank you very much, Peter, for your kind words to us, and also for the very broad perspective that you brought to us on what is still missing in terms of space activities. We launch rockets, we build satellites, and most of the times we forget about all of this setting that we need to have in place with all our organizations, governments, companies, and all to ensure that space works in a sustainable manner. Just before introducing the speakers or our panelists today, a little bit of overview why we have this panel. In 2021, the Secretary General of United Nations was requested by the member states to have a vision or recommendations for the future. This was written in a report, the Our Common Agenda, and within the Our Common Agenda report, that for first time space was introduced in one of the objectives, one of the main goals. And I will read this short sentence here from the report, that's considering could be given a multi-stakeholder dialogue on outer space as part of the Summit of the Future, bringing together governments and other leading space actors. And one of the principles that should be discussed would be the future governance of outer space activities. For this reason, the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs established a role or a roadmap to have different meetings towards the Summit of the Future. And the Summit of the Future will be a meeting in September next year, where the member states of United Nations will sit and discuss the future of United Nations. And space is going to be one of the tracks that we'll have in these discussions. And so the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs is going to have different meetings or different conferences. And Portugal will host and organize in 1 year from now exactly one of the conferences that will be management and sustainability of outer space affairs. So somehow today we kick off the activities that we want to have in the year to come towards this goal, and therefore we have planned this panel today with your United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, UNOSA. Unfortunately, Tanya could not join us because COVID is still around us, and she just sent an email late Monday before catching her flight that she was feeling really ill, so she could not join us, unfortunately. But we have also Kayuv Shorgul, President of the International Institute of Space Law, and I will ask kindly if Kayuv, you can join us on the podium. So Kayuv is the president of International Space Law and the Institute of Space Law, the Global Association of Space Lawyers in Governance agencies, industry, and parties from more than 50 countries. From 2014 to 2016, he served as chair of the legal subcommittee of the United Nations Committee of Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, and currently he works as special advisor for political affairs in the European Space Agency. Thank you, Uwe. And we also like to introduce Daniel Smith, the founder of strategic space marketing from Astro Agency and founding director of the Space Scotland, a collaboration between industry, government, and academia. So thank you very much. And now I will join you in
Yes, thank you very much, Hugo, for this kind introduction and also for the invitation to this sixth summit. Indeed, as Peter, I have been following the evolution of these summits from the very beginning, actually participating together with your minister at that time in the very first in the Azores. So I'm very much impressed about this series of activities, in particular because it's also shaping a certain character and mission of what Portugal in space means, and this also transcending to other countries, taking leadership, and as you indicated now, taking leadership also in the UN system. This is really impressive, and so we, now speaking from the perspective of ESA, we are very glad to have such an active, visionary, and really successful member state in Portugal, taking the flag for these very important issues. But today I'm speaking on behalf of the International Institute of Space Law. And I should take 1 minute at least to introduce the institute, which was created more than 60 years ago. And we have members from almost 50 countries on all continents. Of course, we also have members in Portugal. We also have an institutional member in Portugal, the law firm VDA. Which was very active in drafting the Portuguese space law, which is also a model of a successful approach and an approach which also provides ideas for the future. And I will come back to that when discussing the need for national space legislation. But in fact, we are, as IISL, truly the main global platform for space lawyers in academic, government, industry, as well as in practice. And we continuously extend, as you can read here on that informative slide, our activities and formats, in particular through colloquia at the International Astronautical Congress, where we have 7 sessions usually be organized, activities and symposia, colloquia around the world with USA, with China, but in particular also together with ECSL, the European Center of Space Law, at the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space Legal Subcommittee for the, let's say, education of the delegation. So something very important, which acknowledges also the role of IISL as the leader in the field of non-governmental space law development and space law analysis. And we are very proud that we can take actually this role. Now, we also, and this adds to the former panel, we are of course extremely interested in the next generation. This is why we have a lot of activities related to education and also to activities around the younger people interested in space law. We have young scholarship sessions and symposia, but what we actually do have as something really special is a moot court competition, and you see it on the top left. One of those sessions, a moot court session where we usually have for the world finals, because we have first selections in world regions, and they then come to meet in world finals at the IACs, where we have 3 sitting judges from the International Court of Justice, every time being the judges of these moot courts. And you can believe me, this is an experience for the young people to stand and to argue in front of the highest judges on earth, them asking also sometimes very, very uneasy questions. So this is something where we are super happy and super proud of. You see here also a few of our activities illustrated, and I would like to point at the bottom right. When you go to our website, you will find a statement by Matthias Maurer, the ESA astronaut, who was the first astronaut on board of the space station, providing greetings to the space law community. So he made a 2-minute video on the need for regulating and for developing space law, also from a perspective of an astronaut. I can only invite you to have a look at that, because this is really something special, and it's authentic, and this is why we are also extremely happy about that. Now, to our point, 3 charts I would like to present in view of the topic of our debate. The first is systematic. Lawyers tend to be systematic, and it's useful to have a frame when we discuss, to understand what we can do, in which direction we can do it. So we have legal and regulatory efforts for sustainability on 2 levels, on the international level and on the national level. And this is really distinct. And we have it in 2 dimensions. We have governmental and we have non-governmental. And we have 2 depths, which is we have binding law and regulation, and we have non-binding soft law in particular, but also arrangements amongst actors. Now, this can add up to an architecture of law and regulation. And we have 2 fields and also 2 organizations where it works actually very well, which is the ITU with frequency management and orbital slot allocation. And we have the ICAO, Civil Aviation Organization, for air traffic in particular, and the aeronautics field in general. And this is what we are missing. We don't have a real architecture for law and regulation for space. And this becomes more and more evident that this is a lack and that we need something like that. And this is why we, the space lawyers, are continuously working on establishing at least the buildings and the architecture for that. And everybody who is involved in that and who is interested in that is, of course, called upon to come with ideas and to make this building, this architecture for space stronger and useful and really dedicated to the needs of the actors. And this is what I would like to talk about now. There are a number of concrete efforts, in particular in the field of efficient management and implementing sustainability. I put down just those because they are relevant for our discussions and also relevant for what you will be then introducing in the UN context as well. And they are, of course, reflecting what Peter said in his presentation about sustainability and long-term sustainability as developed in the UN Corpus frame. So the first is we don't have binding debris mitigation. You now may say, but it's nice and everybody accepts that we have these guidelines from 2010. But this cannot be enough. We have to have really binding provisions, and this is then where also in the future potentially enforceability could be developed and actually be present. Then we have to conceptualize, because we do not even have an idea, a shared idea about that, how debris removal has to be seen from the legal and the regulatory perspective. A very touchy and difficult point, because it also relates to military elements and dual use components. We have to see that long-term sustainability is implemented. What we have has to be implemented, and I will come to that, how and where this has to take place, and where we need some additional push. And then we have space traffic management, also mentioned by Peter, where we have ideas, where we have also studies from the International Academy of Astronautics, where we have also the first approaches in the US in particular, but now also in Europe with the communication on STM. But we really need to conceptualize it for the international level, and then scale it down on what the national level has to do. And we have the unilateral, so far only unilateral moratoria on ASAT tests, and they should be extended, and they should also become more binding. And we have a last point, and this is very important, because we turn then also to industry. We have best practices, which also immediately implicates that this is not binding international law. We have best practices by non-governmental actors, so industry and operators. Space Data Association is one, but also the World Economic Forum is trying to come up with a platform for these non-governmental actors, and they also have to be made part of the future architecture. Now, don't forget that we have international regulation, but it has to be translated in the end, because it's not directly applicable in the states, in the state parties to the agreements and to the treaties. And this has to be done through laws, national space laws. I mentioned the Portuguese one of only a few years ago. In Europe, by the way, less than half of ESA and EU member states have national authorization laws. So we have to see that. Now, these authorization laws have to do one thing, it's authorization, and the second thing, and Peter also mentioned that this is not yet really developed. It has to continuously supervise space activities, and this will then be very relevant when it comes to space traffic management, because then you will need continuous supervision of the operators of your respective state. And we have produced, and I also invite you to have a look at that, an IISL statement. We rarely do that on exactly that topic, where we are also a little bit more open and more clear with regard to the necessities than the member states of UN Corpus in their diplomatic language can go about. Now, last chart, issues and challenges. And this is very important. I think here are the takeaways from my presentation, which are also relevant, not only for you, but also for our discussion. And I start off with sustainability, which of course has the goal of making space activities in general sustainable, but which also has to foresee that sustainability has to be reached in a level playing field of all actors, in particular those who want to succeed commercially. So coordination and harmonization is necessary. Avoidance of license shopping, or as we know it from the high seas, flags of convenience should not and cannot be allowed. But this is then also the task of the single member states to accept that and to really coordinate and harmonize their national legislations. Secondly, sustainability has not only to be achieved in Earth orbit, but also for exploration. and for resource management, which might be upcoming on the moon, on asteroids, and so on. And this has to be done through multilateral mechanisms and in the end also binding universal arrangements. It cannot simply be done by arrangements between this and that country, which does not constitute then international law if it's in the form of accords. But these can certainly be very important inputs to a multilateral debate leading exactly to that point as mentioned here. Third point, exploration and exploitation in accordance with existing binding law has to take into account that space is and still has to be, and hopefully also in the future will be characterized as a global common. And this is not only a nice etiquette. A global common has specific characteristics and specific, how shall I put it, principles which are comprising the status of it. It's the high seas and the deep seabed, it is Antarctica and it's outer space. And the principles, the key principles are freedom of use, but at the same time, non-appropriation. And for those of you who follow the debate on mining, you will immediately hear the point of creating property rights on resources. This would kill the character of outer space as a global common. It might be good for some, for the first comers, for the strong, but it will be a disaster for the system as a whole. And my plea is, think of that. Think of the global commons and think of expanding the global commons more on Earth than reducing their character and kind of attacking it where it is in existence. We need more of the global commons in everything we are doing in the situation we are on Earth than to say, no, it's better for business to do away with the non-appropriation and the res communis clause. Last point, and this is the context again in view and on the level of the member states. States have to assume their responsibilities on the international level when they participate in COPUOS and develop these norms there, but also and even more so on the national level. When we now deplore that mega constellations are bad because there is debris and there is the problem that they crossing the plane gets more and more difficult, that human space flight is endangered, that we have light pollution, all this is known and hasn't been looked at and has been ignored in the authorization processes which preceded that. And this is something where we all have to, first of all, tell the regulators to look at that, have also industry being aware of that. And when we create national space legislation, take care of that and act then according to the principles we want to see as being sustainable, and not simply in the very first instance say, okay, there is some business, let them do, but then we are in a real problem. And this is mega constellations, it's the environment and environmental impact of launches, and you can add a number of other issues there. It is the responsibility of the states, and this responsibility has to be guided by not only the question of maintaining or the call to maintain outer space as a global common, but also to use it in a sustainable manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Heiko. Daniel, I invite you to come to the stage, please. And, well,
Can you hear me now? Okay, good. So yeah, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Smith, and I'm here today to provide an industry perspective on space sustainability. So first of all, that's a real privilege. So thank you to the Portuguese Space Agency for that opportunity. I've started 4 space companies since 2017, but my main focus is on Astro Agency that I'll talk about in just a second. I'm also a director of Space Scotland, which is an industry-led voluntary body representing 80 different companies in Scotland. And so obviously I'm on some other committees and different groups. I'm sure many of us are as well. But I'll just provide a little bit of background, first of all, on Astro Agency. But before doing so, just to say that when I think about space sustainability, I think about in orbit, absolutely, but I also think about on Earth as well. So that will come up quite a lot in this discussion, I'm sure. Just to provide background on Astro Agency then. So we've worked with over 50 companies in the space sector since we set it up in 2019. And there's a clear thread running through a lot of the work that we do, and that is sustainability. Whether it's directly sustainability, so companies like Astroscale or ClearSpace that we work with, where sustainability is their core business model, or indirectly with some of the satellite manufacturers that we work with, or indeed the Earth observation companies using satellite data to support life on Earth. So sustainability is something that's always there. We work with governments too, so we've finished projects recently with the Australian government, the Swiss government. We do a lot with the UK Space Agency at the moment around space sustainability specifically. So we're part of their ADR mission, their flagship UKSA ADR mission, active debris removal mission, which is to take place in 2026. So Astro Agency are one of 10 companies that are part of that mission. We also support them under comms. So they've got a number of different work streams at the Space Agency in the UK on sustainability, and we're working with them to communicate that at conferences just like this. But I think the real reason I'm here today is to provide a case study on Scotland, which is where Astro Agency are headquartered. So why am I going to talk about Scotland? Well, Scotland is known to a certain degree for big space missions, for research, James Webb, etc. But there's a bit of a quiet success story in Scotland. In the new space sector, we have over 130 different space companies. It's a real priority for governments, and it's something both UK and Scottish government get behind, which gives us a lot of leverage and a lot of support. And there's a bit of an end-to-end ecosystem too. So we've got the satellite manufacturers. There's more small satellites built in Glasgow than anywhere in the world outside of the US. Then the data side, Edinburgh is positioning itself as the space data capital of Europe. And in the middle of that, of course, we've got launch, joining everything together. So 5 developing spaceports in Scotland and several small launch vehicles, 2 indigenous ones in Skyrora and Orbex, and then the likes of RFA and Lockheed Martin, High Impulse and others that are moving to Scotland. But something that we noticed early on speaking to these companies was the amount of work being done around space sustainability. So the launch companies are working on eco-friendly fuels, and the satellite companies are looking at how they can manufacture materials that will have less of an impact when they burn up in orbit. And of course, there's all the Earth observation companies too, 29 in Edinburgh alone, Earth observation companies. So there was already quite a lot going on in Scotland around space sustainability, but it was missing, how do we harness that? It was missing a bit of a framework around it to drive it forward, so it could become a bit of a USP for the country, so that little Scotland could perhaps lead in an area of space. So it was a great opportunity for us to lead by example and to try and pull all of this together, obviously in line with broader net zero goals. So before you do something like this, you first of all need to get buy-in from industry. You need to know that the companies in your country or in your cluster are really are keen to get involved. How high do they prioritize space sustainability? Do they worry about funding? Do they worry about timelines? Do they worry about what their customers might think? So the first thing we did is we ran an initiative to try and test out the theory. Could we lead on space sustainability by example anyway? And what would industry say? How will industry respond to this? So I'll not talk too much about these challenges that we did. I can cover it later, happy to do so. But as brief as I can possibly be, it was essentially a situation where we pulled together all the space companies in Scotland, and then we asked anybody outside of the sector, so different industries, government, academia, schools, we asked everybody to set challenges, environmental challenges for the space sector to solve. And then we brought these companies together and we worked with some of the people in the slide. You'll recognize Maura Bajaj, who was here last year, Andrea Vina from the European Space Agency, but also representatives outside the sector. So environmental groups. It was very important to us to speak to environmental groups early on to make friends with our biggest critics, essentially. and also other sectors too. So we spoke with the whisky industry. We were advised by the environmental group to speak to the whisky industry. And being Scottish, of course, we spoke to the whisky industry. And there was a lot to learn from these other sectors, and that they had been through sustainability journeys themselves. They turned their reputation around from being seen as polluters to now being seen as real poster childs for sustainability. So what could we as an industry learn from those other sectors? And we had a great few months working on this. It ended with this event online where we had the ESA DG and we had the First Minister of Scotland open it for us. And it really, what came out of all of it was that we need some kind of strategy to focus on space sustainability. Now, around the same time, around a year maybe earlier, we'd launched the Scottish Space Strategy. So like Portugal, we have our own space strategy that I'd launched out in Dubai, and we'd made sure that sustainability was a key part of that, one of the key 3 pillars. And of course, there's the UK space strategy as well, which we were keen to align to. And in that UK space strategy, sustainability is also a theme. So we thought, let's not produce another strategy. The last thing we really need is more and more strategies and more charters and more action plans. We need action. We need to turn all the words into something. So Astra Agency was commissioned by the Scottish Government and working with Space Scotland's Environmental Task Force to create a roadmap of work packages. Work packages because there was work to be done. And so that was the plan. It was launched in November last year, and it basically covers 3 themes. You can download it. There's a QR code there. I'm happy to share the roadmap with you after. It's all open and available to see. That was very much the plan here, to share it with everyone that we could. One theme is around leadership and collaboration, so being able to show and share information and our learnings with other countries that are looking to do the same thing. We've got an in-orbit theme, which I'm sure isn't a surprise considering the topics today. And indeed an environmental and net zero theme as well, which is first of all looking at how can we reduce the environmental impact on Earth from things like launch or our supply chains in the sector, but also looking at how to protect the satellites that are monitoring the environment and supporting things like ESG every day. So what next? So the roadmap was launched, as I mentioned, in November last year. So in the 6 months since then, we have 11 work packages. 1 is already complete, so we're not hanging around here. 8 work packages are already in process. And just to reiterate, this is all voluntary, so it's an industry group, 130 companies, different companies put in their time, put people in to try and move these work packages forward so that we can turn those words into action. And obviously the roadmap covers the different economic, the technical challenges, the political challenges, funding challenges, etc., that are part of this journey, but we felt better to put it all down and work on it than just talk about it. So significant progress has been made. We are a small country, but that gives us a lot of advantages in that everybody knows everybody really in the sector in Scotland, and we can work together more quickly. We can pull together very, very quickly on opportunities and priorities and challenges. So small country, but certainly a big opportunity. And I really believe that the new space economy can be shaped by new space players. And the fact that, there's a marketing guy here from Space Scotland with you guys in Portugal, the Portuguese Space Agency, I think it's symbolic of that final point, which I really hope to be the case. So yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. So we have the capability of stretching time. So instead of finishing at 12, we'll finish a little bit later. So we can take the opportunity to discuss a bit on what we have heard until now. And one thing I didn't mention before is that later on this month, the United Nations Secretary General Office will release a policy brief on the 3 main areas United Nations would like to discuss on space. So while we are waiting for that briefing, this is one of the reasons why we invited industry, also decision makers and policy makers as Cayuve. And keeping with you, Daniel, for those, this is the report that was written, and is the one that we are talking about here today from a roadmap for Scotland on space sustainability. And taking to the view that what wants to be achieved at UN level, also at member states level, when a nation is planning the space sector to focus on the leadership on sustainability, based on your experience, where do you begin, and who are the primary stakeholders that you had to engage with, and how can we link these national roadmaps or strategies into a worldwide or more connected world. How do you see this, Daniel?
See if I can work this one. Can you hear me? Yeah, so I guess if you first have to start with speaking to industry. I mean, the policy does come from the agencies and from organizations like the UN, which can provide the direction. But I think ultimately here, industry provides the rate of change. And I think that in something like sustainability, it's not should we be more sustainable in our space sector, it's we have to be, or the space economy is just not going to happen, right? So it's about how fast can we go. And I think that by engaging with industry, that enables things to go a lot more fast, a lot quicker. So yeah, a lot will fall to industry in terms of the innovation that's going to happen, in terms of their ability to mobilize, pull together, speak to one another, and then provide clear guidance or clear feedback to government. So that discussion is so key. You know, if you just have government agencies coming up with a policy but not liaising and engaging with industry, then there'll be significant gaps. So very important to include industry in those conversations. And I don't just mean the primes of today, I mean the primes of tomorrow. So I think you need to speak to the SMEs and the startup companies too. So as wide a stakeholder group as possible on space. In Scotland, it's SME driven, 130 companies. We don't really have a prime, so it's all small companies. But often that's where the innovation is happening and where the fast change can happen. I think you also need to speak to environmental groups if you're thinking about sustainability on the ground. I think that's a really useful thing to do. Other sectors, it's worth bringing in to those conversations as well. I mentioned our experience with the whisky sector, for example, but finding other industries that have been through similar journeys can provide a lot of input. But ultimately, it's also about collaboration and speaking to different nations, which I think, you know, is clearly what you're looking to do here today, and share learnings. You know, when we created the roadmap, we didn't say this is ours and we're going to work on it on our own. You know, you can't unilaterally change space to make it more sustainable. It has to be a joint effort. So a lot of stakeholders involved there. But I think the key point is that connection between the higher level decisions and the people who are at the coalface out there on the ground doing the work.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned collaboration, and space is a lot about collaboration between companies, countries. And when we look to the future and the fact that we are going back to the moon, we have the Moon Treaty, which somehow is the framework on how to explore the moon and how we all go to the moon together. But recently, we have seen the the Artemis Accords. When you are in a UN level or framework, sometimes it's very hard to have open discussions, but here is not the case. So, Kayuve, taking into consideration that we are going back to the moon, the United Nations mentioned the fact that we need to look into the space governance. How can the Artemis Accords with the Moon Agreement and all this going back to the moon come together, and how can we see this governance, for example, for the for lunar governance?
Important and legitimate question indeed. May I ask you, since Portugal has signed and ratified space agreements only recently, a few years ago, why didn't you also sign and ratify the Moon Agreement? Is there any reason for that?
If I'm not wrong, Carolina, we did it very recently. But we open the floor now to Carolina, our legal officer, who is the one responsible for our legal affairs, please.
Thank you very much. Well, actually, when we have ratified the last two instruments, that was the registration convention and the liability one, it's because they were needed in order to complete the international governance that we needed to incorporate into our national legal system when we had done the national space law. We have considered about the Moon Agreement, but looking at the international panorama, by that time, the Artemis Accords were already at least an idea. And as you know, the Moon Agreement is the least ratified international instrument. So we thought we can give it a try, see how the trend was going, how the developments were going, how the international governance of the moon was going, and to keep the pace at a more later stage in order to really come up with what the international community was going to be structuring regarding the moon. Thank you.
Very much, Carolina.
Well, the Artemis Accords cannot replace international binding law. Everybody knows that. They are an arrangement amongst like-minded countries. They are excellent in providing an idea of how to implement international obligations in exploration. And this purpose is very well fulfilled and provides a number of very good ideas and very good approaches of how that can work. There are two issues which should catch our attention. The one is that they claim property rights for space resources, which is not covered by Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty, where non-appropriation is claimed. And secondly, it introduces a system of security zones, which is something which might conflict, which can be useful, of course, but which might conflict with the freedom of use. So you can make a security or safety zone 10 meters, but you can also, when you land on an asteroid, say, well, this whole asteroid is a security or safety zone. So very touchy. Now, the Moon Agreement, and I come to your question now. Everybody says, oh, yeah, it's an agreement which was set up at the times of North-South conflict. It is something dirigist. Only a few have signed and ratified it, so we also don't touch it. And it prevents states and actors from resource mining. And that's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. The Moon Agreement has been established exactly for the purpose to provide a framework for the mining of resources. But there is one single point which is not really in favor of the first come, first served mentality, and the winner takes it all, and the strong plants his flag and then goes ahead. And this is that the Moon Agreement requires that all those who have signed and ratified it, so the state parties, shall sit together and then arrange a regime on how this will be done and how the benefits will be shared. Nobody says in the agreement, nothing says that this has to be like this or that. So it's completely open. But those who are thinking, well, we are the first, they of course don't want to take any risk. So I always say, give this agreement a chance, because nothing is wrong with that. To the contrary, it is opening the door to an organized, well-organized mining. And then the elements which are contained in the Artemis Accords can be also elements in the implementation for that. And then one last point. This is an opportunity for countries who are now signing and ratifying the Moon Agreement. I sometimes tell those, what would happen if then the state parties to the agreement, which is now around 20, if they would say, okay, we make now a state assembly of the parties, and we set out this regime, which would then be the only legitimate regime setting out the rules for space mining. Just think of that. These 20 could make the only legitimate rules. And then I can assure you, all the other countries will join because they also want to be part of that movement. And then nobody will talk about the Artemis Accords anymore, but then this will be the standard. But okay, this is not really realistic. We now have the Artemis Accords as a very important first step. They will be presented to multilateral discussions, and then it will develop. But only think of the other option and think of this option as being in line with the character of outer space as a limited natural resource and as a global common.
Thank you very much, Kayuve. Now, we only have 30 seconds, and but because we have here a lot of Portuguese industry, I want to make this question to you, Daniel. This report was written on a voluntary basis, and it's bottom-up from the industry to policymakers. What advice would you give to our Portuguese space industry in 30 seconds on how to build up this?
Well, just quickly to say that Portugal you're in a good place already. You know, you've made sustainability a core goal for what you're doing. So I think, you know, having events like this, you're sharing knowledge and you're really putting yourself out there, which is really important to talk to people on what we're doing. I think getting a baseline idea of what your companies are doing, first of all, is really important because you'll find some surprises. Your baseline will be higher than you expected. And then running initiatives to see what that interest is, perhaps bringing them together as an industry body so that they can communicate more effectively with the agency, more coherently. But ultimately, it comes back to that bilateral side of things, speaking to other countries, sharing the knowledge on what you guys are doing, and then working together to push for regulation that has more teeth, because I think that's what we're missing in this sector on sustainability. We're missing that deterrent, a true deterrent. So that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much to our panelists. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to continue, and I'll just invite Hermine to invite the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Sorry for the short time for discussion, but our next guest is waiting for us in the United States. He could not refuse our invitation, but could not join us in Lisbon. Mr. Rajiv Suri is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Inmarsat and Chair of the Global Satellite Operator Association, and is increasingly concerned with the sustainability of space operations, an accent we must all preserve, as we already hear. To talk about 4 tenets to shape urgent action on space sustainability, please welcome Mr. Rajiv Suri.
Good afternoon. I hope you can see me and hear me. Well, good afternoon, and thank you to the Portuguese Space Agency for inviting me to give the keynote speech for the 6th edition of the new Space Atlantic Summit. And please accept my apologies for not being able to be with you in person. I'm traveling in the US at the moment. I would have liked to have joined you at the European Maritime Safety Agency, the EMSA premises. Over the years, there's been a great deal of engagement between Inmarsat's maritime experts and the teams at EMSA. We are part of the same maritime community and work to the same ends of a more safe and secure European maritime cluster. As you are all aware, EMSA is dependent on satellite data from a whole web of space systems. These range from Earth observation through to secure communications traffic carried over Inmarsat's network, such as vessel monitoring system information, which supports fisheries conservation, long-range identification and tracking, which promotes maritime security, and GMDSS, which is absolutely central to maritime safety. We must not downplay the real-world impacts of these satellite-enabled services. At Inmarsat, we often cite that our safety of life service saves on average 6 lives every single day across the globe. This is something we're proud of. It's key to our purpose, and it's crucial for everyone who works at Inmarsat. I know many of you attending the summit, working in the maritime safety field, will be able to relate to this sense of purpose. Given the role of this summit, I cannot think of a more relevant location for this conference. EMSA is dependent on space data to deliver its critical service for the benefit of Europe and all seafarers who operate here. But the space operating domain is now more hazardous than ever before, and crucially, that increases the risk profile around the space-based services on which we all rely. It would be irresponsible of me not to call out that we are I believe, at a crisis point regarding space sustainability, which requires immediate and decisive action. Every year that we fail to act increases the costs of future action and makes it more technically difficult to deliver an effective cleanup strategy. As an operator of satellites, we have worked hard through the Space Data Association and other bodies to promote orderly and sustainable use of the geostationary orbit. Work has been hard, diplomacy has been patient, but so far we have managed to secure our objective. We at Inmarsat do not take the operating environment for granted. We never have, but I'm concerned that we are now entering a system-wide emergency with LEO orbits particularly vulnerable, and we no longer have the luxury of patient action. A year ago at the Secure World Foundation's London Summit, I announced Inmarsat's report on space sustainability policy options, and I'm pleased to say that there has been progress since then. The ITU has mobilized, more countries have signed on to the ASAT test ban. In Davos this year, Joseph Aspaker, Director General of ESA, announced his ambition to establish a zero debris policy by 2030. The FCC adopted its 5-year rule. In Europe, the competition launch announcement was accompanied by robust sustainability criteria when IRIS2 was announced. And the UK government has announced a plan for space sustainability. But, I welcome these moves. I do think that they are insufficient, though. Also in the last year, in January, LEO Labs identified a near miss between two spacecraft, no longer in use, which saw the two objects come within around 10 meters of each other. In April, a Sentinel satellite, which data I presume is used by EMSA, maneuvered away from debris. In October, the International Space Station, one of the few remaining sites where the West and Russia cooperate, had to similarly act. There are many other similar incidents, but I want to draw your attention to work undertaken by Professor Hugh Lewis at the University of Southampton. In April, he released data from March, which found that month alone, Starlink satellites likely performed more collision avoidance maneuvers than they did in the entire first 2.5 years of Starlink deployment. Based on statistical models produced by ESA's Space Debris Office, it is estimated that there are 36,500 objects larger than 10 centimeter, 1 million objects between 1 to 10 centimeter, and an extraordinary 130 million objects between 1 millimeter to 1 centimeter. These tiny objects could be anything from paint flecks from rockets or small fragments created from in-orbit impacts. But traveling faster than a bullet, they can still cause an incredible amount of damage to something else in orbit. These numbers and the risks to incumbent services will only increase as tens of thousands of satellites are launched into orbit over the coming years, many as part of so-called mega constellations in low Earth orbit. Thus far, we have been lucky, but we would be foolish to rely on luck to keep the space commons open for sustainable use. We urgently need to align to a shared understanding of the problem and agree on principles of action. I submit to you 4 interlocking tenets which frame my understanding of the space sustainability problem. 1, space is finite. The constraints of physics, our need to be able to utilize radio spectrum with interference managed, and the location of our user community restricts our user space to a finite number of orbits. So we have this, aggregate orbital capacity. Usable space is discrete and can become congested more easily than you would assume by simply looking at the raw volume available. Satellites are fast moving, require a predictable spectrum environment, need to work as part of a constellation, and need to take account of the existing and proliferating debris fields. These all introduce substantial constraints on where we can operate and how. So this moves me to my next tenet. 2, we need to understand capacity. The capacity in space needs to be subject to scientific consensus and be described in a transparent and objective way. Agreement on separation distances between spacecraft and conceptions of risk tolerance need to be arrived at and employed during constellation design and operation. The present arrangement, where operators act largely in isolation, will result in poor use of the finite space resource. As Richard Linares et al. At MIT argued in a 2021 paper, He said that if no policy measure is defined or norm emerges for the LEO STM slotting problem, the resultant distribution of the space in LEO will be highly suboptimal, clearly benefiting the first operator to launch a significant number of satellites at a given altitude. Which brings me to the next tenet. We need to look in aggregate. Clearly, space exploitation is a system-wide issue. There are multiple dependencies between operators, governments, and users. Vantage from a single or small number of operators will lead the system as a whole to underperform. Fewer space actors will be able to make use of space. Those that will operate with unnecessary constraints forced upon them, and risk can end up concentrated if not properly managed. So it is unacceptable and indefensible for uncoordinated activity to proceed on a laissez-faire basis, which then brings me to my final tenet, equitable solutions. Equity has always been a cornerstone value of the global space regime, and Inmarsat is an example of that. An intergovernmental organization that was set up 43 years ago to provide safety services on a non-discriminatory basis. We need to maintain the principle of equity and give it meaning in the modern space age. Considerations include how can existing space users, such as the radio astronomy community, continue to enjoy access to space in the presence of mega constellations? How can we maximize use of space for all those able and keen in a way which preserves the domain for the future? Is it a winner takes all, first come, first served space commons that we want? What is the fate of emerging space nations? How do they think about occupying orbits? Equity considerations can also reach beyond the boundary of space into the atmosphere. Space environmentalism asks questions about the effect of industrializing the deorbiting of spacecraft and what that does to the precipitous chemical balance in the upper atmosphere. The precautionary principle assists decision-making in the face of a lack of scientific certainty. It has been invoked to enable environmental preservation where the risks of unfettered action are high, the ability to deal with the fallout low, and where the balance of benefits and costs argues in favor of a pause. I think that the state of the space commons meets this standard, and we should agree how to act with caution now so that we can go faster and further later. Equity is the final of my 4 tenets. We need to make gains on each. We need to acknowledge that space is finite and move to an urgent scientific consensus on orbital capacity parameters. We need to create abilities to deal with space in the aggregate as a system, and we need to keep equity considerations front of mind. So how do we move from here? The UN and ITU process is important, and it will progress according to the timetables of these bodies and with the consensus of member states. It is time for a like-minded grouping of countries established at the highest political level, which would commit collectively to shared principles, to shared regulations and coordinating mechanisms for safe space operations and orbital development. This could be achieved by countries such as the UK, US, and those in the EU coming together to agree a baseline understanding of the issues and set out basic standards. The collective influence of such a grouping would create a powerful precedent for new entrants to space and those that wish to do business with us. As a private company, I know that when my revenue base is under threat, my shareholders and I take notice. And so I think market access rights are within the sole autonomous gift of countries to make available. Linking market access to sustainable and responsible behavior in space is a go faster measure, which is also one of the most effective. Of course, withholding rights should not be done lightly, and it is not a substitute for a global regime which can give full meaning to equity considerations. Objective, transparent criteria should always apply, but right now I do not see another way to give a clear signal that unsustainable actions will have real-world consequences. As the CEO of a satellite communications company, space sustainability is an existential issue for my industry. Taking immediate action is not only the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do to protect considerable global investment in R&D and infrastructure and to assure that we can continue to operate and provide valuable services well into the future. Likewise, the stakes for governments are extremely high. The global economy is dependent on satellite-enabled applications now taken for granted as part of our daily lives, whether for safe transit, banking, or complex logistics. So I submit to you that 2023 is the make or break year for our future as a spacefaring community. Governments and regulators need to take urgent action and demand that operators maintain an open, predictable, and sustainable space commons. I understand that the next panel will focus on the use of Earth observations contributions to common resource management. And as this demonstrates, we are dependent on space systems for our way of life. The stakes have never been higher, and the time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Suri, for your contribution to the discussion, and we hope to see you in Lisbon in the near future. Now we have food for thoughts. We invite you to feed the body. We'll go back to the terrace for lunch, and we hope to see you here again at 2:00. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I would kindly ask you all to sit so we can start the afternoon panels. Welcome back. We are now going to start our third panel with a discussion on how Earth observation can contribute to the management of shared resources, which aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. On this matter, we hope you had the chance to visit the exhibition Space for Our Planet, which is on display near Estação Sul-Sueste, and which is promoted, among others, by the Portuguese Space Agency. To moderate the next panel on how satellites can help us improve environment monitoring and achieve sustainable socio-economic goals, I call Carolina Sá, Earth Observation Officer from the Portuguese Space Agency. Welcome, Carolina.
Thank you, Herminia. Thank you all. We know this is a tricky time after lunch, but let's hope everyone had a nice coffee. So now we are looking at the Earth. So using space to preserve our planet. I was discussing with the astronomers in the room. There is not such a Earth very close by to us, so we should preserve this planet. And we will mainly focus in this session on the ocean, as the name of this conference is the Atlantic Summit. So, and I would like to invite to the floor, to the panel, to join me, Lindart Bal, the EMSA Head of Department Safety, Security and Surveillance. Thank you. Michela Corvino, ESA EO Security Applications Engineer. And Leonardo Azevedo, professor at IST and coordinator of a SMART project, the winner of the AI Moonshot Challenge. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much to join us. I would just start so that everyone also knows you a bit better and your institutions and what you are doing in terms of Earth observation towards the sustainability of our planet or the management of the resources. I would ask you, each of you, if you could give a short presentation on your institutions and objectives. So we may start with our host. Yeah, you can use the pulpit. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm waiting for my slides to come up. Yes, well, good afternoon to all, and thank you very much for being here. And as my colleague Pedro said this morning, welcome very much to EMSA, the European Maritime Safety Agency, and we are very happy to host you here today. My task this afternoon is to tell you more about the Earth observation activities that we do at EMSA, and I think that the panel was very much about resource management. So I also wanted to give a number of examples what we do in terms of resource management. I will skip this slide. So here at EMSA, we more or less have 4 activities based on Earth observation. We have our Clean CNET service since 2007, which is an oil spill detection service helping member states to detect illegal charges in their waters. And that we do already for a very long time. It's one of our oldest satellite-based services that we offer. As EMSA, we always offer, let's say, government-to-government support with our services. The second one is a bit more recent, is the Copernicus service, part of the security services, concentrating on maritime surveillance. Then we are, let's say, the main supplier for Frontex, for border control, for all their acquisitions overseas, which we are supporting them with a huge program, giving them all the satellite images that they need for their activities. And we have extended our service in the field of emergencies. More and more member states have to deal with emergencies at sea, for which they also want to use satellite images to find, for example, or to support search and rescue, or a particular spill or a particular security incident at sea. So those are, let's say, 4 services that we are running here in parallel at EMSA, for which we use a number of satellite images, so missions, mainly synthetic aperture radar, so the classical SAR satellites that you see here listed on the left bottom. Also a number of optical, depending on the type of request that we receive. Then we have a number of service providers that will help us to give the same service to everywhere in Europe. Because with one ground station, we cannot give the same service to everybody in Europe. So we need to have in different places around the European seas, having ground stations to really be very quick. We all operate in quasi-real time. What does that mean, quasi-real time? It means that the information should be fast reaching the end user. So for SAR satellites, we have a deadline in our contract for 20 minutes. So after the satellite overpass, the satellite image needs to be downloaded, to be processed, being correlated, for example, with vessel information, reaching the end user in 20 minutes. And for optical, that is 30 minutes. So as these are operational services, and people need to react fast because there's human activity at sea. So either we need to save people, and sometimes for law enforcement, we need to apprehend people. So you need to have the information fast. So also all our services are also designed in that way, that we are able to offer the services in that way. Just to give you an idea about the magnitude, this is the map of the world. Of course, we are not choosing the images. It is our users, so the member states that are asking us to provide them with particular satellite images. And then you see along the 4 services that I just introduced where the images have been taken. Logically, very much around Europe, but also, for example, elsewhere in the world, when there are overseas territories of member states, or for example, the Gulf of Guinea, when there are anti-piracy operations ongoing that we are also supporting with our satellite images, or for any search and rescue case, wherever it's taking place. So we are quite a big consumer. So we use more or less a bit more than 16,000 satellite images per year to provide to all our users around Europe, so all the EU member states and also the other EU agencies. Looking at resource management, one obvious one is looking at oil and gas installations. Oil installations normally also produce wastewater. And very well with synthetic aperture radar, you can monitor the wastewaters that is being produced by oil platforms. So if you want to do resource management, also this type of satellite image can help you very well in monitoring the activity of oil platforms in your EEZ, for example. Of course, that is very much the origin of EMSA. We're looking at ships, vessels that are polluting. This is an exercise with the Portuguese Navy. I think for the Portuguese people under us, you can recognize, I think, the hydrographic vessel of the Portuguese Navy on the image. It's an optical image that we are also using to test our satellite capacity and we are supporting real cases, but also exercises when it comes to pollution response. Talking about our effect, so we are spending, of course, over the years quite a lot of budget into satellite images, but does it really help? For Clean CNET, yes, it does. So if you look at the number of illegal discharges detected in European waters, we see very much a downward trend until 2015. Thereafter, it goes up again. It is not because there are more spills, no, because of the satellites improved in quality. So as of 2015, we are able to detect smaller spills in European waters. So that, let's say, has destroyed a bit our statistics, because then, of course, if you see smaller spills, then your statistics go up again. And then you see again the deterrent effect going down again. So we can really measure the effect. And we get also that feedback also from ship owners, that they know that they're being watched sailing in European waters. So in that sense, it really helps to keep the seas around Europe cleaner, because there is somebody watching over them, and they know if they are being caught, they can get an administrative fine or can even be taken to court if it's being proven that they are the cause of the spillage. And we have a few court cases where also our satellite images have been used as proof in court to really demonstrate that the ship was polluting, for example, in territorial waters or a particular substance that was not allowed. So it really has an effect, and also it works now. It is an established service, people know about it, and that also helps. I always compare it with the speed camera next to the road. If you know that there's a speed camera, you normally behave better than when there's no speed camera. And the Clean CNET has the same effect on the ship owners. Also emergencies, I took again a Portuguese example. In 2019, there was the Felicity Ace going down close to the Azores. And there we also helped the Portuguese authorities to monitor the oil spill coming from the vessel, which again is an example of resource management, how we can keep the seas clean, and we can help to at least understand the magnitude of pollution that's being caused by a particular accident in this case. My last slide is again about resource management. It's about fishery control. Here it's not so easy to see. This is not a parachute jumping out of an airplane. This is a ship towing a fish cage. So even also for fishery control activities, you can follow fishing activities also with satellite images, seeing if the fishing vessels are in the right area, so not in the area where they are not allowed to fish, or to see the type of activity that they do. So these are a number of examples where you see that also with satellite products, you can do resource management at sea, and this can certainly also be developed over time. This was just to give you a short flavor, and then I will hand back to you. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that we can continue to discuss this in our session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is very interesting, and we see it in a perspective of an operational institution, operational point of view. Now we would go to ESA. Michela, can you give us the view of ESA and the development of new applications? Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Thanks for inviting me today. Okay, so I don't know if the presentation is ready. I would like to give a very short overview about our activities, but also starting with what we are doing in my department, which is in ESRI, the data application one, and also which are also my activities there. Grazie. So, the data application division within ESRIN, within the science, climate and application departments, is responsible for implementing a program that has been recently approved by our member states, which is the Future EU Segment 2 Block 4. So, this builds on several pillars. The first one is the science, who is responsible to foster Earth science system, to provide inputs for the new missions, but also to foster open science and also outreach. Then we have the application side that is responsible to develop new application, in particular to support in international policy. The digital innovation element, which is responsible for providing the environment to exploit data and services. And I'm within the enterprise section, which is responsible for developing new capabilities within our member states' industries. Then we have cross-cutting elements, which are the Sentinel users preparation, which is a framework to discuss and to prepare for the new generation of Sentinel, and also the Foresight, that is the element that is responsible to bring new disruptive digital technologies in support to our EO services. And then we have a cross-cutting element for which I'm responsible as technical officer, which is the open call for which address all of these elements mentioned before, and that is a framework to rapidly respond to new opportunities. So, of course, when we talk today about Earth observation to support common resource management, of course, it's proven that Earth observation can support a very wide range of activity, the climate action, of course, the policy relevant to the European Green Deal, but of course, the marine and fisheries resources, the agriculture, the weather forecasting, the application relevant to air pollution, and also all of them contribute to foster industrial innovation. There is an important framework that is relevant to the support of Earth observation to reach the objectives set by the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development, and of course the rule of Earth observation on SDG. As we know, the SDG, their foundation is based on statistical official statistics, but is proven that statistical offices are not enough to identify and to monitor the target set by the SDGs, and so the Earth observation, of course, is providing support by means of data that are considered global, because of course Earth observation can give the opportunity to monitor a phenomena on a wide range, but also that are trusted by national frameworks and that are also interoperable. Of course, all this framework is built on an ecosystem, so we cooperate with the international framework like GEO and GEOS, but of course with the UN agencies that are the custodian agencies for the SDG, and also with the national statistic offices, which are responsible to collect the data at national level, but also then to implement the policy to reach the targets. We have very wide range of activities in this framework that are set up in different ways. Just to mention a few of them, for example, EO is used for wetland monitoring, for forest resource management, for air quality, water quality management, but also, for example, there are specific program and application for agricultural resources monitoring like rice. Just to give an example of product, this is the World Serial Program, who is providing an open source tool and resources to map different serials at global scale at 10 meters resolution. And this is a product that is implemented, is a project that is implemented with FAO, and of course contributes to application relevant to food security. Of course, the common resource management, an important aspect is to rely on international cooperation. And in this framework, I would like to mention one of our international cooperation, which is the Global Development Assistance, which is an activity, a framework in which we cooperate with international financing institutions for the mainstream of Earth observation data and services within the support to international financing institution remote supervision operations. As you can see, we have several topics are addressed and are relevant to global and interconnected issues. For example, the disaster management, the climate resilience, the marine environment and blue economy, the agriculture, the water resources, and the clean energy. And I would like to mention in particular one activity that I'm following that is the topic relevant to fragility, conflict and security, which is relevant to the support to the IFI with the provision of Earth observation and open source data to support their strategy in FCAS and fragile countries. Just to make an example, we have, for example, the service that is relevant to land grabbing in conflicted areas, which is making use of several information layers, for example, anomalies, thermal anomalies, or population density layers, information from open source, from military installation, and so on. But it's also using the product that I was mentioning before, so the World Serial one about the land cover and land changes information to derive integrated information about land grabbing and changes, which can support international financing institutions with the transition, with support of fragile states in the transition phase and post-conflict assessment. So just to mention that a project that can be seen in terms of food security then has also additional application in the wide framework of security. Again, about security, I would like to mention also a program that has been recently approved. This is a multidisciplinary and also multi-domain activity which is involving several departments within directorate within ESA. We in ESRIN are responsible for the Earth observation part, and so this is a multidisciplinary framework to support, to provide integrated support for crisis management and emergency response. And again, just to close with some example, this is from one past activity, the YOLO activity that is still ongoing and is implemented by GMB Portugal, who now is working to support a national law enforcement authority with services based on Earth observation. And this was an activity which was performed in Galicia and implemented by them, and it was about the detection, the use of Sentinel data for the detection of a clear cut and to support analysis of illegal timber extraction and trafficking. And as another small example, this is another activity implemented by a Portuguese SME, which is called Cybel. They are supporting this. They have developed an index based on Sentinel-2 and Landsat data that is relevant to support to mining companies with compliance on environmental requirements. And this is an example on a mine in Portugal that has been provided by them. And they are also working to support other kind of compliance also in terms of, for example, maritime activities. And of course, today we are here with the Atlantic Forum, so it's important also to mention the Atlantic, one of our regional initiatives that is the Atlantic one, which is providing support in particular for maritime activity, for example, the coastal erosion, the water quality, and so the marine ecosystem, let's say that. So this is a short overview from our side. Of course, I will be happy to listen to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michela. It's very interesting to see the efforts for the uptake of Earth observation for the reporting of the indicators of the FDGs and the collaboration with CEOs and GEO. Now let's go to a very practical example. And this Leonardo is representing the SMART project, which is was the winner of the AI Moonshot Challenge. So that intended to answer to the global problem of plastic. So let's hear from Leonardo. Thank you.
Like this, right? Okay. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you all for being here. So I'm going to do a very, very brief presentation. And thanks for the invitation first. So I'm going to share a little bit of some preliminary results of our research project. So it's a purely academic, if you want, research project where we are trying basically to develop a numerical tool that is able to predict the space-time evolution of marine litter with a focus on plastic debris in the ocean. Okay, so it was a challenge proposed by Portugal Space and other entities here in Portugal, and we joined together a consortium of different institutions at national and international level, and we are now halfway through the project. So it's a 2 years project, and I just want to. I'm here to share a little bit of our experience, and then I'll be very happy to discuss anything that you may want afterwards. So that's the name of the project is called SMART, and basically it's organized in 4 main groups of tasks, okay, in work packages. So the first one, which is on your top left corner, it's basically a work package related to automatic classification of satellite images. In this specific case, we are using Sentinel images to detect debris accumulations, timber, plastics, natural accumulations of foams, and so on and so forth. You deploying deep learning classification algorithms. Okay, so we are just developing the architectures and then testing them in different scenarios, and I have some results to show you. And then work package 2, it's basically on physical oceanography and on the modeling of very high spatial resolution of ocean models or coastal models in our case study, which is the North Atlantic Sea and in the Portuguese margin, or in the Portuguese margin. And then all these the classified objects and the physical model will couple together in a new spatial temporal modeling tool that will be a deep learning physics guide kind of architecture to predict the location of the accumulations that are identified in work package 1, to predict their location in space and time based on physical model, but without running the physics model, which are models that are very computational expensive and very difficult to tune and to parameterize. So basically, we want to predict the future evolution of the plastic in the ocean, but also to understand what are the origins and the sources from the inland into the oceans. And then work package. So this would be the circle that you have in the center of the image. And then on the bottom, you have a step on validation that we are counting with the Naval Office, which is also a partner of the consortium, and also the validation, in situ validation with robots that will have specific missions to validate certain locations in the ocean based on the predictions that we are doing on work package 3. So this is the main idea of the project. This is the consortium. So I'm from Técnico. I'm a professor at Técnico on geophysics. So normally I'm used to look beneath our feet, and now I'm just looking at the sea surface, which is fine as well. But we are basically dealing with everything related with the development of spatial data science and deep learning. Then we have the physical oceanographers from University of Aveiro, the Naval Office. On the right top corner, you have the Faculty of Engineering from the University of Porto, and then we have a partnership with the MIT, which will help us as well with the development of the physics guided tool and the deep learning methods. So this is kind of a brief overview of the project. Going into the preliminary results, I'm not going to bother you with the technical specifications. I will be very happy to share them with you afterwards. But basically what you have on the screen is an image, a Sentinel-2 image on 2 targets that were deployed specifically in the ocean. One of the targets is made of timber and the other one of plastic. So it's in Gulf of Gera in Greece. And well, they were deployed specifically to be detected by the sensor and to be used as a benchmark for these kind of methodologies. And what you have on the bottom right figure on the slide is our classification. So we are classifying basically the plastic accumulation as pink, the driftwood or the timber as brown, and then the pixels where we have a mixed response on the spectral domain. We are classifying them as uncertain. Okay, we believe that classifying things as uncertain is very important when we want to make a very informed decision making to account for the costs and so on and so forth. So this is just a sneak peek of our results. We're also putting a lot of effort on modeling the ocean models and calibrating them in terms of temperature and salinity in 3 dimensions with the buoys from the naval office. So this is something that is still ongoing, or we are about to finish it in the next couple of months. And these two that I showed you will be the input for the automatic spatial temporal model system. But what we already also have for validation, and this is something that we are very happy to share with you, is a mobile application that you can download for now only on Google Play, but we are finishing or polishing the app for the Apple Store, that you can download, you can register, you can use it offline, and then you can pin locations and where you identify a litter on the sea. Okay, and then our objective is to, well, we are already working with Ocean Scan project from ESA, and we hope to contribute to these global databases and creating reliable data to the development of these kind of tools that will promote the sustainable use of our ocean and to protect our fragile environment. And that's all that I have to share with you today. And I'm very happy to answer any question that you may have. And thank you.
Thank you, Leonardo. So we have about 10 minutes for questions, and I would like already to invite the floor. If you have any questions or would like to interact with our panelists, please just raise your hand and someone will take you the microphone, okay? So if you have questions, just go ahead. For now, I would just challenge our panelists just to discuss a bit on the current challenges and limitations of technology. So as in an operational perspective, in a research implementation, what do you feel? Do you feel that the tools that are already available, satellite-wise, are already enough? Are they suited for what you need, or are there specific needs and technology that you would require at this point? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and I would like to combine my comment with a question to our colleague regarding the SMART project, because it's very interesting. And also from, let's say, a societal point of view, there's a big interest in finding plastics at sea, and at the end also microplastics. What we see, we did some operational tests ourselves, is that due to the pixel size of the satellite image, it's very difficult to find fragmented plastic. And it looks like a bit on your test picture, if I saw it correctly, that you really made a kind of a big almost platform with plastic and with wood so that you can see it reflected on the satellite image. But are you also going to test further when it is fragmented, that you can really see it in the ocean when there is plastic drifting? Because that would be highly interesting, and also for us in a more operational setting, we would be very keen in progressing with this type of technology if it really works.
You're totally right. So we started with the easiest case study, I would say. So I showed, well, I will call it a synthetic example, an artificial example, where we know that there was driftwood or plastics or whatever, kind of debris. But we also tested with real satellite images, and obviously that we have a spatial resolution limitation that we cannot go further than that. Okay, so that's part of the sensor and part of the technology that takes the picture or generates the figure on the that we are then processing and trying to classify automatically. So we did test without these very huge accumulations. From our experience, we need a given pixel of the image to fill in, to be more than 50% filled in with the plastic accumulation to be detected. Okay, so that's what we have at the moment. What we are also looking at, and we used to work a lot on it onshore, is to increase the spatial resolution of the images. So with data fusion techniques and so on and so forth. So trying to push the limits of the satellite imagery and trying to increase their spatial resolution. So being able then to deploy these classification algorithms. I don't know if I answered your question, but this is what we are looking for at the moment.
So you would need better technology to detect what you would like to.
I think we need so at least in my perspective, and I might be wrong, obviously, is that now we are in a kind of a sweet spot where we have a lot of data that we can use and that we can use to test and to train and to develop new ideas and to test these new ideas. So I would say yes, we will need more or additional and alternative computational tools to reach the objectives that we want to, or to maximize the profit from this kind of data. But I think we are in terms of data availability, this is a very good moment to do it. I mean, in terms of computational power as well, so it plays both ways.
That leads me to another question, because this morning we heard from Pedro that one of the biggest challenge they have here is how to manage the high volume of data, because we are having increasing satellite data, increasing number of constellations, and how can we process that data and extract that information. And I believe that AI, as you are using, might be the future, but maybe I would challenge you to what is the role of research in here, and what is the role of research also at EMSA and AI, and what do you think are the future trends in this area? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Artificial intelligence is indeed important to automate detection and the level of detection from satellite images. In that sense, we are running a couple of contracts to develop AI tools to digest the vast amount of imagery that we have, but also to go more into detail, to have automatic recognition of vessels, automatic recognition of oil spills, automatic recognition, hopefully later on plastics. When our colleague is ready with his project, let's hope that we can take it a step further. So we are not a research institute, but we would like to bring the results into an operational phase. And that's why we also have a close relationship with the European Space Agency, so that when research and development reaches a kind of pre-operational stage, that we then can step in, do some initial testing, and then to turn it into an operational service. So we are scanning, let's say, the research landscape, looking for interesting results, interesting kind of new developments, new technologies. And then we will see and try to turn it into new operational services for the member states. And therefore, our contact also with ESA, but also with other institutes. Sometimes we launch research contracts ourselves, but we are not a research institute ourselves. So we just want to optimize the services that we can offer. And of course, we try to stay innovative and at the forefront of development. So if we see something promising, we would like to grasp it and really put it into something operational that to the benefit of the member states. So that's very much our way we work at EMSA.
And just to lead a bit the question also, so in terms of operation, it's interesting that it has a scalable perspective, because maybe you test the plastic detection and it works here in the Atlantic, but might not work for some reason somewhere else. And I think that's also the challenge for the SDGs, to find tools that can be applicable globally. So maybe, Michaela, you can discuss a bit this. Thank you.
In terms of SDG, for example, one of the main indicators is one of the most successful. Can you hear me? No? Yes. Is the 15.3.1 that is relevant to land degradation, and the reason why it's one of the most successful one is also because it was set a standard in the methodology to derive the information, the variable, the sensor variable at global level. But of course, additional efforts should be made in terms of interoperability. Also, Pedro this morning was mentioning these aspects. It's very important to have additional effort to standardize also the data, also in terms of effort. We were mentioning also the aspects relevant to deep learning. Of course, we are testing several new methodology which are demonstrating in terms of feature detection to produce good results as the one from classical. For example, I'm thinking to the CFR for the maritime, for the vessel detection, but we are also testing the deep learning in terms of restoration techniques and super resolution applied, for example, to Sentinel data or to IP spectra, but also to optical videosat and video satellite. And this is of course very important because it can open up to new applications, also exploiting open data and also exploiting sensor which have a lower resolution. Of course, there are still limitations. First of all, the community of deep learning, very often there is a gap between the community of deep learning and the one who knows better about the image properties and so physical properties, but this is a gap that can be filled. But for example, the other aspects is that the community very often asks for open data set, and this is something that it cannot be applied to each domain. So the provision of open data set to have good AI-based training. But for example, in terms of labeling, so try to establish methodology and standard for labeling. This is something that should be further improved to reach better results.
Thank you. I don't know if someone in the audience has any questions. Okay, there.
Thank you. Question to Leonardo Azevedo. Are you using exclusively optical data, or do you use SAR? I imagine that for large patches of plastic, it may dampen the surface roughness, and they may be a detectable signature.
Sorry. At the moment, we are only using optical sensors, Sentinel-2 sensors. So we are using different bands of the spectrum and computing additional indexes from the bands and then mixing everything together, let's say, and getting the outputs on the classifier. So that's so far we are just looking at it. Okay, but it's a 2 years project, so time-wise, doesn't allow us too much slack to look for different alternatives. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from the floor? No. Okay, so maybe I think we still have a quick time for one question. We have discussed the research part, pre-operational, operational, but for the SDGs and the cooperation I saw, then the end user, the technical person that needs to report the indicators and the institutions that need to have this reporting process change, to allow for the incorporation of Earth observation. So what is ESA doing towards this? So doing collaboration, how is this collaboration being done or foreseen?
In terms of the activity that are relevant to the SDG, there is a very strong relationship with the Cassian Agency from the UN for development of services that are based on Earth observation. And as said before, additional effort will be made in particular for the interoperability, because it's important in particular for the involvement of the National Statistic Office that then have to receive to implement the policy. We have also, in terms of international cooperation, the way in which we work is to have very strong connection. So, for example, the problem that you were mentioning about the changes in the organization, we had seen this very often with the international financing institutions, but we have secondary person also, for example, in the World Bank, on the Asian Development Bank, that support us also with strict connection. And we work together, in particular, not only on the technical elements, but a lot on the capacity building elements also, for example, in the client states, for the adoption, for a wider adoption of Earth observation data.
Okay, so it closes the cycle of capacity building going to education that we were discussing this morning. So I don't know if anyone else has one question, or I will just close the panel now because we are just on time. Do we get a prize for that? Okay, so thank you for listening, and the panelists are available during coffee break, I'm sure, for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
No one should be impressed, as Carolina is known for complying with all the rules. Thank you, Carolina. On a practical note, and before we go to our next keynote speaker, I would like to inform that we will have two panels during this afternoon that will be speaking, conducted in Portuguese, which means that for those who don't speak the language, you will have translator headsets in the end of at the back of the room. Going back to our keynote speaker, this morning we heard Nuno Santos talked about the virtual circle of space science, being astronomy one of the points of this circle. Our next guest has a vast curriculum in the field, namely in science policy development connected to or linked to astronomy. Cláudio Melo has been science officer at the Portuguese Space Agency, where he is daily truly missed, and he is now currently the Sustainability and Diversity Officer of the European Southern Observatory. So, to talk about astronomy in a time of great acceleration, please welcome Cláudio Melo.
Waiting for the slides, but thank you very much for the invitation, Ricardo. It's great to be here. First, because we're talking about a subject that's dear to all of us, right? With sustainability, and also to celebrate friendship and to see all the colleagues and friends, right, that we cultivate along the road of life. So it's great to be back. So here the title might sound a bit enigmatic, right? But you can replace astronomy for space science, or you can replace space science for fundamental science, right? How you actually go on carrying those activities in times of great acceleration. Okay? For some, great acceleration is clear, but if not, you're going to find out what I mean by this, right? So astronomy, as we heard from Nuno this morning, is great, right? It has this drive to know about the universe, about from where we come from, our cosmic origins, right? This is what astronomy is about. And for that, we need that technology, that development. We push the frontier of knowledge, push the frontier of technology, and that returns back to society, right? In terms of outreach, education, inspiration, and the cycle goes on and on. And this is one example of that, right? I mean, we have things like this. That would be our home, our Milky Way, right? If you could fly over it, right? It would be a galaxy like this, which is 100,000 light years across, okay? 100,000 years traveling at the speed of light to cross from one end to the other, okay? We learn about how planets and stars are formed, and we learn that those disks, they actually harbor the conditions to give birth to life, right? The chemistry of life, the complex chemistry of life is in those disks. So all of this is astronomy. All of this is technology. All of this is engineering, okay? And as we jump from the naked eye, okay, we have there on the naked eye side, right, is indicated there, right? We have a jump from naked eye to the Galileo telescope, right? Just 30 centimeters. And we never stop to increase, to search for improvements and innovation. We never stop there. And you have, over the years of 4 centuries of optical astronomy, you have the size of the main mirror growing, okay? Until we are in this generation on the upper right corner, right? These extremely large telescopes. The LT is not only a rendering, it is becoming a reality. This is from a few weeks ago in the north of Chile, okay? This is taking shape, okay? And if you can just compare maybe there's a big truck there, right? You see it serves as a scale, right, on how big this thing is, okay? Now, let's put astronomy and all my talk from aside. So this is, I was told this story when I was a kid, right? It's about what this wise man got back when he presented the game of chess to the king, right? And he said, "Whoa, this game is so great. So, I mean, tell me what you want. I mean, I pay you everything, anything that you want." I said, "Oh, doesn't matter, right? I just want 1 grain of rice that you double every time you move to the next square, right? So you start with 1 grain of rice, and then you double again, you double again." And the king said, "Okay, why not, right? Let's do it, right?" And then people got crazy, right? Because it was impossible to pay, okay? Why is it impossible to pay? Because we are dealing with exponential growth, okay? You start with 2, 4, 8, 16, right? Just look innocent grains of rice, but when you get to the middle of the chessboard, right? We are talking about billions of grains, okay? Tons of rice. So it was impossible to actually find rice in the kingdom to pay the price, right? So that is exponential growth, okay? And this is what I'm talking about here, okay? With the great acceleration, okay? If you look at the plots on the left, you have socioeconomic trends, okay? And you have Earth system trends on the right, okay? You see there world population, GDP, primary energy use, all of them have exponential trajectory. Okay? On the right, the use of natural resources also all have an exponential trajectory. Okay, so this is the time of great acceleration. Okay, great acceleration is powered and is fed by resources. Okay, it's fed by resources, natural resources, and it's powered by energy. So one important aspect is that we rely on power, which is essentially fossil fuel based. Okay, more than 80%, 85% of the energy mix of the world is based on fossil fuels. So our systems are based on fossil fuels, not only as power but also as feedstock or other industries, right? So exponential growth cannot continue forever. I think we all know this. So it means that we are reaching a moment in our history that was very well put by Professor Hockstrom. Okay, he and his colleagues elaborate the concept of planetary boundaries. Okay, and they investigated, looking at the planetary systems, right, that sustain life on Earth. There are 9 planetary systems that are critical for our existence here on Earth. Okay, and those are the systems there. Okay, it has to do with climate, has to do with the water, has to do with sorry, the land use for agriculture, has to do with pollution, all of this, right? So if you look across time, we have been transgressing those 9 planetary boundaries as time goes on, right? In 2009, we had 2 transgressed, and now in 2022, we have transgressed 6 of them, okay? And this is the trajectory that we are in, okay? You see this from the synthesis report from the IPCC. This is from the policymakers. The nice thing about this picture, okay, I'm not asking you to read the numbers, but just to see that we tend to discount the future. Well, this is too far away. But now, by actually putting people there in the plot, you can actually see this is going to affect me, or this is going to affect my directly son. So you see that somebody like me, I was born a little bit before the 80s, okay? I'm going to be 70 years old by mid-century, and I'm going to be affected by a Earth which is plus 3 degrees, for instance, okay? Heavily affected, okay? So this thing is not in a hypothetical future. Those things are now, okay? In the plot below, you see in this dark blue or close to dark blue, places where the combination of high temperature and humidity will impede the human body to cool down. So people cannot live there, okay? Cannot live there. So they have to either have to live inside, okay, air conditioning, or they have to migrate, okay? So that's a huge zone on the equatorial part of the globe is going to be affected by this. So all those movements in terms of energy, materials, all those planetary boundaries, those are the contexts for astronomy, for fundamental science in this century. Okay, so this is not a nice to have. It's a matter of survival also for those activities. Okay, you can approach this by doing charity. You can approach this as we oblige by complying with the law. Okay, with the policies from European Union, from, as we discussed in the panel this morning, right? But also you can take this approach, and that is the approach that we are taking there at ESO. Okay, first is risk mitigation. We are adapting our activity to a context which is different from the context that we are now, okay? And in the same time, we are trying to share that value with society, creating new value to society. So that is we are in the high added value, two quadrants there on the right, okay? We did the first thing that is very important, that was important for us, was to state those things in our values, okay? So this is our statement on the way that you want to operate, okay? We have values for excellence, what we're going to deliver, the quality we're going to deliver is data, is astronomy, is knowledge, but we are doing this in a sustainable way. That's how we see ourselves doing those things, and by investing in people, in diversity and inclusion, okay? So where we are in this, we are in the very beginning of this journey, right? Like many industries, like many systems, we are using the current settings, okay, the current dependence on fossil fuels, the current dependence on many different aspects that you need to change to operate that change, okay? So we are looking, those are our initial material topics, okay, that you could link this to the SDG of climate action, clean water sanitation, and all of this. You can relate this with the SDGs. But we start with these 4 material topics, okay? Energy, pollution, use of natural resources, and here water is a big one because we operate in the desert, and also the socio-economic impact, okay? Just to how we do this, we look at our value chains, we do how we operate observatories, we look at how we build instruments, and we look at how we actually promote science, okay? And there along this value chain, right, we look at where we can do our savings, or we can reduce our harm or increase our positive impact. We also do this in the support activities. The things that we buy, I think we mentioned this morning how to incorporate life cycle assessments into the products that we buy. So we don't look for the best price, but we look for the best price plus the harm that it causes, how much natural resource I'm using when I'm buying something, when I'm building something, okay? This is a change of paradigm, not only from the commercial point of view, but also consider the price of nature and the price of pollution, okay? So energy, we did our carbon budget a few years ago, and energy is the biggest part of our carbon emissions. And this is because the telescope has to be cooled down during the day in the desert, okay, to avoid turbulence at night. Okay, so they have to be like 15 degrees the whole day in Chile. Okay, so it's a big area that have to cool down. Okay, so energy is a big issue. So there we make an effort to use solar energy to power, at least during the day, those systems, and reduce quite a lot our carbon emissions there. Right. So the two big observatories ISO are powered by solar energy. You see the other big there is our contracts and procurements and purchases. I'm not talking about this today, but this is part of also our intention to reduce. Okay, and we had the social sustainability. We had in addition to the fellowship programs, training programs that we have for engineers, for astronomers, right? We had a sort of a cooperation with the UN sector that look for women development, so when women, right, to actually transfer knowledge from what we do, right, to a group of women that is normally not considered this, right? They are not engineers, they're not from the high schools, from the big universities. No, they are women that have been actually broken by life, okay, have traumatic stories, divorce, have to drop schools, suffer violence. So we can use astronomy also for this group. Okay, so that's we are trying to do also in Chile, using what you're gonna do for the LT to involve this community there. Okay, so I'm finishing here. So maybe a few take-home messages, right? Is that astronomy is this, is innovation, is ingenuity to find our place in the universe. Okay, so exponential growth seen in the great acceleration is not sustainable. This is not new, but it's good to remember that what you are living on, the conditions that we use to do our business, or if you try to maintain the business as usual, this is not going to work. Okay? Because it requires an ever-growing flux of energy and materials. So humanity has overshot several planetary boundaries, so this has consequences. And astronomy has to contribute to adapt and to increase its resilience. So the cost here is, if you don't do this, we might become irrelevant in the future. Okay? So we have just started our journey looking into some material topics that I discussed here today. So thank you very much.
Or if you have any questions from the audience.
Thank you.
Not even the wine during the lunchtime help you to feel a little bit more comfortable? Well, vamos agora passar para o português. As I told you previously, if you need a headset for translation, they are at the back of the room, you can get one. Nós vamos agora ter painel focado nos países de língua oficial portuguesa e, portanto, até nos ficava bocadinho mal continuarmos a falar em inglês. O nosso próximo painel vai ser moderado pelo Presidente da Agência Espacial Portuguesa e vai focar-se no papel do espaço, no desenvolvimento e sustentabilidade no espaço da CPLP. Isto está aqui um jogo de palavras difícil de ultrapassar. Ricardo.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, again. So, indeed, sorry? Yeah, I will switch to Portuguese. Yeah. I will make my first introduction to sentence in English, then I will switch to Portuguese. But indeed, there are no borders. in particular to tackle the main problems that we are facing. So quite inspiring presentation. Thank you, Claudio. We miss you, by the way. And for that, we need to extend our borders to our, let's say, communities, and to expand space activities to take advantage to the community of the speaking language, the Portuguese speaking language countries. And then I switched to Portuguese, and for that, e por isso eu vou primeiro agradecer aqui a disponibilidade do diretor executivo, o João, que agradeço que venha aqui para o pé de mim, da CPLP, João Boaventura, que é o diretor executivo, portanto, da CPLP, a Comunidade de Países, portanto, de língua oficial portuguesa. Também vou pedir ao Osvaldo, onde é que está o Osvaldo? Está aqui, sim daqui. Do gabinete do Space Office de Angola, e nós temos ainda remotamente, eu não sei se é possível colocar remotamente, a Letícia Morzinho, da Agência Espacial Brasileira. Penso que sim, ali numa grande mesa, já se vê. Portanto, o grande objetivo deste painel é exatamente no âmbito da cooperação, este esforço global também para o desenvolvimento sustentável, é trazer aqui várias perspectivas dos países de língua portuguesa. Obviamente, caberão aqui neste fórum outros países. Não foi possível juntar a Cabo Verde nem Moçambique, houve questões de agenda, mas isto é um início, até porque há a convicção que esta iniciativa poderá dar passos significativos no âmbito da CPLP já a partir deste ano. É esse o nosso grande objetivo, criar uma agenda comum que de alguma forma vá ao encontro daquilo que são os grandes problemas da sustentabilidade específicos de cada país, com as suas vicissitudes. É um pouco isto que nós pretendemos com este diálogo, perceber qual é a maturidade dos vários países em termos das tecnologias, da utilização das tecnologias do espaço. Nós sabemos, em particular, o Brasil e a sua capacidade aeronáutica, e de alguma forma transporta também para a sua capacidade espacial, mas também Angola, num programa muito já consolidado e com perspectivas de crescimento, e também dos outros países, e foco da questão também da necessidade de a observação e a gestão do território, cada vez mais através das tecnologias do espaço, em Moçambique, para abordar também, mais uma vez, a sustentabilidade através da monitorização do território. E depois há toda uma dimensão atlântica que estes países também partilham. E esta é uma vertente absolutamente diferenciadora daquilo que é a nossa comunidade. Mas para nós começarmos, eu vou primeiro passar aqui a palavra ao Dr. João Boaventura, o diretor executivo da CPLP, sim, aqui está, em que teve a amabilidade de cancelar uma viagem para estar aqui connosco, o que eu agradeço. E eu primeiro, eu gostava de lhe fazer esta pergunta, João. Primeiro para os presentes, enfim, nós estamos aqui a falar inglês, mas há português, mas há muita gente aqui estrangeira. Falarmos, assim, muito resumidamente, o que é isto, a CPLP, e como é que esta agenda e esta iniciativa do espaço cabe naquilo que é, digamos assim, as principais dimensões da atuação da CPLP.
Muito obrigado, Ricardo. Em primeiro lugar, quero cumprimentar todos os presentes e todos aqueles que nos acompanham pelas plataformas digitais, e agradecer muito sinceramente o convite que nos foi formulado para que pudéssemos estar aqui hoje e falar sobre a CPLP. Só uma parte, a minha função é de diretor de ação cultural e língua portuguesa, portanto é a estrutura do secretariado executivo responsável pelo acompanhamento da cooperação multilateral no domínio da educação, cultura, ciência, tecnologia e ensino superior. São estas matérias de que me ocupo na estrutura da CPLP. Indo concretamente à sua pergunta sobre o que é isto de CPLP, a CPLP define-se estatutariamente como um fórum para a promoção da amizade mútua, da cooperação multilateral e também da concertação político-diplomática. No fundo, há aqui a conjugação de três dimensões. A amizade mútua, como sabem, é uma organização cujos fundamentos radicam em pressupostos linguísticos e históricos que unem os países na comunidade e aproveitam desta disponibilidade para promover a concertação político-diplomática e a cooperação em todos os domínios. No que diz respeito à ciência e à tecnologia, deriva dos objetivos centrais da própria organização. A CPLP, por definição estatutária, persegue três objetivos essenciais, nomeadamente o da concertação político-diplomática, em que os Estados-membros se predispõem a concertar posicionamentos no contexto internacional, ao nível da ONU, da Unesco e outras organizações de caráter internacional. Por outro lado, a cooperação nos mais variados domínios, da educação, da cultura, do comércio, da economia, incluindo a cooperação no domínio da ciência e tecnologia e ensino superior de que nos ocupamos. De uma forma geral, a agenda política da CPLP apresenta um alinhamento total com as principais agendas globais, das quais os Estados-membros fazem parte ou são partes signatárias, desde logo a Agenda 2030 das Nações Unidas. Portanto, este alinhamento é quase que informativo de toda a agenda da CPLP em todos os domínios e, obviamente, no domínio da ciência e tecnologia não podia ser diferente, daí que se estabelece um diálogo intenso, muito estreito também com a ação que a Unesco desenvolve nesse setor. Como se dá a organização da cooperação multilateral no domínio da ciência e tecnologia na CPLP? Há na sua organização macro a chamada Cimeira de Chefes de Estado e de Governo. Portanto, os chefes de Estado e de Governos reúnem-se duas vezes, ou de 2 em 2 anos, melhor dito, para...
Quando é que vai ser a próxima?
A próxima deve ocorrer este ano, em Santo Tomé e Príncipe, previsivelmente no mês de agosto. Portanto, Angola assumiu a presidência há sensivelmente 2 anos, na Cimeira de Luanda, e vai passar a presidência política para Santo Tomé e Príncipe, previsivelmente em agosto deste ano. Portanto, os chefes de Estados e de Governo, este órgão define a política do ponto de vista macro de cooperação multilateral, de concertação político-diplomática, e o outro eixo muito importante, do qual me ocupo, tem que ver com a promoção e difusão da língua portuguesa como um dos objetivos centrais. Ora, eu até costumo fazer uma provocação, no bom sentido, já que se tomam a concertação político-diplomática, a cooperação em todos os domínios e a promoção e difusão da língua portuguesa como pilares da organização, não é? Trazendo essa imagem da construção como pilares da organização, mas a minha questão é que a concertação político e diplomática e a cooperação e em todos os domínios se desenvolvem por meio da língua portuguesa. E a própria organização, sendo uma organização de base linguística, tem na língua portuguesa como a sua base. Passo a redundância. Parece até uma comparação injusta, não já injusta em relação à língua portuguesa, mas injusta em relação aos outros chamados pilares da cooperação e da concertação político-diplomática, porque nesse sentido o português é a base e não propriamente um pilar. A cooperação e a concertação político-diplomática talvez sejam pilares, mas português parece muito forçado, é muito forçosa essa metáfora, não é? Bem, voltando então à questão da ciência e tecnologia, como dizia, Cimeira de Chefes de Estados, depois temos o Conselho de Ministros. O Conselho de Ministros reúne os ministros das Relações Exteriores ou Negócios Estrangeiros, conforme as designações de cada um dos Estados-membros, como o órgão imediatamente a seguir, do ponto de vista de competências à Cimeira de Chefes de Estado, e depois existem então as chamadas reuniões sectoriais. Aqui encontramos então a reunião de ministros de Ciência, Tecnologia e Ensino Superior da CPLP, que se reúne também 2 vezes, de 2 em 2 anos. A última reunião ocorreu em Luanda em janeiro de 2021, portanto a próxima reunião deverá ocorrer previsivelmente em 2024. Este órgão tem por incumbência a definição das estratégias da cooperação multilateral da CPLP no domínio do ensino superior, ciência e tecnologia, fixa sua agenda por via de um plano estratégico e estabelece também um plano de ação. O plano estratégico tem uma vigência de 6 anos e o plano de ação tem uma vigência de 2 anos. Portanto, o plano de ação, o plano estratégico foi aprovado no ano passado, devido até 2026, e o plano de ação vigorará até 2024. O plano estratégico estabelece, como é óbvio, 6 eixos estratégicos. Espaço do ensino superior, um dos eixos estratégicos, espaço da ciência e tecnologia, espaço da inovação, mobilidade docente, discente, cientistas e espaços de informação e avaliação da qualidade. Portanto, estes eixos estratégicos informam a dinâmica de cooperação multilateral que segue ao nível da CPLP, de uma forma geral. E a questão relativa ao modo como estas temáticas do espaço se enquadram na agenda sectorial, obviamente está relacionado com a relevância e a pertinência social que os Estados-membros atribuem a estas questões. Sendo elas relevantes, obviamente, encontrarão enquadramento na agenda sectorial da ciência e tecnologia nas suas mais variadas dimensões.
Então, João, então nós temos que tornar isto relevante.
Ora, não diria que teremos de torná-lo relevante, porque ela já é relevante em si mesmo. Não é? Por si só, ela já é relevante. Talvez tenha de se fazer o caminho para a sua inserção ou integração na agenda sectorial como uma prioridade no âmbito da cooperação multilateral.
E aqui seria no plano estratégico ou no plano de ação?
Aqui seria precisamente no plano de ação. Esta é a leitura que faço, obviamente, que isso carecerá sempre de uma decisão que envolve outros atores e, em última instância, os próprios ministros da Ciência, Tecnologia e Ensino Superior, mas naturalmente dentro desses eixos estratégicos a minha leitura preliminar é que encontramos aqui espaços, eixos suficientes para enquadrar esta temática, desde logo o espaço da ciência e tecnologia, aqui um espaço de diálogo muito interessante. Deixa-me só dizer mais uma coisinha, Ricardo, relativamente às ações que são privilegiadas no âmbito desta cooperação multilateral. Normalmente, os planos, as ações integram 3 dimensões. Uma dimensão que está relacionada com a promoção do interconhecimento, no sentido de criação de espaços de trocas de experiências e partilhas de boas práticas entre estruturas nacionais, por exemplo, agora relacionada com a questão, com a temática do espaço. Pode-se criar um espaço de trocas frequentes, de partilhas, de diálogos permanentes, nesse sentido. Por outro lado, há também a incorporar uma componente designada de interajuda, que privilegia ações de capacitação técnica e institucional. Como sabemos, temos aqui níveis de maturidades distintas ao nível dos Estados-membros da CPLP, que permite, desde logo, a criação de espaços para a capacitação técnica e a capacitação institucional, de modos a criar também capacidades ao nível dos nossos Estados-membros em diferentes matérias, e não seria diferente em relação à questão do espaço. E a outra também tem que ver com a designação de vigilância multilateral, no sentido em que se procura uma discussão para o estabelecimento de indicadores comuns, aceites na análise que se faça ao nível da comunidade, mas também a criação de metas a serem alcançadas num horizonte a ser definido consensualmente entre os Estados-membros, e a criação de um quadro de referência comunitário, quadros de referências comunitários que permitam de alguma forma monitorar e a realização de ações de curto, médio e longo prazos.
Por isso é que eu falava no plano de ação. Já agora dar aqui um enquadramento que é importante, penso que foi há 3 semanas atrás. Portanto, houve uma visita de Estado do Brasil a Portugal e que foram assinados os acordos de cooperação e o espaço foi colocado na agenda exatamente para fomentar essa cooperação e, em particular, também a cooperação naquilo que poderá ser a inserção do espaço na agenda da CPLP. Portanto, temos este acordo já com o Brasil e eu já vou passar daqui a bocadinho para a Letícia, mas para já vou aqui ao Osvaldo. O Osvaldo, portanto, é diretor de projetos do Angolan Space Program Office e nós, já agora também, para fazer aqui um enquadramento, há uma perspectiva de, no início da primeira semana de junho, haver também um acordo entre a Agência Espacial Portuguesa e o Space Officer em Angola, no sentido também de colocar não só o espaço na agenda da CPLP, mas também colocar o espaço no âmbito daquilo que é o Outreach, Space Education e as atividades também nos circuitos das academias e nos circuitos políticos. Osvaldo, Angola não é um beginner nestas coisas do espaço, portanto eu penso que é se calhar muito útil nós conhecermos quais são os passos que Angola está a dar, que já deu, e como é que está a preparar a sua massa crítica. Queres-nos fazer assim um overview? Tens uma apresentação, não é? Trouxeste uma apresentação. Então tens que ir ali ou então tens aí o comando. Eu pedia então para passar.
Ok, vou então primeiro passar a apresentação, depois comentar o ponto.
Pronto, já está aí. Agora tens que usar aí o remote.
Obrigado. Ok, muito boa tarde a todos. É um enorme prazer estar aqui. Eu gostava primeiro de agradecer o convite formulado pela Agência Espacial Portuguesa a Angola. Eu estou cá em representação ao meu diretor-geral, o Dr. Zolanda João, que infelizmente por incompatibilidade da agenda não pôde se fazer presente. Dizer que Angola é um embrião no espaço, como o Dr. Ricardo, o Dr. Conde acabou de dizer, mas que nos últimos 10 anos tivemos resultados bastante significativos. E eu penso que esse painel é bastante importante, porque quando olhamos para a perspectiva da CPLP, existem sinergias que podem ser criadas para que se possa trazer essa comunidade a bordo no setor espacial. Portanto, o GGPN, como eu referi, foi criado em 2013, há quase 10 anos atrás, e é supervisionado pelo Ministério das Telecomunicações e Tecnologias de Informações de Angola. Portanto, temos missão e visão bem definidas, com o objetivo de tornar o país numa referência no setor espacial. No que concerne ao domínio espacial, uma das grandes dificuldades que nós temos, e isto é a nível do continente, a nível de toda a África, é que somente 9% dos países africanos têm a ciência espacial incluída nos seus programas educativos. Estamos a falar de universidades. Então podem imaginar a dificuldade que se tem em perceber matérias espaciais. Portanto, aqui o GGPN, como entidade estabelecida pelo Estado angolano para alavancar o setor espacial, teve que criar uma estratégia de sustentabilidade, de modo a poder manter o programa espacial angolano. E a estratégia foi primeiro identificar parceiros potenciais para que pudessem transferir conhecimento para o GGPN e o GGPN, por sua vez, potencializar o seu próprio ecossistema, desde Space Engineering, desde Earth Observation, programas de treinamento, e com este know-how, então, poder implementar as soluções que Angola precisa para ter um determinado impacto no setor espacial. Portanto, no âmbito deste quadro, desta estratégia estabelecida, Angola teve até o momento alguns resultados. E entre estes resultados, nós temos primeiro, nós tivemos o lançamento do nosso primeiro satélite, o ANGOSAT 1, em 2017, que infelizmente tivemos uma falha em órbita. E como devem imaginar, para um país que está a começar, ter uma falha em órbita é um motivo para desistir. Mas fomos resilientes e conseguimos superar esta dificuldade. Portanto, aqui tivemos que usar estratégias de mitigação a nível de contrato, ter um seguro que nos pudesse permitir continuar com o projeto espacial angolano. E começamos o segundo satélite, que foi o ANGOSAT 2, que está nessa altura em exploração. E podemos dizer que nessa altura nós temos o maior engajamento de todos os stakeholders nacionais, porque conseguem ver, na verdade, o benefício do satélite ANGOSAT 2. Nós conseguimos ainda este ano ter o suporte do governo angolano para o arranque de um novo projeto, que é o ANGE 1, Observação da Terra, para dizer que, na nossa perspectiva, para muitos países africanos, o maior desafio ainda é fazer perceber a importância do setor espacial para a resolução de problemas locais. Portanto, em sistemas espaciais tivemos esses 3 resultados. Em segmentos terrestres, nós construímos um centro de controle de satélites com capacidade de operar até 3 satélites e temos uma aba para poder operacionalizar satélites HTS, como é o caso do ANGOSAT 2. Tivemos que criar programas de capacitação adequados a nível de mestrados, doutoramentos e licenciaturas em matéria ligada ao espaço, via cooperações, porque, tal como disse, a África tem problemas de ciência espacial. E conseguimos capacitar quadros nacionais para operarem programas e projetos nacionais. Portanto, em termos de portfólio, nós temos neste momento o satélite ANGOSAT 2 em exploração e temos soluções em observação da Terra, que depois poderei entrar com alguns detalhes para ilustrar um pouco mais o que é isto. Portanto, este é o ANGOSAT 2 e uma das coisas que nós estamos a fazer em relação ao nosso programa espacial é relacionar as SDGs constantemente, de modo que possamos então incutir a importância do desenvolvimento sustentável às nossas iniciativas. Nós temos o satélite que foi lançado o ano passado, em outubro. Neste momento, nós temos a banda C a ser explorada quase 33%, o resto em demanda, somente disponível 20%. A banda KU, nós temos também 50% de todos os spot beams HTS, todos eles já ativos, porque temos requisições, e o resto em demanda. Portanto, um outro elemento é que a África em si tem problemas sérios de conectividade. E esta é a razão pela qual nós, desde o início, procuramos começar em grande, com um satélite de uma dimensão superior aos pequenos satélites. Tivemos a infelicidade de perder um satélite, mas os resultados agora são bastante encorajadores e permitem sustentar o Programa Espacial Nacional. Portanto, em matéria de observação da Terra, em soluções baseadas em dados espaciais. Em 2017, depois que perdemos o ANGOSAT-1, nós deparamos-nos com um dos momentos mais difíceis do nosso programa espacial, porque nós sentíamos a perca do engajamento de muitos stakeholders nessa altura. E uma solução foi tentar entender como é que nós podíamos manter as stakeholders engajados, de modo que o nosso programa espacial nacional continuasse a ser suportado. Então nós começamos a olhar para problemas locais e como resolvê-los usando dados de satélites. Em 2018, começamos a criar soluções com aplicações espaciais, começamos a validar e procurar maturar essas iniciativas, e isto permitiu-nos chegar a um projeto que é o ANGE 1, um satélite que será construído em parceria com a Airbus Defence and Space, num período de 2 anos e tal. Portanto, alguns exemplos que eu trago cá é, por exemplo, o problema de construções de estradas em Angola. Como sabem, Angola é um país bastante extenso e nós temos um problema que é o sobre-orçamento das faturas no que concerne a construções. E este trabalho, que por acaso começou com o projeto de doutoramento do meu diretor-geral, Dr. Zolana, permitiu-nos perceber até que ponto a construção era precisa, de que modos nós podíamos usar as imagens de satélites para fazer a análise se realmente as estradas, se as camadas das estradas realmente representavam o orçamento que era apresentado ao Estado angolano. Portanto, foi desta forma que começamos a perceber os problemas locais e nós conseguimos até o princípio deste ano implementar um laboratório que fica somente focado a identificar problemas locais e como resolvê-los via satélites de observação da Terra. Devem saber que Angola é atualmente o maior produtor de petróleo a nível da África. Acabou passando a Nigéria, que era o maior produtor. Portanto, um dos grandes problemas que nós temos em Angola é ligado aos derrames de petróleo, o que de alguma forma dificulta o ambiente marítimo. Portanto, Angola o GGPN foca num desses elementos para resolver esse problema, desenvolvendo aplicações de detenção de derrames de petróleo. Estamos também a olhar para o crescimento demográfico, que para países em desenvolvimento como Angola, algumas vezes é desordenado. A agricultura, a questão das infraestruturas, para ver o crescimento das infraestruturas e a própria fiscalização, e sim, o meio ambiente, a segurança e as questões marítimas. Portanto, aqui eu trago uma ilustração de um exemplo que nós temos. Aqui é uma das soluções criadas pelo laboratório do GGPN, em que nós monitoramos a costa angolana, onde identificamos derrames de petróleo. Pronto, nas imagens que vêm ali nas estatísticas, nós estamos nessa altura a monitorar 27 blocos via imagens de satélites, uma área de aproximadamente 230 km², e, portanto, temos aqui alguns derrames já detectados. E este é um projeto que, em termos de maturidade, nós estamos já com demonstração de resultados em ambiente operacional, quer dizer que estamos no TRL 9, entre o 9 e o 8. Portanto, esse é um resultado. O outro resultado, e aqui vale realçar que há 2 semanas atrás, uma das nossas aplicações do nosso laboratório acabou sendo reconhecida entre as 100 melhores aplicações classificadas pela Unesco como mais prósperas em termos de alinhamento com as SDGs, que é o TechGest, que mistura imagens de satélites e inteligência artificial. Portanto, são pequenos passos que estamos a dar e que nos deixam bastante alegres. Mas eu gostava de terminar a minha apresentação olhando para a CPLP, realçando que há aqui iniciativas que podem ser muito bem exploradas, tal como o Dr. Conde disse, e também aqui o representante da CPLP. Nós temos Portugal, que começou com o desafio espacial a um tempo superior a Angola e o Brasil, apesar de ser da altura a Companhia Espacial Portuguesa, mas tem uma experiência vasta. Portanto, Portugal tem experiência com satélites, tem experiência com Earth Observation, e tem aqui o Centro de Lançamentos das Horas, também tem experiência com lançamentos. O Brasil tem satélites também, observação da Terra, e também tem launch sites. Portanto, Angola, que é um embrião há 10 anos, também tem satélites e soluções de observação da Terra. Portanto, seria oportuno trazer a comunidade portuguesa a poder beber um bocado da experiência, partilharmos experiências e ver como é que podemos alavancar essa comunidade desde o Macau. Obviamente que em África tem-se a perspectiva de que o espaço é caro, e o que na verdade é um tabu que tem que ser quebrado porque temos o espaço cada vez mais democratizado. Portanto, hoje, entendendo da observação da Terra, programando, você pode criar soluções locais para o teu país ou qualquer coisa que seja. Portanto, essa era a minha apresentação e muito obrigado. Aqui é o nosso centro de controle. Eu espero que alguns um dia possam visitá-lo em Angola. Obrigado.
Obrigado, Osvaldo. É impressionante o trajeto e a consistência, e agora esta área da observação da Terra que seguramente será a porta para a cooperação no âmbito da CPLP. E de Angola vamos para o Brasil. Como eu disse, houve aqui foi feito um acordo entre Portugal e o Brasil no âmbito das tecnologias do espaço, em várias áreas, que comporta também não só a parte da educação, da formação, da observação da Terra, mas também no âmbito dos acessos ao espaço. E eu agora passava a palavra à Letícia. Olá, Letícia. A Letícia não pôde estar aqui também por motivos de agenda, mas de alguma forma está connosco remotamente. E agora eu pedi à Letícia para nos dar também uma perspectiva muito breve daquilo que o que é que o Brasil está a fazer neste momento, e com este reforço, que eu sei que vai haver um reforço agora no programa espacial, em particular na observação da Terra. Onde é que estamos, Letícia?
Boa tarde, Dr. Ricardo Conde. Primeiramente, eu gostaria de agradecer o convite da Agência Espacial Portuguesa para representar a Agência Espacial Brasileira aqui nesse painel de relevante importância. Gostaria de aproveitar para cumprimentar os meus colegas aqui de painel, né? O Dr. João Boaventura, o Dr. Osvaldo Porto. Agradecer pelas apresentações também. Eu, infelizmente, realmente não pude estar presente com vocês. Eu estou aqui ainda pela manhã, né? Tenho algumas horas de atraso com relação ao nosso fuso horário, mas é uma grata satisfação estar aqui. Muito obrigada pelo convite. O Brasil é um dos países integrantes do CPLP, né? E que tem como uma das suas finalidades a colaboração e união de esforços, o que revela a importância dessas parcerias internacionais. A gente preparou uma apresentação, eu gostaria de poder compartilhar, eu espero não delongar mais do que 10 minutos nela. Eu não sei se eu compartilho daqui ou se vocês compartilham daí.
Eu acho que é daqui, não é? Que nós partilhamos.
Pode ser, eu também estou pronta aqui, a gente pode compartilhar daqui também.
Então, olha, força,
ótimo.
Já está aí.
Ótimo, muito obrigada. Então, os países da CPLP possuem uma irmandade de raízes históricas, e eu vejo que essa parceria pode abranger o setor espacial de todos nós, conforme a gente vai se desenvolvendo, né? E o Brasil vem buscando formas de aprofundar a sua participação no setor espacial. O Brasil tem um programa espacial que remonta lá à década de 1960, mas a gente ainda está querendo se afirmar e se reafirmar no setor espacial. E um dos temas que chama atenção muito necessário é a educação espacial. Como o próprio Dr. Osvaldo comentou agora, né, o Brasil também compartilha das dificuldades de ser reconhecido, né, do setor espacial ser reconhecido como um setor importante na política e na economia local. Então, a gente também tem esse desafio, a gente compartilha, e a educação espacial, a gente vê, a educação nessa temática pode conquistar mentes e gerações e os decision makers. Então, a nossa proximidade de língua facilita bastante, inclusive, intercâmbios nessa área educacional. A gente acredita bastante nisso. Esse slide mostra que o Brasil tem desafios continentais. O último slide que o Dr. Osvaldo mostrou mostra o tamanho do Brasil. O Brasil é um país com extensões continentais, com fronteira e uma costa marítima e uma fronteira interna muito grande, de larga escala, que precisa de monitoramento. Tem um território de aproximadamente 8,5 mil quilômetros quadrados, e isso requer um monitoramento, né, disponibilização de serviços de comunicação. A gente tem desafios na área de educação, de energia, mobilidade, e o setor espacial pode contribuir na observação, na segurança agrícola. O Brasil tem uma economia muito forte agrícola, e a gente precisa resguardar essa economia e dentre outras necessidades que temos para um país de tão grandes desafios. Pode passar para o próximo, por favor? Próximo slide. Obrigada. A partir daí a gente vê, né, que a gente tem os benefícios do setor espacial, eles são associados à disponibilização de informações e dados que podem contribuir para a vida em sociedade. Não é novidade que o espaço provê serviços de geoposicionamento, comunicação, observação da Terra e inúmeros outros. E é nesse contexto que a observação da Terra pode auxiliar no monitoramento e implementação de ações ligadas ao uso sustentável dos recursos da Terra. A foto mostrada nesse slide mostra uma das nossas barreiras. A gente teve um acidente, a barreira deslizou, e então a gente teve um acidente de grandes proporções, um acidente ambiental de grandes proporções, e a gente já existe tecnologia espacial que poderia prever esse tipo de desastres florestais. Pode passar para o próximo, por favor? Então, aí também mostra, né, questões que a gente tem, como a pesquisa científica e tecnológica brasileira na área espacial abrange uma diversidade de temas, que, como deforestation, florestamento, como é que chama? Florestamento ambiental, isso, desculpa. E sejam aplicados, né, nas diferentes áreas. A gente tem tecnologias que podem ser aplicadas em diferentes áreas, como observação terrestre, controle de incêndios, as mudanças climáticas, telecomunicações, segurança e outras. E a economia espacial internacional cresce a cada ano. Na esteira dessa evolução, gera e distribui riquezas, alavanca o desenvolvimento tecnológico, socioeconômico das nações que nela investem e quebra paradigmas. O setor espacial tem essa possibilidade. Próximo, por favor. O Brasil, nesse contexto, né, o Brasil tem uma agência espacial. A Agência Espacial Brasileira é responsável por coordenar as atividades espaciais do Brasil e coordenar o atingimento dos seus objetivos estratégicos. O fato da tecnologia espacial ter permeado tantas outras áreas mostra quão valioso é o papel da agência, que a agência desempenha hoje. E não só, mas a gente só arranha ainda a superfície do que é possível fazer. A gente pode fazer muito mais, inclusive em parcerias internacionais. A gente pode abranger o nosso escopo. E com isso em mente, a EB tem atuado para estender o impacto do espaço e seções mais amplas na economia, alcançando as indústrias que não consideram rotineiramente o espaço como um recurso tecnológico e buscando maneiras de acelerar o fluxo de tecnologias e conhecimento. Isso significa ser proativo em aumentar a conscientização, como a gente estava falando, né, entre as empresas, entre o governo, e as empresas, como elas podem se beneficiar da tecnologia espacial e disponibilizar essas tecnologias e conhecimentos associados de uma maneira eficiente, oportuna e econômica para todos. Na IB, a gente vê o espaço como um veículo fantástico para empurrar as fronteiras tecnológicas, porque não só atrai pessoas inteligentes que são levadas a resolver problemas aparentemente impossíveis, mas também lhes dá os recursos para fazê-los. Tem a tecnologia agregada. Então, identificar onde esse conhecimento pode ser explorado em outros setores e disponibilizá-los para as pessoas certas é um grande desafio, e principalmente quando os setores-alvo e os indivíduos dentro delas não são necessariamente cientes, né, nem estão procurando as soluções que o espaço pode oferecer. Então, é o nosso papel mostrar essas possibilidades. Isso. No Brasil, a gente tem um Programa Nacional de Atividades Espaciais, que ele tem um período de vigência de 10 anos, começando no ano passado, 2022, e tem uma projeção até 2023, e é um instrumento que planeja o setor espacial brasileiro para esse período, né, apontando os objetivos que o Brasil quer alcançar. Dentre os objetivos que são previstos nesse documento, nós temos 7 objetivos estratégicos. Um deles é justamente buscar a maior conscientização da população, através de atividades educacionais, e para levar a importância do setor espacial para que isso seja reconhecido no governo, na indústria, na academia e em todos os aspectos. Próximo, por favor. E eu não posso deixar de falar, né, que um dos acervos mais importantes do Programa Espacial Brasileiro é o Centro de Lançamento de Alcântara, o CLA, que é um espaçoporto que reúne algumas condições vantajosas, né, como a proximidade da linha do Equador e a possibilidade de realizar lançamentos em diferentes planos orbitais por ter um azimuth de 107 graus, permitindo lançamentos polares e equatoriais, e além de contar com condições meteorológicas favoráveis, estabilidade geológica, baixa densidade populacional e outros. Próximo, por favor. E é importante falar também que o CLA fica perto a São Luís, né, que fica a 18 quilômetros apenas de São Luís, que é a capital do estado do Maranhão, aqui no Brasil, então fica muito perto em termos de infraestrutura de uma região metropolitana, o que facilita a questão logística. E ele é um espaçoporto operacional que já efetuou o lançamento de mais de 500, já teve realizados mais de 500 lançamentos suborbitais. Então, ele é operacional, ele funciona e a gente está agora comercializando. Próximo. A gente está abrindo agora a comercialização do centro de lançamento de Alcântara. Próximo, por favor. Pode passar mais um? Uma das questões também importante falar em termos de parcerias internacionais, né, que o setor espacial ele exige a parceria espacial, que o Brasil também é um dos países signatários do acordo Artemis, e a gente está agora na fase de definição de como o Brasil, considerando as suas limitações, os seus conhecimentos, as suas capacidades, pode contribuir para esse programa. Próximo, por favor. Esse slide para a gente é bem interessante porque ele mostra um pouco do que é o ecossistema espacial brasileiro. Nós temos uma indústria espacial e essa é uma foto, uma imagem do Amazônia 1, que é o primeiro satélite de engenharia nacional construído no Brasil e lançado em 2021. E essas são as empresas que contribuíram para a construção desse satélite. Então, é importante a gente... e um dos papéis da agência é justamente fomentar a indústria espacial brasileira. A gente mostra nossas capacidades e auxilia na formulação de parcerias também, entre empresas, inclusive de outras nações. Então, a gente tem um parque tecnológico que é estável, né? E é formado em especial por essa empresa, mas tem outras também. Próximo, por favor. O setor espacial também é um agente essencial de desenvolvimento econômico, né? Historicamente, o Programa Espacial Brasileiro tem servido como agente mobilizador de recursos, capaz de materializar, ainda que parcialmente, políticas públicas voltadas para o fortalecimento de uma comunidade científica nacional de aplicações espaciais, conquistando independência tecnológica e desenvolvimento sustentável. Considerando que a EB tem como uma de suas finalidades estimular o crescimento de sua indústria espacial, as informações sobre as empresas que fornecem serviços espaciais estão listadas em catálogos de fornecedores que estão disponibilizados no site da EB. Aí, nessas duas primeiras figuras, a gente vê o catálogo da indústria espacial brasileira e o catálogo de fornecedores. E, além disso, no Brasil é realizado o Space BR Show, que é o maior evento do setor espacial brasileiro, que está ocorrendo nessa semana agora na cidade de São Paulo, um dos motivos que impossibilitou a minha ida a Portugal nessa semana. Próximo, por favor. Estou terminando. Por fim, eu gostaria de ressaltar também a recente visita do governo brasileiro a Portugal, como bem disse o Dr. Ricardo Conde, que resultou na assinatura de um memorando de entendimento, né, entre os dois países, que objetiva a cooperação do uso pacífico do espaço, ciências espaciais, tecnologias e aplicações. Eu também gostaria de salientar que a EB possui parcerias com universidades e iniciativas voltadas para o setor espacial e estamos abertos a discutir com nossos parceiros da CPLP o estabelecimento de parcerias ultramarinas também. Gostaria de reconhecer também que esse ano o Brasil sediará o Space Studies Program da ISU, International Space University, que foi sediado no ano passado em Portugal, fato que mostra que a CPLP está cada vez mais envolvida no setor espacial. E próximo, por favor. E assim eu concluo a minha apresentação. Agradeço e estou aqui à disposição.
Obrigado, Letícia. Obrigado. Com estas capacidades e também, passando agora, para terminar estes 30 segundos, passar aqui ao João Ventura, que eu fixei-me aqui na concertação política e diplomática. Portanto, o que nós estamos aqui a fazer também, de alguma forma, neste esforço global para a cooperação, em particular na CPLP, entra exatamente aqui neste pilar. ou seja, isto na realidade, o âmbito, alargar o espaço ao âmbito da CPLP, e é extremamente importante esta concertação política e diplomática em instituições, em órgãos como, por exemplo, a ONU, onde, em órgãos próprios, o COPUS, o NOSA, onde se debatem e se discutem, digamos, aqueles que são os pilares da sustentabilidade do uso do espaço. Portanto, é por aqui também que iremos, ou seja, uma concertação política para colocar o espaço no âmbito da CPLP.
Obrigado, Ricardo, uma vez mais. Claramente que sim. Este é um tema, como se pode observar, que já faz parte das agendas de políticas nacionais, políticas públicas, não é? Facto que justifica a existência de agências e de estruturas nacionais que se ocupam destas matérias, o que por si só constitui um fator que pode facilitar, como diria, a transposição desta temática dos planos nacionais para a agenda multilateral da CPLP. Uma das formas que têm sido privilegiadas no âmbito da integração de novas iniciativas nos planos de ação tem sido precisamente pela identificação de ações que se desenvolvem no âmbito bilateral, por exemplo, as concertações e os diálogos que se mantêm entre Angola e Portugal e Brasil, que sendo do interesse da comunidade, dos demais países da comunidade, estas ações podem ser integradas, se for esse o entendimento das estruturas competentes que decidem sobre estas questões, se for esse entendimento, podem naturalmente integrar o plano estratégico e o plano de ação do domínio da cooperação multilateral da ciência da CPLP. Portanto, há aqui um conjunto de possibilidades. Este encontro é fundamental para a aproximação entre diferentes estruturas da nossa comunidade, desde logo o Secretariado Executivo, que desempenha um papel importante na articulação dos interesses entre os diferentes Estados-membros. Estamos, de facto, sensibilizados. Será escusado discutir a relevância social desta temática para o desenvolvimento sustentável, né, pelo que foi dito e pelo que tem sido dito em relação à questão especial, e os exemplos que foram aqui apresentados sobre os impactos e os retornos que esta matéria traz para a vida em sociedade. Creio que há aqui condições ótimas para iniciarmos esse diálogo dentro dos órgãos competentes da CPLP.
E é isso que estamos a fazer, e é isso que estamos a fazer também com Angola. Oswaldo, daquilo que nós temos conversado, estamos prontos para dar os próximos passos, não é?
Com certeza. Obrigado mais uma vez pela palavra, Dr. Ricardo. É completamente isso que temos que fazer, porque, pronto, olhando para os resultados que a comunidade obteve até agora, nós percebemos que existem potencialidades que podem ser aproveitadas. Primeiramente, dizer que só este ato aqui de meter o painel CPLP aqui a discutir é uma iniciativa bastante importante para alavancar esse processo. Obviamente que até agora temos poucas cooperações a nível da comunidade. É interessante, quando eu construía um dos meus slides sobre os nossos parceiros, eu notei que Portugal entrou a bordo como um dos últimos. Quer dizer que havia já aqui possibilidades de cooperações que ainda não tinham sido aproveitadas. Agora, vale sim o que o Dr. Boaventura acabou de dizer, influenciar os órgãos decisores a nível político, para que se possa então integrar isso no plano estratégico e da ação da CPLP.
E essa é a nossa função. Letícia também. Eu não sei se a Letícia ainda está online. Já foi?
Estou sim. Está me ouvindo?
Ok. Eu não estava a ver aqui, agora já estou. Portanto, para terminar, okay. Letícia, também, portanto, é esta função nossa, das agências espaciais, daqueles que estão neste momento no terreno, de alguma forma, orquestrar aquilo que serão as próximas ações e o Brasil, também com este, obviamente, com esta capacidade que tem, será, obviamente, um parceiro da América Latina que liga a África, que liga a Europa e que liga também posteriormente Timor, que está também nas nossas aspirações para fazer parte desta agenda. Letícia, para terminar, como é que o Brasil vê este espaço de cooperação e, em particular, que ações concretas é que devem ser já consideradas agora, ainda este ano, diria?
Doutor Ricardo, a Agência Espacial Brasileira, né, o Brasil vê na cooperação internacional uma oportunidade de crescimento, de desenvolvimento conjunto, e a gente precisa fortalecer realmente. Eu faço coro com meus colegas que falaram comigo neste painel. Uma das formas que a gente pode fortalecer, né, justamente usando a língua que nos une, é o estabelecimento de parcerias entre universidades, também estabelecimento de eventos acadêmicos em língua portuguesa, possivelmente até discutir a criação de uma constelação de nanosatélites que atenda aos nossos países. Então, a gente tem muitas ideias, a gente pode conversar mais sobre isso. Uma questão também é que a Agência Espacial Brasileira tem uma plataforma de ensino à distância da língua portuguesa. A gente poderia pensar em aperfeiçoar essa plataforma e para alcançar mais países de língua portuguesa. Então, a gente pode disponibilizar cursos, e justamente nessa temática educacional tem um grande propício, uma grande...
Essa é uma excelente dica para nós concluirmos aqui o nosso painel. Um agradecimento aos nossos convidados, João, Osvaldo, Letícia. Obrigado por darem esta cor, também colocarem aqui esta perspectiva e tenho a certeza absoluta que haverá uns próximos passos com ideias concretas e formalizaremos, espero, brevemente a agenda do espaço na CPLP. Obrigado a todos.
Agradeço muitíssimo. Até logo.
Obrigado, Ricardo. Obrigado aos nossos convidados. I will now switch to English again. We have been speaking and working to democratize access to space. I'm sorry, but it's still a very expensive activity. And we will continue now with more financial issues. First, we will hear from Mr. Ludwig Müller talking about partnerships and funding models for ocean monitoring and climate action. Mr. Müller is the director of the European Space Policy Institute, the European think tank on space responsible for developing approaches to European space policy and providing recommendations to European decision makers and institutions. Mr. Müller, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. And I regret I will have to revert back to English, and I have to say a beautiful language. So the next objective is to learn Portuguese and to be able to continue in the fluidity of the same language. I would like to give you a quick perspective, a European perspective on something that in fact is a global issue and in a perspective of global cooperation. And maybe I start from the end and just would like to highlight a few things that I hope you will retain once we go for the coffee break. And I would also be happy to share a coffee with you if you have questions. The first one is the word sustainability. And I think sustainability, and we just heard in the previous panel, we are worried about the planet, about the climate. It is linked also to sustainability in economic terms, and this was highlighted by the chair lady of the Brazilian agency in particular. Policy and economics awareness in Brazil, not only in Brazil, I think worldwide, in governments, in industry. So this is a key element when we talk about sustainability, to keep this in mind. It's the one point I would like to highlight in the speech. The other one is, when we talk about partnerships, we need to look into new schemes. This is not only individual programs of agencies I think this is something that needs a new concept of coming together and federating in Europe, but also globally. That's the second point, new partnership approaches. And third one, really the private side is key in this. This is cannot only be and remain to be a public affair. To be sustainable, to be competitive, to be economically sustainable, we need to activate the private, and with the private we need to activate also the finance that comes with this. If we can maybe move to the first slide. Now, a quick zoom into what, in terms of sustainability and when it comes to climate, is at stake. And we've heard many examples here. We are aware of climate change, of a climate urgency. Some talk about climate overshoot. We know that we have extreme weather events that increase in frequency and in impact significantly. We also know that this is not only climate, it's not only about the temperature, it's geopolitical, and you cannot separate something that in reality is intertwined. When you talk about climate and sustainability, you talk about food security, water supply, energy transition, critical infrastructures, systemic elements of society. So this is not a separate topic. This is everywhere, and there was an example also here on civil security. There are elements where sometimes you cannot separate the individual elements of these different aspects. So what we need in these challenges is new tools to aggregate, and maybe you could call it also federate solutions. There are solutions out there. There may be gaps, but there's a lot of out there that we can leverage much better and globally. And last but not least, when it comes to space, it's about space data. We talked a lot about Earth observation data. It's also the information that is derived from this. It is the services ultimately. So the Earth observation data is a small element in it. Space can do much more. Space can provide connectivity. It can provide positioning and timing information. And I think it's the whole package of space that is asked here to provide solutions. To the next slide, please. I would like to, without going too much into the detail, time will not allow this, but I would invite you to look this up. It's on the web, and you can really do some study on it. I think it's worth it. There is a concept that has been brought forward recently. It is driven by the European Space Agency, but it's not a European Space Agency activity. It is really an invitation for partners to join. It is called accelerators. I would like to highlight two very briefly. Space for Green Future. The first one, this is about green and climate action. It is about an approach where the different elements that may be in orbit, that may be on ground, come together. What they can do, for instance, is to be a better aggregation of data from space into what is called here information factories. We had a colleague here from ESRIN, from ESA, talking earlier. This is also happening in ESRIN in Italy. But also to go beyond just to look at the information. It is not enough to look at the temperature of the patient of Earth and see that Earth is sick. You want to do something about it. You want to decrease the temperature, and space can help to decrease the temperature. And examples could be smart cities, smart transportation, urban planning. In many domains, space can actually help to have systems that are more clever, can be a more efficient energy distribution generation network. Many examples where space can add to really improve the response and not only to monitor. I think this is important for everybody to realize. So the idea here is to really bring this together and aggregate, and the different elements you see here in this graphic, which is very schematic, they are really different people, different organizations. This can be public, this can be private. Many of these will exist. Some may have to be developed. Some will be providing elements we can use and act upon as we speak, short notice. 2 to 5 years in space is relatively short time horizon. Others may be gap fillers in innovation. We had examples today in artificial intelligence as one case. So this is really a new initiative that may be brought forward end of this year in November in Sevilla, not too far from here, at the European Space Summit. So keep this in mind, look it up. Next example, next slide, please, very briefly. Rapid and resilient crisis response. Now, when this was studied about 2 years ago, what are the urgent things where we could do better in using what we have in space and what we can develop further? In fact, this was the number one that was identified, where people said we have so many events. It can be earthquakes, it can be floods, it can be wildfires, it can be many things that can be induced by climate change. It can also be man-made. We have conflicts, increasingly conflicts today worldwide. We need capability, and this is not only Earth observation, this is navigation, this is communication, this is IoT networks. This may be information that is not in space but in ground, but you connect it, you can connect it, and you can fuse it from space and provide an integrated solution. Basically, you could zoom into an area on the planet where a crisis is happening, and you mobilize everybody's resources to help that crisis at the time when it matters. There is an example today on the Charter for Disasters that is the first example of such an element. It is more Earth observation driven. The principle is similar, and this is the next generation of a similar approach. So again, you're invited to look this up. And I would maybe continue, for the sake of time and the coffee, to look into really, there was a lot of mentioning of partners. Again, also in the previous panel. And you could distinguish the type of partnership, and all of them are needed really in terms of the policy actors. Ultimately, it's only going to work if we convince the policy actors. Laetitia made the point very clearly, to raise the awareness in governance. This is fundamental. We can meet many times here. We can be convinced between us and peers. We need to bring this message and awareness into the policy layer. Next to it, you need to activate funding, and funding is obviously today largely public driven, and public direction for investments is critical, but it needs also to give a direction for private investment. Without investment, without funding, nothing will happen. And last but not least, the impact. What are the agencies? And we are here in one place of an agency that creates impact. And there are programs that were mentioned this early afternoon during the EMSA presentation. Copernicus is one example, but there are many others where you really have programs in place and they can be used to create impact, use the data to a clear benefit. So these three elements we all need to address, and they are all important equally. Next one, please. So I would like to zoom into two aspects just to illustrate a bit into more detail, and we will have a finance panel following this presentation and the coffee break. So this is a prelude, if you like. At SP, at the European Space Policy Institute, we regularly, in that case yearly, publish a report on venture capital in space in Europe. In fact, it came out today, so it's fresh from the press, and for the first time it also includes China, data from China, and cooperation with people having insights in the market on the other side of the planet. So the good news is also in Europe, the private investments and venture capital is increasing. You see a steep rise over the past 3 years. For the first time ever, Europe has exceeded 1 billion of private invest. That is something, if you look back, it's enough to go back 7 years maybe, and there's zero largely. So 1 billion, and this is going to grow. 65% increase, more than 100 deals. And you see that globally it is still relatively small. It's about 10% of the global invest, but still, it is something that we want to encourage and see further grow. The US, again, also here, as for the public invest, also on the private invest is dominant, followed by Europe and China. What is an interesting point here, although the absolute number is not so big today, but if you take the rest of the world, if you just subtract US, China, and Europe, you have a growth in private invest globally of more than 3,000% since 2019. So that means there is something also happening out there in other regions of the planet. Next slide. So this is just the second zoom in, and I will come to a conclusion for the sake of the coffee. When you invest and you want to encourage businesses to invest, it's about also securing the business case. There's a lot about socioeconomic return for the economy and society at large. This is a policy goal, but if you want private companies to invest, their investment decision will probably ask for some kind of return on invest at some point in time. If you look into how this is protected normally out there, this is intellectual property rights. If you look into green applications, this is just one zoom. We did this recently with the European Patent Office. Again, a publicly available report. You see that space is growing four times quicker than any other discipline in average in innovation. So this is a boom domain of innovation. And if you zoom into this, you'll find when it comes to green that a lot of the intelligence is in the ground segment. It's on ground. It is data analytics, data fusion, data services. So you think, okay, if you do this, and you see the curves here again, it is elementary that if you have a small company, a startup, maybe somebody scaling up, going into funding rounds, that he can protect the intelligence he puts in the system. But if you look at the actual filings, number one filing by far is China. China, in fact, made this part of their national strategy 10 years ago. And you see it in the plot. It's dramatic. See the top curve, the red curve is China. Then the US are number two. And you could argue maybe the US in the filing, they are more closely linked to a market. So you would probably need to calibrate these two curves to really make them comparable, but you see the order of magnitude. And then the rest is a bit in the noise. And the rest is also a lot of Europe in the noise. So it is good to have open data policy. It is essential, but it's also important to, once you get to using the data and creating information services, to protect it and encourage young companies that may not know it, may not have the resources, experience to do it, and it should be part of a policy. With this, I think I come just to a last slide. And I will close with this. This gives you an idea, and I will not go through all of it. I think this will be available after the conference. This is what we at SP, we're based in Vienna, what we do and where we can support you and others in the community when it's about green and climate, security, defense, industry and finance, exploration and science, and also space as an asset when it's about you need to have a launch capability to do anything you want to do. You need to have frequencies and orbits in space to do anything you want to do. And in each of these elements, we are active. We are also active, it was highlighted again by the Brazilian presentation, on education that is increasingly important. And obviously, we are on a forum like this available to bring this in the debate and share. And we're also happy to follow up subsequently after this discussion here today. And with this, I would thank you and happy to take any questions, probably more on the coffee break. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Thank you. Okay, first I have some bad news. We have to delay the coffee break just for a while But we'll have a coffee break, and it will be reinforced, and you will have the opportunity to see almost the sunset, which is beautiful from the terrace. So bear with me, because the panel will also be worth it. We'll continue to talk about investment, because this is a very expensive activity, as we have heard before. But now we are going to talk about how to finance your next project. For that, I will call to the stand Joana Labarte, who is the project manager of the Portuguese Space Agency, and that will conduct the discussion. Thank you.
Works. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ronald Labart, and I follow at the agency different domains, including everything that has to do with startups. And indeed, today we are going to talk about space investments. And the first thing I want to do, because I know that you want to go to the coffee break, so I want to catch your attention. I want everyone in the audience that's a space investor to raise the hand. How many space investors do we have? 1, 2, 3. 3 space investors. But let me put the question a bit differently. How many of you either are the owners of a space company, any company that works on space, or have shares in companies such as Amorim, Altice, NOS, Vodafone, Google? How many of you have invested shares, stocks in these companies? I do. Look. Have 1/3 of the audience. So the point is, all of you, this 1/3, all of you are space investors, because you are putting money on companies that are using space for their activities. So today I'm gonna call professional space investors, but remind this, all of you are space investors. So now I'm gonna proceed calling my panel. So I will start by Fernando Ferreira. Yes, please come to stage. Fernando Ferreira is from Portugal Ventures. He basically is responsible for investments related to AI, cybersecurity, blockchain, so really deep tech topics. Yeah, please have a seat, please. And Portugal Ventures, for those of you that are not familiar with, Portugal Ventures is a public entity that does private investments. So basically, it's a venture capital fund that's public. And has been supporting space significantly in the last years. Then I'm going to call on stage, they are there at the end, please, Rafael Reutgen, come here. Rafael, I think it's known to you because he was also here last year. Rafael, first of all, is a space enthusiast, I have to say this, but no, he's the founder and general manager of E2MC Ventures, a space-specific venture capital fund that has presence in the US and in Switzerland right now. But he's also the founder of Prometheus, a company that's going to use space for medical research. He will tell us more about that. And he also does a lot of outreach and educational activities. He's author of books and so on. And finally, here, Rodolfo, come on stage, please. Rodolfo Condesa from Armilar. Armilar is a private venture capital firm here in Portugal. They invest in deep tech, and they have also invested in space companies in the sector. So we have here, I'm gonna have a seat, a panel of investors, but all of them have a different background. So today we're gonna do it a bit different from the previous panels. Instead of having presentations here, wait, I need the pointer. Instead of having presentations, it's gonna be more of a debate, and I will structure this panel in 3 blocks. And I don't know if anyone can put the slides, please. Yeah, we'll start here. So we'll start talking about the evolution of private investments in space in the world, in Europe, and in Portugal. Then we will talk about who are the investors in Europe, what type of investors do we have, why do we have them, why do we need them. We will talk about this. And we will finish talking about the future, because I think that we are really in a turning point in the space sector, and this is also catching the eye of investors. So I want to hear What do they think about the future? We'll do it like this. I really want this to be an open discussion. So if you want to interact between each other, please feel free. We're here to hear you. And I will start with this graph. This graph complements the one that was presented before. Before it was about Europe, but this is about the world, right? This is the evolution of private investments in space in the world. And yeah, it has been growing almost exponentially until 2021, mainly in the US. But then last year, it decreased. It dropped almost to less than half. And this is mainly due to the drop in investments in the US. And I want to ask, why did this happen? What are your feelings? And maybe here, Rafael, since you are also an investor there, what do you take from this graph?
So first of all, thank you for the invitation again. It's always a pleasure to be here, in Lisbon with you guys, or in Portugal in general. And so the first thing I'd like to say, just very clearly, I don't care about these graphs at all. I don't watch them, and this is because I'm a very early stage investor. And you saw that decline there. I guess now it's gone. This decline from 2021 to 2022, and this is true. Sort of the amount of space investment has gone down. And 2020, 2021 were exceptional years. This is, some of you may have been following this. We had the so-called SPAC bubble, the special purpose acquisition companies. Each of those brought in, many of those brought in hundreds of millions for each transaction. We also had some exceptionally large transactions in 2021. For example, there's a very prominent space company in the US called Sierra Space. Just they did a $1.4 billion financing round. And those are one-offs. They just don't happen all the time. And then the other thing that distorts these graphs regularly is basically every time somebody like SpaceX does a financing round, because SpaceX can go out there and raise very often $1-2 billion, and that has an impact on these graphs. So as an early stage investor, I don't care. If you're a later stage investor and maybe some of your portfolio companies have to raise financing rounds of hundreds of millions, then you do need to start caring about these graphs and whether this money is available. But, I want to leave a very clear optimistic message here also in a European context. Good companies continue to raise funding and significant funding. So let me just give you a couple of recent examples from Europe. The Exploration Company, many of you may know, they're building a basically reusable space capsule. A 40 million euro financing round a few months ago. And then even more recent, ESA Aerospace. Again, many of you may know this is a German rocket company. Just very recently announced I think it was $169 million financing round. 40 million, 169 million. Those are big numbers even for Silicon Valley. For Europe, they're extremely significant. And they happened in 2022 when you see this graph.
Okay, thank you, Rafael. So your message is very positive, and I'm happy to hear that. Maybe I want now to ask also Rodolfo and Fernando, because you both work in other domains other than space. So I want to understand from you if you see these cycles also in deep tech, where there are peaks in some years, then things slow down, things mature, and then there's another rush of investors. What do you take from this graph? What's your experience with other sectors?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. Fortunately, there seems to have been a decoupling, at least in Europe, in the venture capital investment in the space. Unfortunately, in deep tech and in the rest of the venture capital, 2022 was a bad year, especially for Series A and above rounds. I would say that we were starting to see a glimmer of hope in the last quarter, where it seemed to be rebounding. But then the first quarter of this year with Silicon Valley Bank and whatnot, things crashed again. And the feeling that I've gathering from other European and US investors that unfortunately 2023 will probably be a bad year. That said, and because I share my colleague investment in pre-seed and seed stage investments, we are basically keep seeding, and we have a few space investments. The most mature one still at the seed stage, also with Armilar, and we hope that we'll be able to leverage also this funding in Europe and really start growing the space.
Okay, thank you. And maybe Rodolfo, do you want to take over?
Sure. I think, well, thank you, Juan, for the invitation. And it's a pleasure to be here and back in space. So there are two things that we should take into account when looking at this chart. One is structural changes in the space industry, and the second is the context of 2021 and 2022. The structural changes which affect every sector, as you mentioned, other deep tech sectors, but not only. This has to do with an excessive capital, like Rafael mentioned, zero interest rates, crazy times in general with the SPAC. And so that's all gone. Interest rates are up. And these are all structural things that affect everyone. So you'll see 2023 also, I think probably we'll see what happens, but maybe in line with 2022. So these things have nothing to do with space, but space and whether or not, and you mentioned something interesting, because some sectors in the past 2, 3, 4 years have been benefited from, but also been the victims of hype. And if you look at, for example, NFTs and crypto, there was a ton of money going in. We never invested in NFT at all or any speculative crypto simply because we couldn't understand it. We didn't see the fundamentals being present. In space, it's completely different. The rise that you see there is justified by three things. Access to space is much cheaper. You have miniaturization, which compounds what you can do with small amounts of mass in LEO. And number three is the attraction of entrepreneurs to the space industry that weren't there. So we're very positive, to be honest, about new space activities, because we think that regardless of the structural changes that affect investments as a whole, there are some very strong fundamentals for space. And so I don't think that there's anything wrong with the space sector going forward, and hopefully we'll see interesting things.
Thank you. Thank you, Rodolfo. That's also a very positive message. I put this graph to tease you, and I wanted to, of course, to see your reaction to it. So it's a very positive reaction. Thank you for that. And now maybe I want to move to the second teaser, if you may, which is this graph of Europe. And it's a graph that represents the main dedicated to space venture capital funds that we know. There are more, of course, but these are the main ones. And you can see where they are located, where they are based. Of course, most of them are located in the countries that invest most in space. There's some sort of correlation. Most of them are still related to the early stages of investments. There are not that many late stage venture capital funds in space. I think that the only one dedicated to the sector is Seraphim. And there are some that also invest in other technologies besides space. Here, it's an example, it's mostly space, but also deep tech. But yeah, you see here that there's none in Portugal, none in Spain, at least a known one in Spain. So, but it's something that we are, the discussion is here on the air, right? Lately here in the country. So maybe I will continue with you, Rodolfo, because you're someone that has known the space sector for a long time. You were here when Portugal joined ESA. You were one of the first delegates to ESA. You work in the industry, then you move to the venture capital sector. What changes have happened since then, and why are we talking about space investors, venture capital funds now and not 20 years ago?
Sure. Good question. I think Ivo, I don't know if Ivo is still around. Ivo, he's there. Ivo, if you look at the past 20 years of the Portuguese participation in space, and Ricardo knows much better than I do, Ivo is probably the first space entrepreneur of Portugal. And things were radically different back then. When we graduated, going to ESA was basically everything that we really wanted to do after graduation. That was like, I think, at least for me personally, the dream. And so I think what has really changed is that today, younger generations who want to do a space career, I would bet that a significant share of those young kids want to go into startups. And so the sheer attraction of young talent to space startups, I think, is the changing factor here. Of course, for the past 20 years, companies like Space, Deimos, GMV, and so many others have consolidated the space industry that has provided the basis. And I think now companies like Neurospace that we've invested, Connected, Tiago is over there as well. I think they'll give a different flavor, and therefore your chart, I think, is very interesting because it shows. It used to be ESA's chart, right? You'd have all these flags, and people would look, okay, this is what I want to do. And now younger kids look at the chart and say, who is the investor I'm going after to go on with my career? So really good change, and I think it's a progressive thing. We're not there yet, but it's a very exciting time.
No, that's good. Thank you, Rodolfo. So, Rafael, there's also, and I guess it happens in all sectors, but there's also always a discussion: why are dedicated venture capital funds needed? What's the added value? Because if I'm an entrepreneur, I want the best investor. It's not only the money, you have to bring other things, right? And we see these dedicated venture capital funds. You are one of them. So how would you describe or justify the need of dedicated venture capital funds for this sector, for space? Where do they come in, and how do they complement more generic funds?
We pretty much regard space, and I think not just us, but probably most people, as a deep tech sector. So it comes with its own complications. You pretty much any company we look at, you have to run at some point in time a deep technical due diligence, and it's not trivial. It's not even the same experts you can use every time. Like if you're doing due diligence on a rocket company, for example, you need one type of expert. If you're doing due diligence on a satellite communications payload company, you need a totally different type of experts. But we're all within the sort of same industry, and those of us who go to big space conferences, we all know that it's basically a sort of, I wouldn't call it a closed community, because I think we're all very welcoming people, but it's a very defined community. People know each other, and so this brings sort of very valuable relationships as well. So as specialized investors, we very much want to add value to our portfolio companies that goes way beyond just capital, because capital, even in this current non-zero interest rate environment, is still, relatively speaking, a commodity. There's still a lot of capital around from various sources. So we need to add more than capital. And so what we can add is this technical due diligence capability, which helps, of course, other investors who may want to join the financing round. And the way it is, at least for the moment, is that the typical space financing round, you may have some specialist funds, but the majority will be non-specialist funds. And they actually typically look to people like us to gain comfort that somebody has taken a deep technical look, right? And then for the portfolio companies, we can bring the fact that we have those relationships within the space sector. So we can make introductions to customers, to suppliers, to board members, to other business partners, to potential senior employees that they need to recruit. And this is like the value add I'm talking about that goes way beyond capital. And because the community is so defined, that's just very hard to replicate for a non-specialist investor. We compare it a lot to like biotech, and there's a reason that, there tend to be generalist investment funds, and then there are biotech specialist funds. And then there's very few funds in the world which kind of manage to do both. But then typically what happens is that you have a big fund, like let's say like a Lux Capital in the US or a Founders Fund, and they just happen to have a partner who is really an expert in the specific sector.
Okay, I don't know, Rodolfo, or do you want to comment from your experience, because you have a different approach? Portugal Ventures has some generic funds and some specialist funds, and Armilar is a bit more deep tech, but a bit more generic. So what's your take also from this?
Yeah, on this issue, what we've always strived to do is to work in a network fashion. So we are strong believers in network effects, and from the start, we connected with everyone that was in the ecosystem. So back in 2011, and I mean like everyone from universities, accelerators, incubators, investors, literally everyone that was here in Portugal or abroad, also our diaspora, because again, we do need to have strong technical expertise, and we rely on our partners here or abroad to be able to deep dive into those really specific focus. And so that's how we tend to have specialized funds in a generic VC, such as ours, that goes from hardware to biotech, to tourism, to cybersecurity. And so that's a bit how we try to cover it, really working in a very networking fashion.
And Rodolfo, what's also your thoughts on this?
So I think that if there's one thing that space, so there's a bit of a bipolar situation in space, which is on the one hand, at least Morgan Stanley says that this will become a $1 trillion economy. And then at the other side, I think there is a significant scarcity of both talent on the entrepreneurial side and on the investment side. So if we are going to build this massive economy that is space-based, we need a lot more startups and we need a lot more investment. And we need different type of investors. And so I think that you'll see vertical funds that bring clear, and Rafael explained it pretty well. I think I'll explain why I think we, or the likes of Portugal Ventures, makes a lot of sense, because what we bring to the table is the experience of an investor that looks at space as they would look at fintech or at insurtech or at health tech. And what we hope to bring to the table is, in addition to a couple of decades of experience, is having seen certain patterns that work in companies, not necessarily in these specific verticals, but that work in companies. And so by bringing these best practices of certain sectors that are further ahead in the curve, we hope to bring into the space sector some of those best practices. And so the space sector is very special. It will continue to be, unfortunately, because the day the space sector becomes like any other vertical, then it means that we're almost at the tipping point of becoming the so-called trillion-dollar economy. But I think that there's one element that is still necessary here, which is, at least for a while, the idea of public procurement. So private investment, and we are a private investor, I think is critical. But this is a different sector. It still has a lot of dual use. There's a lot of geographic sovereignty involved. And when you see continents like, in the US, but also in Asia, that enable a very strong startup ecosystem by also having a smart procurement process from the public authorities, then I think in Europe, this is also still missing.
Okay, thank you, Rodolfo. And now maybe I want to touch upon a topic that's the core of this conference today, sustainability. You are investors, of course. There are many guiding principles for your funds. One of them, of course, to make profit. But I want to understand, in all the cases, because it's a bit different, how do you account for sustainability in your investments? How do you fit it in your vision, in your mission? Tell us a bit more about sustainability for an investor. An investor wants to make money, but how does it account for this very essential topic? Yeah. Who wants to start? Yeah, you can start Portugal Ventures.
I think that from the basics, do not harm, of course, but to also account in the projects about issues like diversity. I think we have in the tech sector at large, we really have a problem with not enough women. And so that is an effort that we do every day to have more women CEOs, more women in our startups, and also take in account as much as possible, of course, environmental risks. That's why, for instance, in our crypto, we have had also some difficulty in investing in Bitcoin related startups, for instance, because we really believe that sustainability has to be a struggle every day so that we can really improve.
Rafael?
So we've heard a lot already today about space sustainability, and that's certainly something that's on our mind when we look at new investments. So, even though as a fund we are now looking more at what we would call applications companies, we are still regularly looking at, let's call it space infrastructure companies, upstream companies, people who want to, very frequently, for example, put up another satellite constellation for some use case, whether that's satellite communications or Earth observation or even navigation or whatever. And there's just some questions to be then always ask, right? Because we're very well aware of the number of satellites which are going up there and the potential issues that causes, right? That we've heard about from various speakers already today. So we asked them, like, do you really need your own constellation? Can you host this somewhere, right? That's one question. If they convince us they need their own constellation, then we ask, for example, like, well, okay, what's your disposal strategy? Like, do you have onboard propulsion? Questions like this. And if they don't have good answers for that, then, you know, that's going to impact our willingness to invest.
Yeah. So now, last teaser for the day. It's something that I think everyone here is familiar with. It's about the future. And I put this image in purpose because we're talking about sustainability and the future. A minute, how long I have? 10 minutes? Okay, it's fine. Sustainability and the future, and I think that this image touches upon both. So, yeah, right now, access to space, it's much cheaper for sure than 5 years ago, than 10 years ago, but it's on the edge of becoming much cheaper. It's very likely that this happens, mainly due to Starship, but other reasons. We'll see in this decade private space stations, more than one. We'll see mega constellations. We'll see more use of AI and new technologies. So all these are really game changers. And it's what Rodolfo was saying. These are the game changers. This is what's really changing the core of the sector. And this is enabling new business models, things that before was only on academic papers. Now companies are starting to do this because there's a business case on that. So I really want to talk about these new markets. How do you see them? And if you are starting to invest, to have ideas of it. And maybe we'll start this time with you, Rafael, because I know that now you have founded a company in a disruptive sector. So tell us a bit more about Prometheus. Why did you found it and how do you see it in the future?
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing it up. So, yeah, I recently helped found a company called Prometheus Life Technologies, which is based in Switzerland. It is a space biotech company. So that sounds crazy, right? Like probably you wouldn't have talked about space biotech companies until very recently. That is now a thing. And it's a thing for various reasons. I mean, one reason is simply that there are known use cases for bringing biotech into basically substantially a microgravity environment. And we've known these use cases for a long time because we've conducted many experiments on the International Space Station and even back on the space shuttle. We just never then commercialized these scientific findings because space was too expensive. We now believe it's the right time to start commercializing some of these use cases, like, for example, the technology Prometheus is built on, which was developed at the University of Zurich in Switzerland. And it's basically, we believe, the world-leading technology to grow human tissue in microgravity conditions very cleanly in 3 dimensions, which has use cases, for example, in preclinical drug testing and also in regenerative medicine. Why do we believe it's the right time now? Well, it goes back to, I think Rodolfo mentioned it, the fact that space is getting cheaper. The cost of accessing space is getting cheaper, but also the cost of accessing space, doing stuff up there and bringing it back to Earth, right? Right now, as we speak, there are not actually a lot of options to do that. You basically have to go to International Space Station, and actually, surprisingly, happens to be pretty booked out, to be honest. But if you look a few years out, there's probably something like 20 or so companies which are working on what I would call microgravity platforms, which enable you to go to space, either conduct experiments or even produce something and bring it back. One of those companies I already mentioned, it's the Exploration Company from Munich in Germany. That's the one that got a 40 million euro fundraising round recently, illustrating that there's other investors also believing in this potential. And somebody like the Exploration Company is a potential business partner for Prometheus.
Okay, thank you. Good luck with that then. Then how do you see, Fernando, AI, it's your sector's AI, more blockchain? Sometimes it feels like buzzwords. Sometimes it's really useful. And I think that space, it's starting to use this technology. It's still lagging behind compared to other sectors, to fintech, for instance. So how do you see the integration of these technologies? Have you had companies with really disruptive ideas utilizing advanced IT for space? What's your opinion on this?
I think that one of the applications that we see more successful is, of course, everything from imagery to sensoring. And I think that there AI has to play a major role in differentiation, because who is able to get the better trained algorithm and the better adapted algorithm will win in the end. And so I think clearly there it will be on that side of stuff. Another area where we are trying to look is in orbit servicing, because with that much satellites in orbit, and again, going back to the sustainability issue, we can just use and drop the satellites, and so I think there will be also a big market there.
Okay, thank you. And Rodolfo, you have now invested in space traffic management. It's a market that doesn't exist, but it's going to grow in the future. How do you see it? How really you see what's needed for the market to mature and to be really commercial? And what other markets do you see similarly that it's beyond biotech, STM? What other markets, ideas have you seen around that are you looking at?
So one thing that we see in the space sector is and Rafael has used this in different occasions, if you look at the late 90s, right, and the internet, and I'm stealing your your idea. And if you look at that, if you look at all this cost reduction, structural cost reduction, and you try to make some parallels with industries that are much further ahead and try to see what could come next in terms of investment opportunities, I think the lesson to be drawn is that you just don't know. And so I think we're at a moment where the infrastructure is being built so that very interesting business models can be discovered. And if nobody could have guessed that Facebook would have been one of the most impactful applications of the internet, or that Amazon would be one of the biggest winners of cloud computing, right? So the way we have been successful in the past is trying to look at the less visible aspects of the tech stack of sectors, which we call middleware or the tooling. And so we will be paying particular attention to companies that are trying to solve problems that are neither at the infrastructure level, so rockets, satellites, etc., nor at the very end of the applications, which tend to be very consumer oriented or compete with other sort of tooling. But we like to see this middleware and platforms that are able to solve problems that other companies build products on. And just to give you an example, OutSystems, a low-code platform that is basically solving the problem of having code written faster. So it's not, and that's what I think space is going to be really interesting. So companies that try to solve problems by developing platforms and tools that other companies need to use to create the space economy.
Okay, thank you, Rodolfo. We have 3 minutes. Now I want to ask the audience. Anyone has a doubt for an investor? Questions? Don't be shy. So maybe to conclude, and maybe this one, it's for the three of you, right? The three of you know the space sector in Portugal, know what's going on. So the question is, looking at the future, what's still necessary to have these bold entrepreneurs like Rafael with these, like really looking forward companies establish themselves in Portugal? Right now we have a lot of successful companies in more traditional space. What's necessary for the country, for investors to start looking at this, for entrepreneurs to start creating this idea? What's your opinion here? I want to hear all of you because you have different perspectives here. Maybe I will do it by order, Rodolfo.
First of all, I think we need time. So I think, both the Portuguese space sector and space sector in general are not as mature as other industries where VC typically plays a big role. So we need time. I think we need to create the very early sort of funding that is required to attract talent. So this Kickstarter sort of money that enables something to start. And then I think money will come naturally. So we are sort of like, at least I'll talk about myself, we're not very smart people. So we just follow very obvious trends with people that are talented. So if you can get this initial kickoff for startups to be born, I think money will follow. And then I think you also need at national, but also European level, smart decision makers at institutional level. This could open a whole new discussion, but I think that's another topic.
Okay, thank you, Rodolfo. Rafael, you have known Portugal for a while. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I agree with everything Rodolfo said. But let me add one, which I truly believe is really important. We just need education. I mean, as Rodolfo said earlier, like, we need more investors, we need more entrepreneurs, and I really believe that. And the reason we don't have more as of yet is that most people don't understand the potential of space yet. They don't understand the big trends. They don't understand how much costs are coming down. And again, if I go back to the comparison Rodolfo made to the internet that he stole from me. No, I'm kidding. The internet, it was the same thing. I mean, like, I'm actually old enough to remember this. I was in college, and like, I think I started using the internet in college in the US in 1993. So there was kind of almost nobody was using internet, and it was amazing to see the potential. But there was basically almost no starters. I think Yahoo maybe started in 1994, Amazon in 1995, but it almost took 10 years basically for this influx of entrepreneurs and more investors. And it took a lot of education. In the beginning of the internet, it was mostly like specialized computer science people who were dealing with the internet. And it took a while to bring in people who were non-computer science people. But this is the same thing we now need to accomplish in the space sector. We need to like excite and bring in people who are not in the space sector, but people who can use space to build really exciting businesses and people who can invest in that. And for that, we need education. So I always joke, like, take a friend to a rocket launch or to watch a rocket launch and get them excited about space.
Very well. And finally, to conclude, Fernando, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I think that as with the rest of the tech sector, we have a big advantage, which is our natural talent, the people that are coming from universities. I think also that we have been able to create a very nice tech ecosystem that extends also, of course, to space. And if we give them that first ticket, that first investment ticket, and that's why we have, for instance, a call called the Innovide, where we invest the first 100k euros to really kickstart the ideas, and then we are able to have a follow-up fund. I think we will be able to take advantage of the natural advantages that we have here in Portugal, and again, working together in a network fashion, also with our diaspora. I think we will be able to make a good show here also in the space.
Okay, so thank you all for your time. A big round of applause, please. And Herminia, back to you.
Okay, I just have to say that the bar is open. I meet you in the terrace, and we'll be back here at 5:15. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I will be switching to Portuguese again, as the next panel has only Portuguese participants. I hope you had a nice coffee break. I know I promised you sunset, but it was delayed. Sorry. O nosso próximo painel vai ser moderado pelo engenheiro Ricardo Conde, presidente da Agência Espacial Portuguesa, e vamos discutir aqui quais são as potencialidades que se abrem para o setor espacial em Portugal no âmbito do plano de recuperação e resiliência que está a ser desenvolvido em vários setores em Portugal e que, como é óbvio, não deixa o espaço de fora. Ricardo.
Again. So we will do it again in Portuguese. This is about the opportunities with the recovery plan. What are really the potential that we need to unblock and where we'll be in 3 years. Then I switch to Portuguese and for that, e para isso, eu convido aqui os nossos os que vão participar neste painel, que na realidade são as pessoas que estão a conduzir aquilo que nós chamamos as agendas mobilizadoras e os projetos mobilizadores. Portanto, deixem-me só fazer um pequeno enquadramento inicial. Eu tenho aqui umas notas, umas cábulas para me guiar. Em 2020, nós lançamos a todo o ecossistema um desafio para, de alguma forma, perspectivar aquilo que poderia ser o desenvolvimento de uma agenda industrial em Portugal. Obviamente no setor do espaço. Este estudo, na realidade, pretendia definir como é que essas oportunidades poderiam ser implementadas, quem as poderia implementar e se de facto poderia ser uma resposta também para abordarmos um ponto extremamente importante, que é a questão de uma política de dados, ou seja, nós termos capacidade em Portugal para termos acesso mais facilmente a dados de observação da Terra. Nessa altura concorreram várias empresas, organizaram-se em consórcios, definiram algumas perspectivas e nesses feasibility studies definiram alguns caminhos. Entretanto, aparece também e surge também no nosso caminho cada vez mais a questão da sustentabilidade. E esta questão da sustentabilidade ligada ao Outer Space, um dos temas que nós quisemos focar nesta edição do New Space Atlantic Summit. E para isso havia a possibilidade de nós apostarmos também em algumas empresas a nível nacional para abordar a questão da monitorização, novas formas de monitorização para a questão do Space Debris. E nesse sentido, de alguma forma também as empresas foram desafiadas a apresentar as suas propostas para novas soluções baseadas em inteligência artificial, machine learning, para a questão de termos novas soluções em Portugal e a partir de Portugal, inclusive definir a possibilidade de termos novos operadores, constituindo assim também uma dimensão importante e uma aposta importante do país. Foi nesse sentido que também apareceram em Portugal várias iniciativas para abordar esta questão de novas tecnologias para a monitorização do lixo espacial e não só, soluções que derivam toda desta temática. Como é evidente, devido à crise pandémica, foi implementado por toda a Europa um plano de recuperação e resiliência que pretendia criar, como o nome diz, resiliência, criar impacto económico, novos empregos, novos serviços, e houve países que apostaram na energia, na mobilidade, mas também houve alguns países que apostaram na área do espaço, e em concreto a questão aqui da Itália, Portugal e Espanha. foram criadas várias agendas, foram criadas propostas para que as empresas se organizarem em consórcio para, de facto, concorrerem a esta oportunidade, uma única oportunidade. Não sabemos se de facto será a única oportunidade, mas pelo menos nesta década representa talvez nós triplicarmos o nosso budget nestes próximos 3 anos. Portanto, é um esforço financeiro também do país muito considerável. E estamos aqui exatamente para percebermos onde é que estamos, que caminho foi traçado, e para isso eu conto aqui neste painel, que de facto é o nome Novas Oportunidades para o Setor com o Plano de Recuperação e Resiliência, como é que isto, combinado com aqueles programas que existem atualmente e que estão em curso e que capacitam a nossa indústria, como é que nós podemos estar de uma forma diferente daqui a 3 e a 4 anos. Para isso eu vou chamar aqui os nossos convidados e vou começar aqui pelo Ivo. Onde é que está o Ivo? Está ali o Ivo Vieira. O Ivo Vieira é o CEO da Luso Space. Aliás, o Ivo já foi mencionado aqui como a primeira startup do espaço em Portugal. O Ivo, já conhecemos há muitos anos, já trabalhamos juntos. O Ivo, de facto, é um empreendedor e trabalhamos já agora, talho de foice, trabalhamos na fase... tu fizeste a tua tese no POSAT, não foi? No primeiro satélite português. Portanto, já lá vão 30 anos e agora este senhor está a preparar-se para colocar em órbita 12 satélites nos próximos 3 anos. Já abordaremos isto. Obrigado, Ivo. Depois o Francisco, o Francisco Cunha. O Francisco Cunha é o CEO da Geosat, uma iniciativa entre principalmente a Omniday e o CEIA, no sentido de constituir-se aqui um operador, uma empresa com a capacidade a nível nacional de operar satélites de média ou alta e muito alta resolução. Portanto, o Francisco também tem já passou pela TechEver e várias empresas e de facto o Francisco também tem uma longa experiência, mas vou dizer isto, talvez me atreva a dizer isto, o Francisco amadureceu aqui através das dificuldades do mercado que agora se impõe para tentar de facto comercializar através da Geosat aquilo que são as perspectivas de ter um operador nacional. Depois, quem é que eu tenho mais aqui? Olha lá que eu estou aqui, as minhas notas não estão aqui. O Pedro, onde é que está o Pedro? Está ali o Pedro estava escondido, estava à procura do Pedro Rodrigues. O Pedro Rodrigues vem da TechEver e o Pedro também já passou por... Vejam bem que o Pedro já passou pelo ESO, não é? Também já fez várias voltas ao mundo, é uma pessoa também muito experiente e agora está à frente de uma agenda complexa, que também vamos ter a oportunidade aqui de falar um bocadinho, no âmbito do Plano de Recuperação e Resiliência, e depois na vertente, esta é a vertente, digamos assim, da observação da Terra, e eu incluo aqui a parte do SAT-AS e do VDS, a parte da observação da Terra, mas depois temos a parte daquilo que eu referi, de toda a problemática do lixo espacial. Eu penso ao Carlos Cerqueira também para subir aqui ao palco, porque o Carlos foi diretor do ESABIC aqui em Portugal, agora está na Neurospace. É uma daquelas empresas que de facto tem aqui uma perspectiva também no âmbito do Plano de Recuperação e Resiliência, e eu penso que estamos aqui todos já preparados para esta discussão. Há aqui uma ditadura do tempo, nós temos sensivelmente talvez meia hora, não vamos, já são 6 horas, mas temos aqui, já são quase 6 horas, portanto temos aqui meia horinha para falarmos um bocadinho. E eu gostava que se abordasse isto da perspectiva do presente, o que é que estamos a fazer, mas essencialmente nesta perspectiva dos 3 anos, como é que nós vamos estar? Sempre naquela ótica que isto é uma oportunidade que de facto poderá nestes moldes não ser repetida, e o que é que nós conseguimos criar de uma forma estruturada, que valor é que podemos criar e como é que Portugal vai estar daqui a 3 anos. Eu começaria, e olha, exatamente por esta ordem, começaria aqui pelo Ivo. E vai ser exatamente esta pergunta. Tens alguma apresentação, Ivo? Não? Então, pronto. Então, há aqui 2 pessoas que têm apresentação, as outras não têm. Estamos aqui uma desvantagem, mas podemos equilibrar isto em conversa. Portanto, então eu pedi aqui para colocar a primeira apresentação do Ivo. Podes falar aqui, se quiseres, por microfone. Não... Tem um botãozinho. Ok.
Sim, uma curta apresentação sobre o nosso projeto, que está aqui na alçada da Geosat, da agenda New Space. O Atom Atlântico, quer dizer que nós estamos focados no Atlântico, mas obviamente iremos para outras zonas, não só o Atlântico. O Odd Observation Tracking, não vamos olhar para os navios com imagem nem sequer visível nem SAR, mas vamos receber sinais de AIS, VDS, que já irei explicar um pouco sobre isso. E o Network, porque estamos a falar de uma constelação de cerca de 12 satélites. Portanto, o que é o AIS? O AIS é um sistema que permite enviar informação GPS dos navios. É um sistema que já é obrigatório desde 2004 e que tem tido muito sucesso. E nós queremos ir para o VDS, que é o upgrade. O VDS permite, no fundo, enviar curtas mensagens, tanto enviar como receber alertas de tempo, ou enviar mensagens de socorros, ou outras mensagens. E, portanto, aqui prevê-se que vai haver o tipo de serviços que não eram possíveis com o AIS. A solução é composta por 12 satélites, é o mínimo número de satélites para conseguirmos providenciar um serviço de qualidade, mas nós queremos crescer, e o payload vai ser constituído sobretudo por um transceiver VDS, um rádio, e uma antena VDS. Depois, vamos ter aqui uma abordagem muito lean, porque nós queremos ir para o mercado. Isto não é um projeto só de desenvolvimento, é para vender serviços, e portanto vamos utilizar a realidade aumentada, que é uma área que a Lusospace tem estado a desenvolver há bastante tempo, de forma a que a produção dos satélites possa ser muito mais eficiente e, portanto, menos onerosa. Obviamente, estamos a falar agora de 12 satélites. Nós, ao prepararmos esta linha de montagem, quando falarmos de 50 ou de 100 satélites, este investimento vai beneficiar muito em baixar o custo da constelação. E, finalmente, também é importante investir em ground stations low cost, de forma a que a operação também seja bastante acessível em termos monetários. Finalmente, dizer que temos uma parceria com a Clyde Space, não queremos desenvolver isto de raiz. Eles estão a trabalhar em AIS VDS, eles estão prestes a lançar o primeiro satélite VDS deles, e portanto vamos usar a plataforma deles para sermos rápidos, para baixar o risco. Vamos ter algum upgrade, vamos incluir propulsão, falou-se de sustentabilidade no outro painel, e portanto nós vamos incluir propulsão para esse fim. E também vamos desenvolver aqui em Portugal uma nova antena de forma a baixar o custo, porque a antena atualmente disponível é bastante cara. E finalmente, dizer que portanto, o consórcio é constituído pelo Lusospace, teremos o IT, que está aqui connosco, que o Daniel possa algo por aí, para desenvolver a antena da parte RF, e depois o INEGI, temos aqui o Nuno Rocha também, que vai desenvolver a parte de mecânica, portanto, do sistema. A FHP irá trabalhar na parte da produção e da qualificação, e temos também o ISQ, que eu penso que também está aqui o Paulo Chaves, que irá trabalhar na parte dos testes e do apoio ao lançamento. E era uma breve introdução, só para podermos...
Ivo, então, o grande objetivo é a Lusospace, de alguma forma, ser um provedor de serviços VDS daqui a 3 anos.
Exatamente. Portanto, vamos desenvolver esta constelação de forma a depois providenciarmos estes dados, que é um novo mercado. No entanto, aqui a nossa estratégia é baseada também em diminuir o risco, porque nós vamos providenciar dados da AIS, que já é um mercado maduro, que não é muito rentável, mas é o suficiente para nós mantermos a exploração com valores interessantes. E, portanto, se o VDS demorar mais tempo a se desenvolver, nós temos aqui uma âncora que nos permite estarmos bem. O VDS será a cereja no topo do bolo, que cedo ou tarde vai acontecer e nós estaremos preparados, primeiro com 12 satélites, mas no futuro com 50 ou com 100.
Pronto, e a linha de montagem, a linha toda, essa cadeia de integração, será feita em Portugal, no âmbito também desta parceria com a ACC Clyde, e será para, de facto, constituir aqui este integrador também para
Exatamente.
este componente.
Portanto, faremos um primeiro satélite que vai ser fabricado misto entre Glasgow, na Escócia, e em Portugal, mas a parte final vai ser feita em Portugal, e todos os outros satélites serão todos produzidos aqui em Portugal, sim.
Muito bem. Muito obrigado. Eu passava agora aqui a palavra ao Francisco. Tu não tens a apresentação, não trouxeste, não, Francisco? Pronto, mas já tens isto bem rodado. A Geosat, como é o chapéu, digamos, desta agenda, em que estão lá os vários outros verticais, aparece aqui com duas componentes extremamente importantes. Uma, que é aquilo que liga com aquela ambição com Espanha, de Portugal ter uma constelação do Atlântico. Eu gostava que abordasses essa questão. E como é que isto na realidade qual é o conceito e como é que isto vai funcionar? E desde a própria concepção dos satélites à sua perspectiva de operação. Mas depois tem uma componente que é aquilo que é a continuidade, daquilo que se chama a segunda geração, daquilo que vocês hoje fazem, que é muito alta resolução. Portanto, para ter uma ideia, são aquelas imagens que se vê na televisão, no noticiário, na Ucrânia, quando se vê lá os tanques e que permite aplicações que de facto são neste momento muito apetecíveis face ao contexto atual. Portanto, gostava, assim numa perspectiva muito geral, Francisco, que caracterizasses um bocadinho estas duas agendas. Quem são os parceiros? Como é que se vai fazer isto? E como é que isto se vai desenvolver durante estes 3 anos?
Ricardo, obrigado. De facto, temos aqui em mãos um desafio que está ao nível desta oportunidade, que se calhar não aparece a cada 10, mas a cada 20 anos. Eu penso que...
Se não houver crises pelo meio?
É que, de facto, eu penso que estamos ao nível, se calhar, e quem acompanha o setor nestas últimas 2 décadas, estamos ao nível de um fator de mudança que, de facto, como dizias há pouco, vai mudar a cara daquilo que é a nossa indústria. Concretamente, a Geosat, e penso que é importante também contar isto, porque isto muda um pouco, muitas vezes, como vemos estes projetos de desenvolvimento. A Geosat é, já hoje, um dos 2 operadores de satélites de muito alta resolução na Europa. É a Geosat e a Airbus. São as 2 únicas empresas, com a cadeia toda na Europa, que operam estes satélites e oferecem este tipo de imagens, como o Ricardo dizia, a partir daqui. Portanto, é deste ponto que já partimos, ou seja, esta chamada a muito alta resolução, que no fundo é onde temos a maior parte do foco comercial, é algo que nós temos hoje. E permitiu-nos também dar aqui um salto, ainda antes do PRR, que é o salto de termos um operador, aquele amadurecimento também que referias, mesmo ao nível de institucional e de indústria, vem daí. Ou seja, neste momento, no espaço, nós não desenvolvemos só tecnologia e produtos, nós operamos serviços todos os dias. Isto traz-nos um sentido de urgência que não tínhamos antes na indústria. E, de facto, obriga-nos a uma abordagem com um foco muito mais comercial, muito mais pragmático do que aquele que tínhamos antes. Traz-nos muitas lições aprendidas que, através do PRR, estamos também a tentar passar ao resto da indústria. Porque, de facto, aquilo que aprendemos em 3 meses a operar está ao nível do que aprendemos, se calhar, em 3 anos a desenvolver. Mas isto apenas como, no fundo, o pano de fundo. O que acontece é que um satélite de muito alta resolução, e não é por acaso, não é um satélite simples. É um satélite complexo, em que, tanto desde a câmara como o sistema de apontamento, de posicionamento, tem um conjunto de requisitos que nos torna impraticável estarmos, no fundo, a reinventar a roda e a fazer tudo em Portugal, um pouco como o Ivo dizia. Fomos a partir daqui...
Até pela questão do tempo, não é?
Exatamente. A questão... Em 2025 temos de ter os satélites e para nós o muro não está no fim do PRR, está na substituição dos satélites que temos hoje para continuarmos a operar e continuarmos a ser um destes 2 operadores na Europa, porque se não tivermos os satélites não seremos capazes de o fazer. E o PRR permitiu-nos não só fazermos isto, mas com um nível de ambição bastante superior àquele que seria possível. Fomos então encontrar as parcerias, neste momento em curso neste caso concreto, com o HB, para trazermos a tecnologia, que é a tecnologia crítica, e com fornecedores de câmaras também, talvez a parte mais complexa do satélite, que nos permitissem duas coisas. No fundo, garantir os tempos, garantir a robustez do desenvolvimento, mas ao mesmo tempo assegurar o processo de transferência de tecnologia que precisamos ter em Portugal. Nós hoje temos um problema, porque queremos desenhar um satélite. Eu peço a quem faz engenharia de sistemas em Portugal que me desculpe, se calhar a extrapolação, mas a verdade é que não temos engenheiros de sistemas séniores em Portugal. E não temos porque nunca o fizemos em Portugal. E esta é a questão.
Nós estamos a fazer 30 anos do lançamento do POSAT.
Esse é um exemplo excepcional. Onde é que estamos hoje? E de facto precisamos desta capacidade de desenho. Portanto, fomos procurar também a capacidade de transferência de tecnologia para Portugal para ganharmos autonomia naquilo que utiliza mais brain power. No fundo, que é desenhar o satélite, integrar o satélite. Porque preocupa-nos logicamente 25, mas 25 é amanhã. E já nos começa a preocupar o que é que vamos lançar em 28. E o que é que vamos lançar em 30, porque o mercado vai estar cada vez mais competitivo. Portanto, no fim do PRR tem de estar em Portugal não apenas satélites, esperemos que não estejam em Portugal, que estejam no espaço, mas não apenas um conjunto de satélites, mas também a capacidade para fazermos muito mais em Portugal do que vamos fazer agora para a próxima geração de satélites. Em particular, tivemos a felicidade, antes até do PRR, antes até da pandemia, da Portugal Space lançar num Space Tech em Bremen, em 2019, se não estou em erro, o desafio da Constelação Atlântica. Um desafio a que se juntou depois Espanha e que, no fundo, lança um repto muito simples, que não é simples, que é: vamos conhecer melhor o Atlântico, vamos ser capazes de saber mais, proteger os nossos recursos, explorar de forma sustentável e responsável, eficaz também, aquilo que temos no Oceano Atlântico. O que é que isto lançou? A necessidade por satélites que permitam revisita muito frequente para abordar aquilo que chamamos os Fast Developing Events, eventos que têm um desenvolvimento substancial em 3 horas. Não acontecem só no oceano, temos os fogos também, por exemplo, mas também permitam trazer informação, não só a normal multiespectral que se poderia traduzir nas fotografias que vemos normalmente, mas também da hiperespectral. Inicialmente, o desafio VDS, que agora temos um parceiro que o assume também, permitindo-nos aligeirar um pouco a pressão que temos no desenvolvimento, e outro tipo de sensores. Gostaríamos também que esta fosse a oportunidade para grupos de investigação e empresas que estão a desenvolver tecnologia pudessem voar o seu payload. Ou seja, também considerarmos algum espaço nestes satélites para voar tecnologia portuguesa, quebrando um pouco aquele ciclo que muitas vezes vemos em Portugal, que é: não conseguimos participar em projetos de espaço porque não temos experiência, não desenvolvemos experiência porque não participamos em projetos de espaço. Portanto, estes satélites são satélites mais pequenos, os primeiros falamos de satélites entre 100 e 300 quilos, com toda a complexidade associada. Aqui, se calhar, falamos num satélite já naqueles formatos CubeSat, um 16U, à volta dos 25 kg, está muito mais próximo daquilo que são as nossas capacidades. E onde nós esperamos poder ter um conjunto, mais integração aqui também. Como última nota, deixaria só isto. Nós montámos a agenda com 2 caminhos paralelos. Um caminho operacional, que é o caminho que tem de garantir que nós temos satélites em órbita em 2025, prontos a operar, e que vão assegurar a continuidade dos modelos de negócio. Ao mesmo tempo, um caminho de desenvolvimento em que asseguramos que os 40 parceiros que fazem parte da agenda, independentemente dos verticais, têm acesso a requisitos reais que lhes permitem desenvolver os seus sistemas e levá-los, no mínimo, a uma preparação para a próxima geração de 28-30.
Isso é extremamente importante porque, na realidade, é afirmar a consequência daquestes 22 anos de desenvolvimento das capacidades em Portugal e colocar a nossa indústria também nesta frente para ser suppliers, né, que é extremamente importante. Eu não sei se estão a contar 12 satélites, portanto, aqui da constelação do Atom, 11 ali da Geosat, portanto, isto já só uma boa quantia, não é? Há 30 anos nós desenvolvemos o primeiro satélite, o POSAT-1, portanto, 30 anos depois, não é 1, nem 2, nem 3, são mais de 20, não é? Portanto, mas ainda não acabamos, ainda vamos agora para a terceira vertical, e aqui passa ali a palavra ao Pedro, que temos aqui a parte da monitorização marítima e toda a interação a nível de comunicações, o AIS, o VDS. Temos aqui a parte óptica, alta resolução e muito alta resolução. E passamos agora para a outra componente, digamos, do espectro. Esta componente do espectro, Pedro, tens aí uma pequenina apresentação, não te alongues muito, por favor, e que nos vai falar também aquilo que é a perspectiva de desenvolvimento de a componente SAR.
Obrigado, Ricardo. Efetivamente, portanto, temos aqui muita complementaridade nestas constelações e nesta agenda, o que eu acho que é valor acrescentado para o que vai sair daqui. Portanto, eu vou-vos apresentar a constelação SAR da New Space Portugal, da Agenda de Espaço. É um projeto liderado pela IDD Portugal Defence, em parceria com a TechEver, e, portanto, pretende construir 3 satélites SAR e com o use case de vigilância marítima. E porquê vigilância marítima? Por 2 razões. Uma delas porque é um mercado que a TechEver particularmente conhece muito bem, já trabalha nele, na sua área dos drones, já há mais de uma década, e conhecemos os clientes, conhecemos as necessidades que eles têm, que tipo de informação precisam e, particularmente, qual é a vantagem de trazer a tecnologia SAR para um ambiente de vigilância marítima. E a segunda componente está aqui neste slide, a segunda razão. É que, na verdade, a vigilância marítima não serve só para questões de segurança e o mercado marítimo é muito grande. Nomeadamente, é responsável por 90% de todas as trocas comerciais a nível global. E há muitos mais stakeholders para lá daqueles que estão ligados à segurança e à defesa, por exemplo. Portanto, temos donos de navios, temos empresas temos seguradoras, temos as empresas portuárias, e todos eles podem beneficiar de informação extraída da parte marítima. E, portanto, nesse sentido, temos um desafio grande, que é a falta de controlo, a falta de informação, principalmente em alto mar. E como também já foi aqui referido, Portugal tem uma das maiores ZEs do mundo, tem uma área marítima enorme para monitorizar, para que se possa extrair valor dessa área. E queremos nós que ter este tipo de tecnologia de observação a partir do espaço nos vai possibilitar fazer isto. Tirar mais partido dos nossos recursos. Depois tenho aqui também alguns números relativos ao mercado, porque na verdade o PRR tem um foco muito grande no mercado. E o mercado de SAR, portanto SAR, radares de abertura sintética, é um mercado que se espera que duplique desde há 3 anos até 2026. E também os produtos derivados de SAR, como sejam dados, também estão em franco crescimento. E além disso, acrescento aqui também o AIS, que o Ivo já falou, porque o AIS particularmente é uma tecnologia muito interessante para SAR, especialmente quando combinada na mesma plataforma e quando usada em conjunto com as imagens SAR. Portanto, são, no fundo, tecnologias que estão amplamente suportadas pelo mercado. E porquê SAR? Porquê é que o SAR é importante para a observação da Terra, em particular para o caso marítimo? Em primeiro lugar, porque consegue cobrir grandes áreas de uma só vez. E, portanto, como nós temos normalmente em alto mar grandes superfícies para cobrir, significa que conseguimos ter mais informação disponível com uma só imagem. Além disso, em termos de operação, é um sensor que consegue funcionar em quaisquer condições climatéricas e dia ou noite, portanto tem muito mais disponibilidade em termos de geração de informação. É bastante adequado ao tipo de tecnologia para detecção de navios ou embarcações que tenham, ou seja, features, as chamadas features. Além disso, a capacidade de, com uma constelação, entregar dados com baixa latência e com imagens de alta resolução, é algo que funciona muito bem para estes mercados. Okay? O objetivo, normalmente, para vigilância marítima não é identificação, é normalmente detecção, e, portanto, não precisamos de ir para muito alta resolução ou resolução na ordem dos centímetros. Portanto, muito rapidamente para fechar, o que é que nós nos propomos fazer? Portanto, o PRR vai possibilitar a construção dos primeiros 3 satélites desta constelação. vão servir para demonstrar o conceito e, essencialmente, também a parte operacional e a parte de mercado, porque muita da tecnologia que está a ser usada já foi validada. Mas é só o princípio, porque, no fundo, o plano que já temos traçado implica propagar estes 3 satélites até uma constelação de 16, para que possamos ter também tempos de revisita muito mais interessantes, na ordem ou abaixo dos 2 metros, em média. E é isso.
Tá. Pedro, como é que está o estado do projeto? Já arrancaram? Já estão? Vão também, a mesma pergunta que foi feita aqui para, por exemplo, para o Ivo. Vai ser feito um integrador? Vai haver sinergias com os outros integradores? Quais são as perspectivas?
Bom, neste momento, o modelo administrativo para isto está a ser montado entre a Techever e a IDD. Nós temos a ambição de criar um integrador, no entanto não excluímos que possa haver outro tipo de acordos, mas eu penso que seria muito interessante termos um integrador aqui em Portugal, embora o próprio PRR não permite que se invista muito em desenvolvimento. Portanto, se for um integrador, tem de ser efetivamente alguém que vai fazer apenas a parte de montagem do satélite e não o desenvolvimento de subsistemas.
Muito bem. Obrigado, Pedro. Eu penso que já lá vão mais 3, portanto já contei 26. Portanto, isto é uma mão cheia, e para esta mão cheia abre aqui, se calhar, aqui uma oportunidade absolutamente fantástica também para fazermos negócio noutras perspectivas, porque, e falamos disto durante aqui os nossos painéis, nós temos aqui, nós vamos ser uns contribuintes líquidos para congestionar mais, não só o espectro, mas também a população, digamos assim, de objetos espaciais. E para isso eu tenho aqui o Carlos da Aerospace, lidera aqui uma parte da agenda exatamente para a instalação de capacidades no terreno, para ter acesso a dados, para produzir informação e para eventualmente essa informação ser útil para estes senhores para gerir o seu dia-a-dia, da sua manutenção em órbita, dos seus collision avoidance, criar um catálogo e, no fundo, evitar aquilo que hoje nós falamos aqui, que é a proliferação de colisões e lixo espacial. Carlos, fala-nos um bocadinho desta agenda. Também tens uma apresentação. Então eu pedia para passarem a apresentação também aqui do Carlos. Pois. Liga aí o botãozinho no microfone. Isso.
Ok. O nosso projeto chama-se AI Fate Space Debris. Eu acho que isso é autoexplicativo, não é? Já falamos aqui durante o dia muito sobre os problemas do Space Debris. Ouvimos aqui também das oportunidades que trazem estes novos lançamentos de satélites. E o que nós queremos é, como disse há bocado o Rodolfo, estar do lado da solução, não é? Estar do lado daquele middleware que permite que uma coisa que obviamente tem que ser resolvida, o Space Debris, o Space Sustainability, juntamente com algo que é uma oportunidade, o lançamento de novos satélites, todos juntos não se transformem no maior problema. O nosso consórcio, podem ver aí os logos, temos a GMV como end user, temos 3 universidades que nos ajudam a criar conhecimento e teremos o Instituto Pedro Nunes como parceiro que nos ajuda na disseminação e na gestão de projeto. Portanto, os operadores de satélites neste momento têm um problema grande e enfim, o Francisco, voltei bem, recebe umas chamadas à meia da noite a dizer que pode haver uma potencial colisão. A verdade é que nós não temos ouvido notícias sobre colisões, mas os operadores de satélites sabem bem o impacto negativo que isso está a ter no seu negócio. São dias, eventualmente, que se podem transformar em semanas de disrupção no negócio para planear manobras de evitar colisões com satélites, e o que nós vamos é transformar isso com uns 2 ou 3 cliques. Um operador de satélite consegue resolver uma situação que neste momento envolve equipas, envolve dias de trabalho e envolve um claro dano no negócio. Para isso é preciso 2 coisas. É preciso ter acesso a bons dados e a melhor informação, portanto, saber onde é que estão esses objetos, mas também depois extrair ações válidas, extrair valor dessa informação. E o que nós fazemos são essas duas coisas. Portanto, com o PRR vamos ter acesso a melhores dados através da aquisição de infraestrutura. Portanto, temos uma estratégia de Data Fusion que combina várias fontes de dados e depois aquilo que é, digamos, o nosso core, que é a nossa razão de existir e a nossa nascença. Uma empresa que nasce, criada pelo Nuno Sebastião, CEO da Fidzai, que usou a inteligência artificial no setor financeiro, e nós aqui usamos a inteligência artificial para, de certa maneira, resolver um problema com algumas características similares. Portanto, excesso de informação, imaginem um operador de satélite a receber 100 alertas de colisão por dia, quais são aqueles que são verdadeiramente relevantes, quais que são aqueles que não são assim tão relevantes. Portanto, nós usamos a inteligência artificial para fazer exatamente essa separação de dados e que o operador só se foca naqueles que são verdadeiramente relevantes. Mas depois também, a segunda parte, quando se trata das manobras de evitar a colisão, nós conseguimos ajudar com os nossos algoritmos de machine learning a fazer previsões sobre a qualidade dos dados. Vamos chegar à previsão sobre a posição de um dado objeto. Para já, por exemplo, conseguimos ajudar um operador de satélite hoje a saber qual vai ser a qualidade dos dados nos próximos 5 dias. E isto, de facto, é uma novidade. Não há nenhuma empresa no mundo, neste momento, que consiga entregar este tipo de previsões e é aquilo que nos distingue da concorrência. Isto, digamos, nós recebemos o primeiro investimento da Armilar Ventures em janeiro de 2022, lançámos o produto já em julho, já temos 7 operadores que estão a trabalhar connosco, a Geosat é um deles, é um dos parceiros que confia em nós, e, de facto, o investimento do PRR é aquilo, juntamente com o investimento da Armilar, que nos permite alavancar esta estratégia. Ter infraestrutura que permite recolher dados e ter talento para conseguir extrair a melhor informação desses dados. Isto permite-nos ter essa ambição de ser um player a nível europeu. A Europa precisa de champions nesta área e a Neurospace está posicionada para ser um dos líderes desta área. Precisamos também de ter autonomia na recolha de dados a nível europeu e, de facto, a aquisição dessa infraestrutura vai nos posicionar como alguém que contribui para essa autonomia. E, por último, também precisamos de criar um corpo de conhecimento em Portugal acerca desta área e é com isso que vamos conseguir também com o contributo das nossas universidades. Por último, o PRR terá de ser também uma forma de reter talento e atrair talento para Portugal. Portanto, vai ser uma agenda de criação de emprego e com, digamos, esta ferramenta do PRR, vamos conseguir trabalhar com regiões menos desenvolvidas para atrair talento, mas também colocar infraestrutura, neste caso em Ponte de Sor, para permitir aumentar o desenvolvimento destas regiões. Temos a ambição para ser um player a nível europeu, temos agora os instrumentos necessários com o PRR e, de facto, esse será o nosso caminho.
E há aqui também um investimento da empresa e também investimento externo que é necessário acautelar. Portanto, nós estamos a preparar aqui, de alguma forma, uma empresa para ter uma palavra forte no contexto europeu, mas no contexto essencialmente mundial. E agora vou fazer a ordem inversa e desafiar aqui o Carlos a comentar aqui uma notícia sobre o seu concorrente, a Leo Labs, não é? Que eu diria que são concorrentes, na realidade são concorrentes. A Leo Lab vai se instalar em Portugal. E vai se instalar em Portugal através de um radar que vai instalar nos Açores. Como é que a Europa, como é que a Neurospace vê isto uma oportunidade, uma parceria, ou então é de facto um motivo para acelerar, digamos assim, mais o passo?
É claramente um motivo para acelerar o nosso desenvolvimento, que é o que estamos a fazer. Portanto, a Leo Labs foi uma das primeiras empresas a aparecer no mercado. Eles têm, de facto, forte investimento, não só privado, mas também público, através de contratos com a defesa. Mas isso não nos pode impedir, nem nos está a impedir. Portanto, nós temos, de facto, características decisivas no que toca ao tratamento da informação, portanto, através das nossas competências em inteligência artificial, que a Leo Labs não tem. A Leo Labs aposta sobretudo na infraestrutura e na recolha de dados. Nós também vamos ter infraestrutura própria, mas parcerias com outras entidades para ter acesso a dados, mas essencialmente eu creio que o que nos pode ajudar neste caminho e que nos está a ajudar é a capacidade para termos, por exemplo, clientes âncora como a Agência Espacial Europeia, parceiros e clientes como a Geosat e provas dadas no mercado que temos um product market fit. No final, o cliente, o operador de satélite, não está muito interessado de onde é que vêm os dados e qual é a tecnologia utilizada. Essencialmente, o que ele quer é, no final do dia, perceber que as suas equipas estão a fazer o seu negócio e não a perder tempo com evitar colisões. E quando nós provamos que isso acontece, que é o que estamos a provar com aqueles que participam dos nossos pilotos, nós temos uma proposta de valor que, perdão uma expressão, não tem medo da Leo Labs ou de qualquer outro player.
Muito bem. Agora eu vou falar aqui abordar aqui outro aspecto que eu penso que preocupa estes 4 senhores aqui, que é a massa crítica, não é? Portugal, que tinha um satélite há 30 anos atrás e prepara-se para ter em 3 anos 26 satélites, tem massa crítica para constituir estes integradores, ir à procura dos System Engineering, porque isto é um período. Isto tem sido uma dificuldade para montar estas equipas, ou é um fator de alguma forma apelativo ou de inspiração, em particular para as novas pessoas que encaram aqui uma vida profissional nesta área. Começo por ti, Ivo.
Esse de facto é um dos problemas, mas que não é só na área do espaço, em geral, não é? Falta de recursos humanos, de pessoas, e ainda por cima temos a dificuldade de ter recursos humanos na área do espaço, em Portugal, como sabemos. Agora eu estou a recordar-me que nós, quando nos conhecemos, foi no primeiro curso de tecnologias aeroespaciais, que foi feito em Portugal, uma pós-graduação, e que era mesmo só sobre o espaço, onde falámos sobre engenharia de sistemas, comunicações, térmico, e acho que desde então nunca mais houve nada do género. Portanto, de facto, é uma dificuldade que nós temos, que sempre tivemos. Agora com este projeto a dificuldade ainda maior, porque temos que acelerar, como o Carlos disse, e temos que subir na cadeia de valor com desafios maiores. O facto de nós estarmos aqui com a Clyde Space é de facto uma mitigação do risco de falta de recursos humanos, porque o acordo que vamos ter vai se desenvolver em conjunto. Eles vão fazer uma parte, nós vamos fazer outra, e portanto, dependente, porque eles também têm falta de recursos, não somos só nós, eles também se queixam, mas podemos nos complementar de forma a mitigar esse risco. Agora, infelizmente, aquilo que nós estamos a fazer é contratar pessoas com pouca experiência, e os nossos engenheiros com mais experiência vão ensinando os que estão cá, não é?
Eu ia focar-me exatamente disso e passava ao Francisco, e isso se calhar é uma oportunidade também para os nossos estudantes, para as nossas universidades, para os cursos que a oferta que há neste momento nas universidades pode ser de facto para inverter aquele ciclo de os nossos estudantes vão para fora à procura de novas oportunidades. Estamos perante este cenário?
Estamos. Eu de facto penso que estamos num contexto em que aquilo que nós temos visto, de facto o mercado de trabalho está muito exigente, e nós, entre nós, com aquilo que podemos falar também num contexto concorrencial, partilhamos a mesma preocupação, de facto, como é que nós evitamos que o setor se canibalize com esta oportunidade, não é? Porque isto de facto pode posicionar-nos noutro patamar, mas pode também criar aqui uma arena em que a indústria vai estar toda a lutar por recursos, etc. Aquilo que nós temos visto na contratação de recursos, seja mais novo, com menos experiência, com mais experiência, tem sido em que a conclusão tem sido que o fator crítico é o desafio que nós conseguimos apresentar, muitas vezes. Os salários estão a subir, já sabemos isso. Agora o trabalho full remote, quer dizer, teremos na nossa esfera de influência de certeza gente que está a trabalhar para a Irlanda, para a Áustria, para a Austrália, com salários se calhar 2 vezes aquele que temos cá. Essa pressão já a sentimos e eu penso que vamos continuar a senti-la. Mas de facto aquilo que temos visto nos processos de recrutamento tem sido desafio que nós temos de apresentar um desafio que seja, por um lado, credível, por outro lado, suficientemente ambicioso para que alguém que sai da universidade, que fez um Erasmus forçosamente em qualquer sítio, pense que está ali um caminho de desenvolvimento e de aprendizagem e que lhes permita ter aquele engagement que às vezes se diz que não se vê tanto nestas gerações mais recentes. Agora, há também aqui um outro aspecto, que é um aspecto que vai para além do técnico, e se calhar antes desse ainda uma pequena nota. As universidades, eu penso que não podemos exigir às universidades mais do que elas podem dar. Neste sentido, penso que há uma parte da formação de um engenheiro que tem de acontecer forçosamente no contexto de projetos. E esses projetos, quanto mais complexos forem, mais formados estão os nossos engenheiros. Portanto, em Portugal, se não tivéssemos estes projetos com esta complexidade, nunca iríamos ter os tais engenheiros que almejamos vir a ter. Por outro lado, lembro de uma conferência que houve aqui em Portugal, se calhar no verão, em que um astronauta ali no Porto de Lisboa respondia à pergunta qual é o fator mais importante para quem está, por exemplo, na estação espacial. Ele dizia é ter alguém que é capaz de trabalhar em equipa. E nós temos de facto visto que este um pouco clichê das soft skills, mas que de facto acaba por ser determinante, ou seja, nós temos equipas que crescem ou se destroem pela capacidade que temos de cooperar uns com os outros. Penso que esses exemplos têm de vir também das próprias cooperações entre empresas e com o tipo de mindset que queremos criar na indústria. Mas é um problema claramente complexo, mas é uma grande oportunidade. Penso que das universidades sai massa crítica para aquilo que vamos precisar. Temos de conseguir formá-los e esse é um dos desafios.
Só queria dizer uma coisa sobre aquilo que o Francisco disse rapidamente. Há o desafio, é que esta nova geração quer experiências, quer ir para fora. E eu tive casos, e noto isso, antigamente quando eu recrutava para o espaço as pessoas ficavam maravilhadas. E hoje não há tanta essa vontade. Eu tive um candidato que disse que não acreditava numa carreira em engenharia e estava a concorrer para a engenharia. Portanto, também sinto outro paradigma que não sei ainda muito bem como lidar, mas que provavelmente o que teremos que fazer é escolher aqueles que ainda sentem aquela ambição que nós podemos proporcionar.
Pedro, e será de alguma forma também um problema na TechEver, em que uma parte daquilo que é o negócio hoje da TechEver, na parte dos drones, associado também muito à parte aeronáutica, ir buscar recursos dessa área?
Sim, quer dizer, concordo com o que já foi dito aqui, nós já temos esse problema, não vai ser agora o PRR que vai trazer ou agudizar esse problema, porque efetivamente as pessoas, com a possibilidade de trabalharem remotamente, veio disromper completamente o mercado. Portugal estava relativamente protegido, porque em Portugal os salários são baixos comparados com a Europa, e portanto Portugal tinha estado até aqui bastante protegido com aquela premissa de que quem quer ir trabalhar e ganhar mais tem de ir para um país que tem um clima pior, que a comida é pior, etc. E desde a pandemia o que nós temos visto é que há muitas empresas a recrutar em Portugal, em full remote, a trabalhar a partir daqui. Portanto, a vantagem que tínhamos esgotou-se.
Nómadas digitais, não é?
Portanto, agora temos de ser nós a fazer o caminho inverso. Queremos pessoas séniores, temos de ir buscá-las lá fora, jogar com o facto de ser atrativo trabalhar em Portugal, para conseguir que eles estejam dispostos a vir para cá, a ganhar um pouco menos do que ganham lá fora. E ao mesmo tempo as empresas começarem a acomodar-se para perceber que os salários têm de subir. E temos de começar a aproximar-nos da...
E para a Neurospace, qual é a fórmula de sucesso dos seus recursos humanos? Onde é que os vai buscar? Isto é uma área nova, não é? Eu sei que a vossa área é o mundo, não é? A área de recrutamento é o mundo. Fala-nos um bocadinho disso. Estamos quase a terminar, mas fala um bocadinho disso, Carlos.
Sim, nós de facto recrutamos onde há talento, obviamente, até porque somos uma companhia que está completamente remoto, portanto, as pessoas podem, desde que estejam mais ou menos no fuso horário ou gostam de acordar às outras horas, nós recrutamos em qualquer fuso horário. Eu acho que, enfim, concordo com tudo o que foi dito aqui, essencialmente a empresa precisa ter desafios que sejam, precisa de pagar bem, naturalmente, mas também precisa ter desafios que sejam atrativos. Eu acho que nós conseguimos juntar a sustentabilidade, que é uma temática que, de facto, toca muito a todos nós e, sobretudo, às gerações mais novas, a desafios de resolver esses problemas com tecnologias que estão na linha da frente hoje em dia, como é a inteligência artificial, e depois a capacidade de perceber que há impacto, que aquilo que as pessoas fazem, de facto, tem impacto no dia-a-dia, no mundo, e quando nós conseguimos passar essa mensagem, que aquilo que vão fazer vai ter um impacto real, na vida dos outros e na humanidade, e nós tentamos passar essa mensagem. Eu acho que tentamos conseguir juntar os ingredientes certos para criar um bom ambiente e que seja atrativo.
E temos aqui então este desafio, temos o desafio que estruturar Portugal, estruturar o setor. Estamos todos convictos aqui que em 3 anos o nosso setor será completamente diferente. Espero sinceramente que apareçam novas oportunidades, novos serviços, ancorados também num ecossistema forte. Para nós temos aquilo que nos falta ainda em Portugal, que são estas mid-caps que têm que aparecer para de facto tornar este setor, digamos, com uma dinâmica própria, que se consiga ter uma perspectiva de crescimento, de continuidade e de crescimento. Há aqui uma dimensão que não foi falada, termino por aqui, que é que estes 26 satélites vão ter que ser lançados. Isso é um desafio enorme, é um desafio, há aqui 2 desafios, que é o lançamento destes satélites e a questão do espectro, não é? Mas nós estamos cá para os desafios e espero sinceramente que este seja um desafio que também aceite pela indústria para nós desenvolvermos esta componente nacional de acesso ao espaço. Portanto, este plano de recuperação serve para estruturar o nosso setor, mas serve também para, de alguma forma, constituir as oportunidades que Portugal tem, através do seu potencial e também o seu potencial geográfico, e que consegue oferecer a este setor. Portanto, eu falo daqui do acesso ao espaço que Portugal vai ter que, digamos, essa iniciativa, que é uma iniciativa que tem barbas, diria, que vai seguir o seu caminho, e é uma oportunidade aqui com estes satélites para nós constituirmos, de facto, aqui esta oportunidade a nível do lançamento a nível nacional. Quero-vos agradecer e penso que está nas vossas mãos uma grande responsabilidade, a responsabilidade de fazer com que este seja um setor de facto importante e que seja um setor que nos próximos anos represente aquilo que é a ambição da estratégia Portugal 2030, que é multiplicar por pelo menos uma ordem de grandeza aquilo que hoje nós temos. Eu pedia uma salva de palmas aqui para os nossos empreendedores, mas pedia que não saíssem do palco. Então vamos fazer, ficassem aqui, vamos fazer, penso, onde é que está a nossa Hermínia, fazer aqui os final remarks, e eu gosto de estar bem acompanhado, portanto vou fazer os final remarks com vocês, está bem?
Olá a todos pela última vez. O próprio Ricardo já o disse, vamos ter agora as declarações de encerramento. Da minha parte, muito obrigado por terem cá estado e espero vê-los novamente na próxima edição. Ricardo, por favor.
Bom, isto são aquelas palavras das circunstâncias que se dizem nestes momentos, e gosto de estar aqui acompanhado. Eu acho que terminamos muito bem todas estas discussões. Nós propositadamente olhamos para a sustentabilidade, em particular a sustentabilidade do outer space, como um desígnio, também um desígnio nosso, porque nós vamos ser responsáveis, vamos ser atores para também talvez fazer diferente. Temos aquela responsabilidade quando nós queremos construir o nosso programa espacial, porque é isso que nós estamos a falar. Nós temos que ser consequentes com aquilo que tem sido também a evolução destas conferências, que começou em 2019 nos Açores, já estivemos em Coimbra, já estivemos em Aveiro, tivemos remotamente na altura da pandemia, e estamos hoje aqui para exatamente falar deste importante tópico que nos toca a todos. Tivemos aqui keynote speakers absolutamente de referência. O Rajid, o CEO da Inmarsat, aconselho-vos a darem uma vista de olhos ao estudo que a Inmarsat encomendou sobre a sustentabilidade, sobre o impacto dos satélites na economia verde, ou seja, quanto CO2 é que os satélites retiram, digamos assim, contribui para uma agenda verde. É absolutamente formidável. A intervenção dele aqui foi muito assertiva, muito ao ponto. Também aqui tivemos intervenções inspiradoras dos nossos colegas, e em particular do nosso colega Cláudio, que já esteve na agência e agora foi tratado as questões da sustentabilidade no ESO. É uma inspiração, numa abordagem diferente, uma abordagem também de sustentabilidade e de responsabilidade que estas organizações cada vez têm que ter e representar. Tivemos aqui também uma abordagem sobre a questão e a abordagem do Ludwig, uma questão sobre a perspectiva daquilo que é o institucional versus também aquilo que é o privado, e a importância de que isto faz-se muito com os privados. Aquilo que é a New Space Economy, hoje, obviamente, nós estamos a olhar para uma vertente de negócio. Foi aqui também abordado a possibilidade ou a ameaça que há com eventualmente uma própria militarização do espaço, que pode pôr em causa muito destas temáticas que falamos. Também, obviamente, e não podia deixar de ser, a parte da educação, que é aquilo que hoje nós semeamos com estes eventos, e um agradecimento também a toda esta jornada que tem feito com a Agência Espacial Portuguesa, o Ciência Viva, que é um marco de referência aqui na nossa, em todos os programas da educação. Estão muito juntinhos de nós a fazermos estas atividades, lançarmos estes desafios novos, que vocês vão de facto usufruir, todos nós vamos usufruir. E acabar aqui talvez com um agradecimento também à nossa equipa, à equipa da agência, todos os parceiros, todos vós, que tivemos a oportunidade de conversar um bocadinho nos coffee breaks. Os coffee breaks são a melhor parte dos summits, destas reuniões, porque é uma oportunidade que nós temos de nos encontrarmos. E agora, para sair e para acabar e para terminar este summit, dizer-vos que para o ano vai ser a sério. Eu devo dizer, vai ser a sério, porque estamos a preparar de facto um summit nós fazemos 5 anos, portanto ainda somos os bebés, somos aqui quem nos rotula ainda os new kid in the block. Acho que já saímos dessa fase, já saímos da infância. Acho que é visível a atuação da agência no panorama internacional, no panorama também nacional, é transformador. Isso deve-se essencialmente também a um crédito que todos colocam nas nossas atividades, com todos os nossos desvios que muitas vezes existem, mas que são naturais, mas que estamos aqui a preparar aquilo que é o nosso aniversário, o 5º aniversário, que vamos fazer o New Space Atlantic Summit, a 7ª edição, em março, quando nós fizermos anos, e que vamos preparar coisas aqui numa dimensão diferente. Vamos premiar as iniciativas, vamos dar visibilidade aos atores, e vamos de alguma forma tentar centrar toda esta discussão num alinhamento estratégico sem precedentes, unindo várias coisas, unindo aqueles objetivos que nós queremos ser daqui a 3 anos. Tenho certeza absoluta que daqui a 3 anos estaremos num patamar completamente diferente, mas também queremos continuar este trajeto que nos tem caracterizado, apostar na parte legal, apostar na parte da sustentabilidade, para nos, de facto, nós temos aqui um caminho que nos identifiquem claramente. Eu lembro aqui só uma pequena expressão, e foi aqui no painel do Hugo, sobre a questão legal, sobre a ratificação do tratado, não é? Sobre a Lua, não é? E eu costumo dizer, nós não queremos para já ir à Lua. Se formos, vamos de boleia, não só porque não é a nossa prioridade, mas também não achamos para já que seja a nossa vocação. Poderá ser daqui, eventualmente, no final desta década. E espero que também com todos vocês, todos estes senhores. Portanto, a Hermínia está a fazer sinais que eu tenho que acabar, portanto, eu vou acabar por aqui. Muito obrigado a todos, vemo-nos para o ano. E uma salva de palmas para vocês que nos aturaram.